Chapter 1. Sealed Power, Secret Revealed. It was a normal morning in Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village. The ninjas were at their posts. The merchants were opening their shops. The Hokage monument had been vandalized. Come back here, brat. He shouted in angry Chunin as he and 5 others, plus 4A and BU, were on the rooftops chasing a blond man dressed in orange, with blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Huh, you're jealous because you didn't have the guts to do it yourself. I did, because my face will be on that mountain in the future, the blonde shouted over his shoulder. Turning his gaze forward, he smiled and turned the corner into an empty alley. We'll have you executed for this, demon, another one shouted, and the group rushed at him. That's what they thought, because as soon as they disappeared from sight, the blonde removed her camouflage and moved away from the wall. "Ha-ha, fans," grinned the boy. "Really?" said a calm voice behind him, making him jump in fright. "Irika-sensei, what are you doing here?" the blonde boy asked innocently. He had nothing to lose by trying, right? I was just looking for the troublemaker who vandalized the Hokage monument. About your age, blonde, blue-eyed, and wearing an orange jumpsuit that said "kill me." You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you? Maybe in the mirror, Naruto? Irika asked sarcastically. "Hey, orange is my favorite color. Leave my monkey alone," Naruto replied, somewhat annoyed. "Stop chatting. You have to clean the monument before the end of the day." "I already spoke with the Hokage about it," Irika said, handing him a bucket and a rag. "At the end of the day? It took me 4 hours to paint it," Naruto said desperately. "Yes, there's plenty of time, right?" Irika gave him a slight smile. "You're evil," Naruto muttered as he headed towards the monument with Irika hot on his heels. "It's part of the job," Irika replied. "To be a ninja?" Naruto asked, surprised. "No, to be a professor at the academy." "I knew it. Teachers are evil," Naruto muttered. That night, at the Ichiraku ramen stand, Irika and Naruto were enjoying a bowl of miso ramen. Well, Irika was enjoying 1 bowl. Naruto was already on his 8th. "Remind me to only invite you on the day I get paid," Irika said to Naruto as he handed the money to Tuchi, the owner. "Cheapskate." Naruto smiled contentedly. "All right, Naruto, make sure you're not late for the academy tomorrow. You don't want to miss the exams, do you?" Irika said. "You mean again, right?" Naruto glared at him. "No, I know it wasn't your fault last time. Just make sure you wake up at least 2 hours earlier to have time to avoid those mobs," he added to himself. Before the last exam, a mob had cornered Naruto and left him in the hospital for a week because they didn't want the demon to become more powerful. "Of course, sensei," said Naruto, nodding in understanding. Upon entering his house that night, Naruto dodged several traps and ducked beneath the blade meant to decapitate him. Apparently, some villagers had returned to his apartment. It didn't matter. They'd just provided him with more supplies. Dismantling the traps, he found 24 high-quality kunai and a very interesting sword. Whoever had put it there clearly wanted him dead. The blade was made of a chakra-absorbing metal, capable of permanently containing chakra until it was released upon the enemy. This particular sword contained fire chakra at that moment. Unfortunately for him, Naruto had been able to sense it ever since he left Ichiraku. Yes, he could sense chakra from a great distance and even distinguish its signatures. He could easily tell who the sword had belonged to, but he knew he shouldn't file a complaint with the council. Although he attended the academy, he was technically still a civilian, so the civilian council would deliver the verdict that he had stolen it. All the members of the civilian council were scoundrels to him. They always found him guilty of everything. They even made things up from time to time, probably out of boredom. The ninja faction of the council usually supported him, at least when he wasn't joking around. Everyone except Hyuga Hayashi, of course. The Hyuga chief was always trying to make his life miserable. He hated him, and it was obvious the feeling was mutual. The Hokage was often their only ray of hope to get out of all the crap the council held them responsible for. Well, he could have done it himself, but he decided not to the day he put on the mask. Yes, that fateful day, more than 7 years ago. It was October 10th, his birthday, but for the village, it was the day of the Kyuubi's attack and its imprisonment within a human body. The fourth Hokage surrendered his life and soul to the Shinigami by sealing the Nine Tails, asking that the child who now bore that burden be seen as a hero. And the villagers, in their opinion, did the right thing. They repeatedly tried to kill the demon child to complete the fourth Hokage's work and avenge his death. Idiots, Naruto muttered, remembering how he woke up in the hospital. Flashback. When he opened his eyes, he saw a white ceiling. He blinked to adjust to his vision and felt something covering his mouth, from which air was escaping. Oxygen tank. Damn, I'm back in the hospital. At least I'm alive. That's good news, at least. Probably, he thought as he tilted his head and noticed an old man sitting next to him. How are you feeling, Naruto? Sarutobi asked, concerned. As long as no one tries to poison me while I'm here, I'll be fine, Naruto murmured. Well, considering all your wounds are healed, you can leave in an hour. So I wouldn't worry too much, Sarutobi said, sounding both amused and depressed. What? That means I've been gone at least a week for everything that's sane, he said, surprised. Actually, you've only been here one night. I'm sure you've dreamt about more injuries in the meantime, the old man said, avoiding his gaze. This immediately aroused Naruto's suspicions. The old man was hiding something, and it wasn't the first time. It usually happened when Naruto did something strange. And thinking about it, healing a wound of that magnitude was certainly strange. That chakra-infused blade alone, embedded in his abdomen, would have killed him. In his abdomen, one moment, he suddenly remembered seeing something just before losing consciousness. There was something in his stomach where he had been stabbed. I'll check it later when I'm alone, decided. Of course, I'm amazing, he said loudly, making the old man laugh. Of course, Naruto, he smiled. Much more than you think. Later, after the Hokage and his ANBU guards took him home and deactivated the traps that had mysteriously appeared all over the place, Naruto found himself in the bathroom looking in the mirror. Well, there's nothing there, he said in an expressionless voice after staring at his stomach for a few minutes. Still, those marks look familiar. I'm sure I've seen something like that on those cool exploding papers. That's it. Seals. Ninja stuff. The old man has to know, Naruto exclaimed happily, before remembering the Hokage's strange behavior. Yeah, the old man probably doesn't want me to know. And I heard he has a lot of books on fourth Hokage seals. Naruto stopped suddenly and smiled mischievously. The next day, he stormed into the Hokage's office and put his plan into action. Hey, old man, I need your help with something so I can become the best Hokage in history, he said with his sly smile. Naruto, I already told you, you can enter the academy when you're 7 years old. Until then, I can't train you in any way. It wouldn't be fair to the others, Sarutobi sighed. Who mentioned training? Naruto's smile widened. What do you have in mind then? Sarutobi asked cautiously. I heard the fourth Hokage was famous for his seals, so I thought I should surpass him in that first, he said with a smile that almost split his face. Well, it's true you don't need to know how to use chakra to draw seals, and I suppose I could try them out from time to time. But Fuinjutsu is the most complex ninja art, he said thoughtfully. Like you said, I have 2 years left to lose, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. That's right, sighed the third Hokage. Very well, I give you permission to look in my personal library. Don't tell anyone and focus only on the Fuinjutsu section. He agreed, knowing that Naruto would be expelled from the public library. Thank you, Aji-san. Naruto smiled as he followed the old Kage to the Hokage mansion. Here we are, said Sarutobi as he arrived at the Fuinjutsu section of the library. Hey, Grandpa, how do I open this? The blond man asked, pointing to some containment seals. You can't do it right now. You need to channel chakra to them, Sarutobi replied. So, where can I learn to mold chakra? Naruto asked excitedly. I'm pretty sure there's a book on the shelves below. Good luck, said the old man as he left. From there, Naruto spent almost 2 months learning to channel chakra. It was difficult, incredibly difficult, but perhaps, just perhaps, the seal on his stomach would reveal something about his parents. That was his motivation, what drove him to keep going. During that time, he discovered that the seal appeared every time he used his chakra. Furthermore, it was a kind of containment seal. A very complex containment seal. So complex that it frightened him a little. But he'd had it for years, so it couldn't be all that bad, right? At the end of the 3rd month, he decided to finally focus on his seal. He had found certain similarities between a section of it and a memory containment seal. According to the scroll he had read, he could access it by meditating while channeling chakras. For him, this meant falling asleep. So, he lay down on the bed, took a sleeping pill he had acquired during his last visit to the hospital, and began to mold chakras. In a matter of seconds, he fell asleep and found himself in a sewer. What the devil? He shouted angrily. When the echo faded, a red light began to shine at the opposite end of the corridor. As it grew deeper crimson, a muffled growl could be heard. Intrigued, Naruto followed the sound and eventually arrived at an enormous chamber. It was as tall as the Hokage monument, but he couldn't estimate its length, as it was shrouded in darkness and separated from it by what appeared to be the doors of a gigantic cage. In the darkness, he could only make out 2 crimson, jagged orbs. As he approached, he noticed a piece of paper in the cage with the kanji for seal on it. Slowly, he realized that those eyes belonged to a huge fox, he asked, confused. Upon hearing those words, all eyes turned to him. Who are you? Naruto asked, confused. I am the almighty Kyuubi, roared as it proudly raised its 9 tails. Sure, Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Could you tell me how you're alive and, more importantly, why you're here? Your father, the 4th Hokage, knew I was immortal, so he sealed me inside you. Although many other things happened in the process. Kyuubi finished murmuring. My father is the 4th Hokage, Naruto could barely say before fainting. At this, Kyuubi rolled his eyes and used one of his tails to splash water at Naruto. Alarm clock kit, he said. Huh? Where? Oh, right. Naruto calmed down and looked depressed. At least now I know why the villagers hate me. Yes, it's because they're idiots, a common human trait. Kyuubi rolled his eyes. Hee hee, I can't argue with that, Naruto said, laughing. You know, for someone who killed half of our people in one night, you're not so bad. Thank you, I've always had someone to talk to, so I didn't go crazy like some of the other Biju. At least not until they sealed me away. Kyuubi replied with a hint of sadness. I'm sorry, maybe I can find them and give them a message from you, Naruto suggested. Thanks, kid, but you've misunderstood me. I can't talk to them, but they're right behind you. Huh? Naruto turned around and saw the wall. Unlike the others, this one was made of glass, and inside there was people. Yes, let me give you a history lesson. You see, originally there was only one Biju, the 10 tails. And apparently, these guys used themselves to seal it away, to prevent the end of the world or something. But a few hundred years ago the seal broke, and the Sage of 6 Paths used his Rinnegan to seal it inside himself. And when he died, he decided to split it into 9, and since I was the most powerful, these were placed inside me. Kyuubi finished his rant. Okay, but I don't understand why you attacked Konoha, Naruto asked. I was under a genjutsu. One moment I lay down to take a nap, and the next I saw the Shinigami behind your father and was absorbed by the seal. Kyuubi explained. So these guys got trapped in the seal, Naruto summarized. Yes, the only one who knows how to free them is the Hokage. He probably has at least one of the 2 control scrolls your father used. Confirmed the fox. Maybe if I ask him. Naruto began. Yeah, right. Give the key to unleash a demon to a 5-year-old. I wouldn't even show it to my most powerful ninja, much less a brat who could be influenced by me. I'd trust you with my life. I'll grant you that. But a Kage can't risk his village on a whim. Then I'll become Hokage. That's my goal. Naruto declared, raising his thumb. That's what I heard, said the demon lord amused, that if you're serious, I could train you. Actually, of course, I have nothing better to do. Besides, if I sleep too much, my tails get stiff, he said, stretching those tails. Great. Can we start now? Sure. Let's start by reconfiguring this mental landscape a bit. End of flashback. That's how he learned about QB, and that's how his training began. He had spent over a month altering his mental landscape. And only then did he realize that QB had taken the title of Demon Trainer to a whole new level of insanity. He tried to argue that even if he did 300 laps and 200 push-ups, it wouldn't count toward his real body, but QB ignored him, saying he would take care of it. When he finally returned to the outside, he discovered not only that 1 hour in his mental landscape was equivalent to 1 minute on the outside, but, more importantly, that QB's red Yuki enveloped him and pressed him to absorb the progress. Another use of Yuki was to bring objects from the outside world into the mental landscape. If it hadn't been for the QB's warning that it only worked in one direction, it would have absorbed the Hokage's entire library. He felt somewhat disappointed before the QB showed him a jutsu that made a complete copy of a book, as long as he had the paper and ink. In less than a month, I had finished reading the Fuin Jutsu section of the library and had moved on to the Taijutsu section. That one had been difficult. Not only was it 20 times bigger than the previous one, but he also had to practice those styles and movements. So, in the 6.5 years since then, he'd only learned about 10 styles out of 300. Even so, at least he'd read most of the books and could probably recognize them in combat. Furthermore, he had finished reading the sections on ninjutsu and jinjutsu. I emphasize read. While it was true that he had learned a great deal of ninjutsu of various types and uses, his jinjutsu skills were, at best, mediocre. QB had said that this was because he possessed its Yuki in addition to his own chakra. He also said that the seal needed to be slightly modified to solve the problem. As for Kenjutsu, he had a natural talent with the sword. He had learned most of the styles he had read about, but he felt something was missing. None of them felt entirely comfortable. Of course, he could use them perfectly, even combine some, but so far none seemed to suit him the way he would have liked. So he decided to work with what he knew for now and keep an eye out for any new sword styles. To compensate for his lack of skills in jinjutsu and a suitable sword style, he immersed himself in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. According to its tenet, it originally had an affinity for wind and water, but after the sealing, it also acquired an affinity for fire and earth. It was also told that it had great potential for lightning, but due to the scarcity of lightning jutsu in the library, it didn't have many resources to develop it. He mastered several B-rank jutsu, over 40 C-rank jutsu, and many more D and E-rank jutsu. Following his master's advice, he had focused primarily on jutsu, whose performance increased with the use of more chakra, as this was something he mastered even without the QB. He had even started creating jutsu that used 2 elements, but let's just say that didn't turn out too well. As for fuinjutsu, he was undoubtedly his father's son. He mastered all the seals in the library and had even begun to invent new ones. It's true that he hadn't created anything half as complex as the Shiki Fujin in his womb, but even the QB had to admit that those trap tags were ingenious. But what had intrigued him most was one of the few things his tenant had insisted he learn: how to use the 2 components of chakra, ki and mana, separately. He'd been told he had to learn this before he could start using chakra on a daily basis, or it would become impossible. At first, he hadn't liked it, but after it was explained that it would make controlling his chakra much easier in the future, he quickly relented. His chakra control was terrible, mainly due to the seal. Initially, he needed to use at least twice the amount of chakra required for the jutsu to work, but after learning to use the 2 energies separately, he sometimes managed to execute the jutsu correctly with even less chakra than a normal ninja would use. In short, it was worth it. Overall, his training since that fateful day had transformed him into a very powerful young man, at least a high-level chunin according to QB. However, All this progress was known only to him and his tenant. From the beginning, he knew the villager would try to kill him even more fiercely if he found out the demon was growing stronger, so he decided to act foolishly, dress even more ridiculously, and even fail the academy at least once. That last failed exam didn't affect him much, since he had already decided which class he would graduate with. He deliberately waited a year to be in the most promising class the academy had seen in over 10 years. There were kids from every major clan, which gave him all the competition he could want. In theory, anyway. In reality, most were spoiled brats, more interested in getting a date like the Harunos, Yamanahas, and Inazukas, in sleeping like there was no tomorrow, or eating non-stop like the Naras and Akimikis, or in shoving the skyscraper up their asses until they reached the storm that was always looming over their heads like the Uchihas. Correction, the last Uchiha. Just before entering the academy, his former AMBU tutor and, at one time, close friend, Uchiha Itachi, had annihilated his clan, leaving only his younger brother, Sasuke, alive. According to what he told Sasuke, he wanted to test the potential of his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but Naruto knew the truth. From his first conversation with Kyuubi, he had learned that the one who manipulated him to attack Konoha was Uchiha Madara, the one who had been hailed as the most powerful Uchiha until his exile, who was known to have died in the Valley of the End fighting against Hiroshima Senju when the Shodaime had turned the Kyuubi against him. It turns out the old Uchiha was still alive, though he had lost almost all his power. Naruto thought about telling the Hokage, but since it was all he knew, it would have done more harm than good, so he let it go. But none of that mattered to the last Uchiha. All he cared about was avenging his family and resurrecting his clan. By any means necessary, were his words, a phrase that would have punished any lesser ninja. But he was an Uchiha, the elite of the elite, so he had obviously been spoiled his whole life, his thirst for revenge nurtured, and he cared for no one else. His guardians were the two council members, former comrades of the third Hokage, which gave him even more room to revel in his glory. In the classroom, at first glance the Avenger was at the top of the class, but if one looked closer, one would see that many were suppressing their true abilities. Naruto had been researching clan techniques for some time, eager to learn from his rivals. It was obvious that such secrets were kept under strict guard, but after Kyuubi's rhetorical question, what happens when scrolls age? He had started rummaging through the trash at night. Well, he wasn't really going anywhere, but his clones were. Kyuubi had taught him two types of clones, water clone and fire clone. While water clones were more powerful, possessing only 10% of the user's strength, they had to remain close to them and left a puddle behind upon dissipating. Wind clones, on the other hand, were one of two types of clones that left no trace upon dissipation, the other being the shadow clone, Kage Bunshin. Although their strength was less than 5%, they could even travel to the opposite end of the land of fire if the user had sufficient chakra. Thus, when someone saw his clone scavenging through trash, they could dissipate before being detected, leaving only a gust of wind. These same clones were used to collect scrolls and weapons after each Chunin exam at Training Ground 44, known as the Forest of Death. Thanks to these nightly expeditions, his personal repertoire of jutsu nearly doubled, not only in his mind, but also in the real world. After learning more complex sealing techniques, he was able to seal the equivalent of the Hokage's personal repertoire onto a single 30-centimeter scroll. Yes, it contained other scrolls that separated the information by class, and those scrolls in turn contained other scrolls, and so on, until the final scrolls were the size of a person. The same had happened with the weapons he hadn't sold. Both scrolls were sealed in the safest place Naruto could imagine, on his own skin. Thus, taking into account the clan techniques that Sasuke used so generously in class to get the best grades, the class was fairly balanced. After putting away his new weapons and lying down on the bed, he sighed with relief that he could finally take off his mask. He had endured enough beatings and insults to last several lifetimes, and was fed up with the attitude of some of his comrades. While Uchiha was a jerk who thought he was better than everyone else, he wasn't the only annoying person in the class. Haruno Sakura, his self-proclaimed #1 fan, was a screaming, pink-haired girl who drove everyone crazy. Naruto still cursed the day he decided to pretend to like her. The girl was a brute who would hit him on the head at the slightest provocation, just as her mother, a member of the student council, had ordered her to. Another character on his blacklist was Inuzuka Kiba, the dog boy who often crossed the line with his advances toward girls. Like Sasuke, he was arrogant and believed that as soon as he saw a woman, she belonged to him. Luckily, the teachers kept a close eye on him, and the girls often gathered in groups to gossip, so he didn't stand much of a chance. One of the few girls who didn't gossip about him or consider him worthless was Hyuga Hinata. She'd noticed him from the moment she first entered the academy, and it was obvious to anyone that she was in love with him. Well, to anyone except Kiba, who usually targeted her. But Naruto had long since concluded that the dog boy valued his sense of smell more than anything else. Naruto was initially surprised by her affection, but he soon began to feel the same way about her, as it was almost impossible to resist that adorable blush that accompanied her stuttering whenever he was near. It was time to reciprocate. With that last thought, he fell asleep, knowing that the next day would change his life forever. Sealed power, the true strength revealed. "Wake up, brat. It's time to kick some ass," QB said to his vessel, giving him his usual wake-up call. And, as usual, Naruto jumped out of bed with a kunai in his hand, looking around for any threats. "Damn it! How many times have I told you? Don't do that," he grumbled in frustration. "Yes, I lost count a long time ago. Anyway, get ready. This time you really have to make it to the academy," he said the demon, dismissing him with a gesture. Naruto sighed and began to put on his usual clothes before stopping. "Ah, yes, today's the day, huh?" He smiled. "Yeah, you won't need this orange monstrosity anymore," he agreed. QB. "Yeah, as much as I like orange, I have to admit that this jumpsuit is ugly." "Well, that's enough," Naruto exclaimed, grabbing a scroll he had prepared a week ago. As he channeled chakra into the seal, a black wooden box appeared. From it, he took out what would henceforth be his shinobi uniform: black ninja sandals, black A&BU pants, a black sleeveless shirt with gold trim, and a grayish hooded cloak. He also wore a holster on each leg and another at his waist, each with numerous personalized labels bearing seals, in addition to the traditional kunai and shuriken. At his waist, he carried a metal ninjutsu for manipulating chakra, and finally, several black wristbands on each arm and black fingerless gloves. From his sandals to his hood, his clothing was covered in seals on the inside, ranging from anti-gravity seals to elemental resistance seals. Each wristband bore several containment seals, storing kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and ninja wire. His gloves, however, had a seal on each side. On the palm were containment seals for his 2 chakra-absorbing swords, which, in turn, had chakra storage seals running the length of their blades. On the other side of the gloves were orange spirals containing chakra absorption seals. Up to that point, he had managed to absorb C-rank chakra-shaping jutsu. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but smile. "Damn it. Hey QB, I don't know where you got the idea for this outfit, but I love it." Naruto, he smiled. "Yeah, it makes you seem mysterious, doesn't it?" he asked, QB pleased. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Jinjutsu disappearing." He nodded at the funny blonde one. After a quick breakfast, he headed to the academy. However, he did so under a Jinjutsu that made his clothes appear as his usual orange jumpsuit. What he really wanted was to surprise his classmates. So he took a detour toward the academy, avoiding any potential commotion. Upon arriving, he realized he wasn't the only one who had arrived early. There were 4 others there, each lost in their own thoughts. Shino was talking to his insects, Kiba was thinking about Sasuke, and watching a nervous Hinata with a keen eye. Hinata, on the other hand, blushed as soon as Naruto walked through the door, and the situation worsened when he gave her one of his rare genuine smiles. Sitting down next to Sasuke, he winked at her, nearly making her faint and infuriating Kiba, who began to growl. But before the Inuzuka could do anything, screams and shrieks echoed from the hallway, rapidly approaching. Cowering in fear, Naruto quickly pulled out earplugs and put them in just before Sakura and Ino burst into the classroom, arguing over who had arrived first. As they approached Sasuke, they spotted Naruto in the seat next to him and lunged at his neck. "Get off that seat, idiot. Sasuke-kun is mine. Only I can sit next to him," Sakura squealed. "No, it's mine," Ino shouted. "Naruto baka. Move it," Sakura shouted again. At this, Naruto turned towards her with a surprised expression. "Ichem, did you say something, Haruno?" she asked with obvious displeasure as she removed one of her earplugs. "Said get moving," Sakura shouted, approaching, somewhat annoyed by the earplugs. "You are not worthy to sit next to him." "Shut your mouth, you bitch. You're not worthy of sitting anywhere in this class," Naruto spat. "What?" Sakura stepped back in surprise. Normally, a single sentence was enough to get him to do what she wanted. But as she replayed the rest of the sentence, she lunged at him furiously, her fist raised. Just before her fist collided with his head, he ducked, leaving that honor to the last Uchiha, who, incidentally, had just broken free from his reverie and turned to face Naruto to chase him away. Thus, Sakura's fist struck him squarely in the right eye, knocking him from his seat. A moment of silence fell over the place as Sakura, realizing what she had just done, gasped. Naruto, meanwhile, almost joined Sasuke on the ground, but in his case, he was rolling with laughter. After a minute that felt like an eternity, Sasuke stood up and glared at Naruto, who was now laughing even harder at the sight of his black eye. Even Ino and Hinata had to turn away to hide their amused expressions. "Why did you dodge, you idiot?" Sasuke shouted angrily just as more students entered the classroom and began to look with amusement at the bruised Uchiha. "Yeah, you should have taken the hit instead of Sasuke-kun. Anyway, it's all you deserve," Sakura squealed. "And why the hell do I have to take the hit instead of the Uchiha pup?" Naruto asked, giving Sasuke a look of disgust. "How dare you, scum? You're not even worthy to know anything about the greatness of the Uchiha clan," Sasuke shouted as he charged at Naruto, who easily dodged him and made him stumble. "Well," Naruto began with a mocking smile, "I know for a fact that your brother set a new record killing emos a few years ago," he finished, leaving all those who were unaware of the details of the massacre stunned. At that moment, Sasuke lost his temper. He pulled out a kunai and was about to attack Naruto when someone grabbed his shirt. "What do you think you're doing?" Iruka asked, furious. "He hit me," Sasuke lied immediately. "Is that true?" Iruka frowned, looking at Naruto. "No. Haruno-san hit him," Shino said, surprising those who thought he was mute. "How could that have happened?" Iruka asked, confused. He knew Shino was honest. But Sakura hitting the Uchiha? "Yeah," Naruto-kun dodged, Hinata said shyly, but still a little amused as she recalled the incident. "Ah," Iruka exclaimed, realizing something. But before he could punish Sasuke, Mizuki interrupted him and told them to take a seat. "It would be best if you two distanced yourselves a bit," Iruka said, glancing from Sasuke to Naruto, who nodded and went to the back of the class to sit next to Hinata, just before Kiba could. "Move it, loser," Kiba snapped. "Get out of here, dog, or I'll call the dog catcher," Naruto snapped. Before Kiba could respond, Iruka told him to sit next to Sasuke, so he had no choice but to give in for the time being. "Well, that was fun," the blonde whispered to Hinata with a smile, making her blush even more. As the written exam began, Iruka and Mizuki handed out the papers. The moment Naruto touched the sheet Mizuki gave him, he knew something was wrong. That feeling was confirmed when his tenant gave his opinion on Jinjutsu. It seemed that Hinata had also noticed and was about to tell him, when he put a finger to his lips and said, "Look at this." Naruto knew he could dispel the Jinjutsu effortlessly, but doing so would have negated his own disguise. So he opted for a more gentler approach. The only ones capable of casting that level of jinjutsu in the classroom were Iruka and Mizuki. Iruka flatly refused, so that left Mizuki. With a malevolent grin, Naruto focused his attention on the silver-haired Chunin and unleashed an intense killing intent. Mizuki fell off his chair in the process, causing almost the entire class to burst into laughter, but that was just a bonus as the Genjutsu dissipated. With a satisfied smile, he turned to Hinata, who was watching him with admiration, and winked at her before focusing on his now academy-level exam. Hinata did the same, though she was as red as a tomato. As expected, the blonde passed the test without any problems. The next test involved throwing kunai and shuriken. Taking turns, Sasuke hit 7 out of 10 targets with kunai and 9 out of 10 with shuriken. This was the class record until it was Naruto's turn. She'd noticed that most of the other students adopted awkward positions when throwing their weapons, so she decided to teach them a lesson. And why not start with her new clothes? "Uzumaki Naruto, it's your turn," Iruka shouted. "Of course, Iruka-sensei. Just give me a second to take this off." He smiled and made the ram gesture, much to the confusion of the others. "Kai!" he exclaimed, and in an instant his outfit was revealed. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the training grounds as everyone stared at him. He had his hood up and his cloak closed, so they couldn't see much, but the absence of the color orange was truly striking. As he approached the training dummies, he lowered his hood and revealed his face, causing some women to blush. "Stop showing off, Naruto Baka. You can't be as cool as Sasuke-kun no matter what you do," Sakura squealed. "Yes, enough of failing. Last in line," Kiba added. "Achin, Dobe, make sure you hold the correct end of the kunai." "Well, actually, forget what I said. Get yourself killed," the Uchiha told them in one word. To his annoyance, Naruto smirked and pulled out 10 kunai, 5 in each hand. Then, as casually as possible, he threw them all at one of the dummies. To the surprise of most of those present, he hit the vital point, but instead of simply embedding himself in the dummy, they continued forward until they came out the other side and crashed into the wall behind them, finally coming to a stop deep within it. The world stood still for a few moments before Kiba expressed the thought that everyone had in mind. What the devil? When the commotion began to increase, Iruka calmed them down and told Naruto to throw his shuriken at the other dummy. When Naruto pulled out 10 shuriken, the Chunin examined them closely and was astonished to see the blonde boy channeling chakra into them. And not just any chakra, he thought in amazement. When Naruto threw the weapons, they all seemed to miss and hit the wall behind the dummy. Nice try, Uzumaki. Next time, remember to aim at the target, not the scenery," Mizuki mocked. "No, they were all perfect hits," Iruka said as he approached the dummy, to everyone's surprise. He gave the doll a single blow to the head, and it collapsed, cut into perfectly equal pieces. He imbued his shuriken with wind chakra, sharpening them considerably and increasing their range to the maximum. He achieved another perfect score, Iruka stated as he turned to Naruto, who nodded with a smile. Moving on to the ninjutsu section of the exam, the students finally began to show their true skills, as many of them belonged to clans. The most praised was, of course, Sasuke, who made his fan club cry tears of joy with Akitan, Gukikyu 5 feet tall, executed to perfection, enveloping the doll in the ball of fire. Naruto was next to act, and Sasuke took the opportunity to mock him. "Hey, you idiot, are you going to show us your famous dying clones?" he said with a mocking smile. "Sasuke, watch and learn," Naruto said with a mocking smile as he approached his doll, Katan. "Gakakyu no Jutsu," he exclaimed, launching a 6-meter-high incandescent white fireball that reduced his target to ashes and scorched the ground. Then he turned to the astonished crowd and uttered one last sentence. "As you can see, bigger is better," he said with a mischievous smile, making most of the women blush and the Uchiha seethe with anger. Having already demonstrated his skill in both using and dispelling Jinjutsu, Naruto was allowed to skip the test and headed to the training area to wait for the taijutsu exam to begin and to do some warm-up exercises. In less than an hour, the other one arrived and the final test began. The students took turns fighting Iruka and Mizuki. In this exam, the last Uchiha had no opportunity to show off, as Iruka didn't give him any low blows and gave him an 8. Then the main event began. Last one, Uzumaki Naruto. At least try to touch me, Mizuki said with a mocking smile directed at the blonde boy, who, surprisingly, approached Iruka. Hey, Iruka-sensei, could you hold my cloak for me? I like the color just the way it is, Naruto said with a mischievous grin that made Iruka understand what he meant. Of course, the teacher replied, silently praying for Mizuki's survival. Naruto had already studied what she was capable of in his books. When Naruto took off his cloak, most of the female students started drooling at the sight of his toned body. Some even looked at him lustfully, which made him want to run away. Hinata, on the other hand, fainted as soon as he took it off. If I were you, I'd end this before I get raped, Iruka whispered as he looked at the girls. You don't need to tell me twice, Naruto murmured as he approached Mizuki. Ready, brat? Mizuki asked maliciously. Yes. Sorry if this is too short, Naruto said as Iruka signaled them to begin. In the blink of an eye, Naruto stood in front of Mizuki and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, bending him forward, followed by a knee to the chest, and finally a spinning kick to the spine, which sent the Chunin flying a few meters forward before hitting the ground. After that scene, silence fell over the training field, and then it was broken by the most unexpected person. Impressive was all Shino had to say for the others to find their voice. Many cheered and congratulated him, while all the girls, except Sakura, ran towards him to get a better look. Unfortunately for them, by the time they arrived, he had already put on his cloak, which left them very disappointed. After an hour of calculating the total scores, the results weren't very surprising in the male category. Naruto achieved a perfect score of 100%, followed by Sasuke with 92%. In the female category, however, the usually reserved Hinata took the title of Best Kunoichi with 90%, followed by Sakura with 80%. Seeing Kiba's hand approaching Hinata from behind, lower than it should be, Naruto immediately moved it away. Congratulations, Hinata-chan. It seems we got the best scores. Naruto smiled at her while still holding a hand on her shoulder, causing her to blush so much that you could feel the heat emanating from her. You too, Naruto-kun. You got a perfect score, Hinata said, returning his smile. Thank you, Naruto smiled, then turned his attention to Iruka, who was handing out Konoha forehead protectors to the graduates and telling them to go to the academy the next day at 12 o'clock to meet their Jonin sensei. After placing a protective black cloth headband on his forehead, Naruto ran to Ichiraku for lunch and to tell Tucci and Ayam that he had graduated. Hey, old man, 10 bowls of meat for the academy graduate. Naruto grinned as he took a seat. Naruto, is that you? Ayam asked as she came out of the kitchen, but she froze when she saw him. Yes, it's me. What do you think of my new outfit? She said, smiling and taking off her cape to show it off a bit. His smile faded when he noticed her blush growing, and he quickly tried to compose it. Making Ayam his admirer hadn't been a good idea for several reasons, one of them being that she was now by his side. Oh, congratulations, Naruto. I'll have your order ready in a minute, Tucci said as he returned to the kitchen, giving his daughter a curious look. So you moved away from the end of the list? Ayam asked after regaining her composure. No, I'm still at the bottom of the list. Only this time I'm at the top, Naruto says with a smile. Did you get the highest score? Ayam asked in amazement. A perfect score, to be more precise, Naruto added. There hasn't been a perfect score in over 10 years, Ayam said, surprised. I don't know for sure, but I think it was an Uchiha. Yes, it was Itachi, Naruto confirmed with a solemn nod. Are you referring to that Uchiha Itachi? The girl asked, her eyes wide. Yes. He nodded again before Tucci placed a steaming bowl in front of him, thus forgetting all his previous thoughts. A little while later, just as he was finishing his 11th bowl, a whim of Tucci's, Mizuki arrived. "Naruto Uzumaki, just who I was looking for," he said with an obviously fake smile. "Oh, Mizuki-sensei, hello. I hope there are no hard feelings," she said, frowning inwardly that something's up, he thought. Of course, Kyubi rolled his eyes. Who would be in such a good mood after being beaten up like that by a child? "Oh, don't worry, it's part of the job. I need to talk to you about something related to your graduation. Follow me," Mizuki said, leading Naruto to a nearby park and indicating that he should sit down. "So what's this all about?" Naruto asked in his most childish voice. "Well, since you got a perfect score, we've decided to give you the opportunity to be promoted to Chunin if you pass an exam," Mizuki said with a wide smile. "Wow, it's almost sad that he's so bad at lying. Is this guy really a Chunin?" Kyubi wondered. "Really?" Naruto feigned enthusiasm. "Yes, and all you have to do is steal the Hokage's forbidden scroll and learn a jutsu from it," Mizuki said, laughing evilly to himself. "Ha, this guy is a real disaster. Kit, go ahead. I'm sure there are hundreds of powerful jutsu in there," cheered the fox. "Done. I'll ask the old man to help me corner him, and in the meantime, I'll learn some new things," he thought. Naruto to the fox, before speaking with Mizuki. "I will, sensei." "Okay, here's the guard duty schedule. I'll be waiting for you in the southern woods at midnight. Good luck," he said and disappeared with a shunshin. A few seconds later, Naruto ran towards the Hokage's mansion. "Hey, old man, I need to talk to you," Naruto said as soon as he found the old man in his library. What Mizuki didn't know was that Naruto had had free access to the mansion for over 7 years. "Oh, Naruto-kun, I was just about to call you. I received the exam results a little while ago. Could you explain how you got the highest score after being at the bottom of the class for 5 years? Or rather, why didn't you do it before?" Sarutobi asked, raising an eyebrow. "We can talk about it later. We're having some security issues in the village," Naruto replied, and began to explain the situation. With each word he uttered, the old Hokage's frown deepened. "I see, but your plan is too risky. Even though Mizuki is only a Chunin, his senses are sharp enough to detect an ambush. That means you'd have to be alone," Sarutobi said, stroking his chin, lost in thought. "Don't worry, I can capture him myself. I easily defeated him during the taijutsu exam, and I was holding back a lot," Naruto said confidently. "And perhaps he was holding back even more than you. What makes you so sure you can beat him?" Sarutobi retorted. "Well, for starters, when he fought me he was seeking revenge, so I highly doubt he was holding back. Second, I've been training with Kyubi for 7 years," Naruto said, smiling as the Hokage stared in disbelief. "W what? H how? W-N?" he stammered, trying to make sense of the chaos that was now his mind. "Don't worry, I'm not corrupted or anything like that. I also found some interesting information about the Kyubi's attack, but all that will have to wait. Do you agree with my plan?" he asked impatiently. "Yes, of course. I think you're ready. But be careful. This mission will be classified as B rank," Sarutobi said as he led the blonde boy toward the vault and took out a large scroll. "Now, you'll have to knock me out to make it seem real. Nothing too extreme, please," he added, annoyed by the smile that spread across the boy's face. "Oiroke no jutsu," Naruto exclaimed without further delay, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke began to dissipate, a beautiful blonde woman with 2 pigtails appeared. Upon seeing her, Sarutobi recoiled, propelled by a jet of blood that spurted from his nose. Did I mention she was naked and had curves in all the right places? After canceling the jutsu, Naruto took the scroll and, with one last look at the Hokage's "I'm in heaven" expression, left. 10 minutes later, he was at the place indicated by Mizuki and realized that he had arrived 5 hours earlier. "All right, kid, get out your paper and ink seals and start transferring jutsus. No more than a dozen. It would be suspicious if you suddenly knew so many kinjitsus, instructed the fox. Of agreed, but I'm afraid I can't afford to study in my mind's eye tonight. Even a minute of unconsciousness could cost me my life. Let's see if I can learn the old-fashioned way to. Naruto answered mentally as he pulled out 2 stacks of paper and 2 bottles of ink, determined to make 2 copies, one for each of his libraries. 10 minutes had passed, and he had just transferred the 10th jutsu when he was forced to stop. "What's wrong, little one?" asked the fox. "Here's a blood containment seal, and you might call me crazy, but I have a feeling we're talking about my blood," he replied. "But what could, could it be?" murmured Kyubi. "What? What is that?" Naruto asked impatiently. "Well, it could be something your father left you, or something the third Hokage wants you to have at some point," explained the fox. "I'm going to open it anyway, right?" he asked out with a smile. "Of course," cheered the fox. As he wiped the blood from the seal, a small puff of smoke rose. When it dissipated, it revealed a red scroll. Naruto took it, read what was written on it, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. It read, "Shiki Fuin 101, followed by a drawing of a miniature 4th Hokage making the peace sign. "I can already see the similarities between you two," Kyubi said while rolling around laughing in the cage. "I don't care about that right now. This is the seal control scroll. We hit the jackpot," Naruto exclaimed. "Don't bother making a copy of this. Now that you've broken the blood seal, it's too dangerous to have it lying around. Absorb it directly," Kyubi ordered. Naruto mentally nodded in approval and absorbed the scroll along with a stack of copied jutsu. "Well, I still have a little over 4 hours, and it would be best if I dealt with the seal before seeing the Hokage again," Naruto reflected. "Just use a Kaze Bunshin to keep watch and get in here right away," Kyubi demanded enthusiastically. Calm down, calm down. Don't take off your pants." "Oh, wait, you don't wear pants, do you?" Naruto scratched his chin as he realized the revelation. "Kit," roared Kyubi. With that, the blonde man sighed as he created the clone before entering his mindscape. "So you're finally here, you pervert," growled the annoyed fox. "Hey, it's not like I was thinking about that. Besides, you're not just a huge fox, you're a man too," Naruto said with an annoyed huff. "Well, genius, let me inform you. I am a woman. And who said I don't have a human form?" Kyubi smiled as Naruto stared in disbelief. "Try it," Naruto said incredulously. "Okay," he said, and with that the fox was completely enveloped in a red light. The light slowly shrank until it was about the size of a human and then dissipated. There stood a beautiful woman. She had crimson hair, matching her almond-shaped eyes, whisker-like markings similar to Naruto's, and wore a black and crimson kimono. Her figure was so beautiful that it put the jutsu to shame. Oirokif, she weren't a demon lady. Naruto would have called her a goddess. However, he noticed something else and decided to focus on that, instead of continuing to gaze at her with desire. "Well, what do you think?" he asked. "You're an idiot," he replied calmly. "Oh, really? And why is that?" Kyubi asked, a vein throbbing in his forehead. "You've complained about being trapped behind those bars for as long as I can remember, and yet you could simply take this form and slip right through them," she finished with a smile at her expression. "I think the seal messed me up," Kyubi muttered after slapping his forehead. "Well, would you like to come with me to this side to read this scroll?" Naruto asked with a smile that Kyubi returned as they crossed the bars. However, when he finished, he fell to his knees. "Your power has been limited, hasn't it?" Naruto asked as he offered his hand. "Did you expect this?" he asked as he took her hand. "Well, the seal is designed to keep your power in check," he said, shrugging. "Well, I can use the Two Tails chakra," Kyubi said, flexing his fingers. "Even so," he added, pouting at Naruto, "I expected at least some reaction from you when I transformed into a human. Aren't I attractive?" "I don't pay attention to that kind of thing," Naruto said, avoiding looking at her, something he had been doing since the transformation she noticed. Seriously, she asked mockingly before taking Naruto's head in her hands and turning his face towards her, or more precisely towards her breasts. That was enough to make Naruto turn bright red with embarrassment. Managing to break free from her grip, he tried to change the subject. "We don't have time for this right now. We need to review that scroll," he said as he led the smiling redhead toward his inner library, where he kept all the books and scrolls he absorbed. During the next half hour, they discovered that the seal was designed to gradually convert Kyuubi's Yuki into Naruto's chakra. This also meant that any modifications to the seal had to be done gradually. Therefore, they couldn't release all of Kyuubi's companions at once. Apparently, they could release 3 per attempt. When Naruto finished learning the required technique, he asked Kyuubi who should release it first. "These 3 here," he said, pointing toward the center of the crystal prison. "They're the most powerful of the group, as well as the most special. Let's just say their release will be the most beneficial thing for you." Kyuubi concluded with a sly smile. Naruto nodded and began performing the 155 hand seals required. A minute later, upon finishing, his hands began to glow with a golden light, and he touched the crystal. Instantly, the 3 figures inside radiated the same light and began to move out of their prison. When the 3 were completely extracted, the light faded and they fell directly into the arms of Naruto and Kyuubi. After laying them down on beds, he instantly created with his willpower. Naruto was finally able to get a good look at them. 2 of them seemed to be his age, and the third was about 2 or 3 years older, though he knew they looked exactly the same as the day they stopped the Ten Tails. 2 of them were girls, one blonde and the older one with orange hair, and they wore slightly similar black gothic dresses. However, the boy caught his attention because his clothing was very similar to his own. He lacked cartridge belts, wristbands, and gloves, and wore a ring on his finger and carried a strange wooden staff wrapped in bandages on his back. "Hey, Naruto, let me wake them up," Kyuubi offered, and at Naruto's reluctant assent, he made some quick hand seals, and then a jet of water materialized in the air and washed their faces. "What? I don't need a bathroom," the boy shouted as he opened his eyes. "Anyway, you never bathe of your own free will," said the older girl as she stretched out her arms. "Someone drowned them," the blonde muttered. "Aren't you lazy? Weren't 12 years of sleep enough for you?" Kyuubi smiled. "Kyu-chan," the older girl gasped as she fixed her gaze on the demon. "I'm glad to see you too, Asuna, Negi, Evangeline," said the fox. "Kyuubi-chan," Asuna exclaimed as she hugged the demon. Negi followed closely behind, and Kyuubi held him tightly against his chest. Eva nodded with a smile and recognition. "Kyuubi, I only have one word to describe you right now. Shote-kan," Naruto said with a smile that split his face. Kyuubi blushed slightly and let go of her friends, allowing them to take a look at the new boy. "Who the hell are you?" Asuna asked bluntly. "And here I thought Kyuubi was rude," Naruto said in an expressionless voice. "Are you sure you're not the real demon?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "They tell her that very often," Eva said with a mocking smile as Kyuubi held the girl. "You, on the other hand, gave the impression of being a princess." Naruto gave the blonde his mischievous smile, which she returned to some extent. "I have a feeling we're going to get along," she said. "How about you tell me how you ended up trapped here over a cup of tea?" she asked, snapping her fingers, waiting for a table to appear. "I'm sorry, Evangeline. You still don't have any control," Kyuubi told her. "Oh, can you bring a table then?" Eva said, somewhat annoyed. "I'm sorry, I can't do that either. It's not my style," she said, shrugging. "And I don't recall ever saying that I'm a prisoner here," Naruto said as he conjured up a table with chairs, cups, and a steaming teapot. "Are you our pathetic container?" Asuna asked, astonished. "Would you like some sugar to go with that pie you have in your mouth?" Naruto asked as he poured tea into the cups. "2 lumps, please," Asuna said with a mocking smile. A moment later, he lay on the ground with 2 smoking bumps on his head and a broken bat nearby. "What?" She never said what kind of lumps. Naruto said in response to Negi's astonished expression. During the next half hour, they talked about their situation. The temporary absence of their friends caused them some disappointment, while the whole "I die, you die" matter disturbed them deeply. Why should our lives depend on you? Asuna exclaimed. Why couldn't you counteract the Jinjutsu Kyuubi was under? Naruto asked after taking another sip of tea. Hey, you can't blame us, she said, unconvinced. Why not? The villagers hate me and have tried to kill me countless times, just for being the vessel. Why shouldn't I blame those who actually could have done something about it? Naruto asked in the same monotone voice. As Negi and Asuna lowered their heads in embarrassment, Naruto and Eva exchanged a mocking smile as Kyuubi muttered, blame maneuver, success. Okay, we'll help, Asuna said resignedly. It would be a pleasure, Negi added. Another apprentice to play with. How could I refuse? Eva smiled sarcastically. All right, you've been here long enough, kid. You should come back right after making a spiritual pact with these three. Draw this circle on the ground, and then do as I say. Kyuubi instructed, handing him a sheet of paper. A few minutes later, Naruto was sitting in a very complex packed circle next to a blushing Asuna. So what now? He asked, looking at Asuna curiously. Kiss her, Kyuubi said simply, and to his surprise, he obeyed without hesitation. Naruto put one arm around Asuna's waist and stroked her cheek with the other. Then, without further hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her, causing her to pull back slightly. They continued like this for a minute or so until the light from the circle faded, and then they separated, revealing a tomato-red Asuna with a lost look in her eyes and a smiling Naruto. Negi was the next to sign the contract, and both boys were relieved to discover that a manly handshake was sufficient between men, prompting Asuna to timidly complain of discrimination. During the process, Negi's Arabia magic began to manifest strangely, but Kyuubi assured them it was normal. And then it was Evangeline's turn. Both blondes smiled maliciously as they approached, but to Naruto's surprise, she bit his neck instead of kissing him. However, he didn't complain, as the process was more intense than his kiss with Asuna. Midway through the ritual, Eva released his neck and focused on his mouth, giving him a passionate kiss, to which his Arabia magic also reacted. Overall, the final contract took longer than the first two combined, leaving both participants somewhat exhausted. Wow, I haven't felt this exhausted in years, said Naruto. That's because most of your power was used, and their ki and mana capabilities combined with yours. Now, Kyuubi approached Naruto, who was now alone in the circle. Allow me to replenish your chakra, he said before covering his lips with Naruto's, as a red light emanated from the circle. At first he was surprised, but after a few seconds he put his arm around her waist and deepened the kiss. This surprised the others a little, as they took their time to recharge their chakra, as she called it. It took about 6 minutes, and they were both panting when she finished. Were you really just giving her chakra? Asuna asked incredulously. Of course not. That would only take seconds, Kyuubi said before adding. I had to adapt his physical body to the changes. Changes? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yes, like Asuna's magical undoing or Evangeline's vampirism, the demon explained. Wait, you turned him into a vampire without even asking him. Eva exclaimed angrily, remembering her own transformation. Partially, was the answer he received. Like in? Naruto asked. Well, you don't have any of the weaknesses and you have all the advantages, plus some bonuses I gave you, Kyuubi said with a smile. What kind of bonuses? Negi asked curiously. Well, while drinking blood won't be necessary, if you drink blood, treat it in the way I'll show you. That belongs to a bloodline bearer. You'll obtain that bloodline. After all, bloodlines were obtained by coming into contact with Biju, Kyuubi concluded, explaining. Did he happen to acquire the royal lineage of Vesperation from Negi? Eva asked. Or can he use Arabian magic? She inquired. He has the lineage, but he can't fully utilize it. As for your technique, well, I'm not sure how it happened, But the runes became intertwined with the seal, so instead of being consumed by your dark emotions, they'll be absorbed by my Yuki, increasing its quantity. With enough practice, I could become the new Ten Tails before the seal transforms the Yuki into chakra. Even so, you need to learn how to use it, the demon said, shrugging. And what about the artifacts? Or the pact letters for that purpose? Negi asked. You will find them in the physical world, replied the fox. Well, I should go. I need to learn shadow clone technique before Mizuki team arrives, said Naruto. And with a wave of his hand, he disappeared. Back in the forest, Naruto discovered, thanks to his wind tunnel, that only 4 minutes had passed, during which his chakra levels had dropped almost to zero and then surged to 5 times their previous value. Luckily, a strange, glowing circle had appeared beneath him during this process, making him undetectable from more than 2 meters away. After dispelling the clone, he began to learn the shadow clone technique. He was nearing the deadline when he finished learning the technique. Sure, it had taken him 2 of the 3 hours he dedicated to the technique to create the clones, but over the years some ingenious applications of the jutsu had been added to the scroll, and it would be a waste not to learn them. These applications practically negated the clone's weakness, which meant they died instantly, though he could still compensate for that with sheer numbers. Suddenly, a chakra signature that didn't belong to Mizuki approached him, and Naruto began to think of his excuse, since he knew who it belonged to and also knew that that person wouldn't know anything about his plan. Naruto, why on earth did you steal the forbidden scroll? Come with me to the Hokage, and if you're really lucky, he'll forgive you, Iruka said, catching his breath. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Did Mizuki-sensei tell you that I'll become a chunin if I learn a technique from this scroll? Have you come to congratulate me? Naruto asked, hoping Iruka would figure it out, since he felt Mizuki approaching. Huh? Mizuki? Asuka's eyes widened as she realized just as Mizuki landed in a nearby tree. Naruto, Iruka is trying to steal the scroll. Give it to me, shouted the traitor. Don't listen to him, Naruto. He's using you to steal the scroll, Iruka shouted. Of course, Naruto thought. Naruto, Iruka is just pretending to care about you. He's hiding things from you. 12 years ago, the third Hokage enacted a new law forbidding everyone from revealing what happened to the Kyuubi. Mizuki said with a wide grin. No, Mizuki, it's forbidden, Iruka shouted. The fourth Hokage killed him, right? Naruto asked with a mental grin. Come on, Mizuki team, prepare your grave. You can even choose the color of your tombstone. No, he sealed the Kyuubi in a child's body. In you. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko, Mizuki shouted. Impossible, Naruto exclaimed, feigning surprise. I am the fox. No, Naruto, you're not, Iruka insisted. Yes, you're the monster who killed Iruka's parents, Mizuki said gleefully. Is it true, Iruka-sensei? Did your parents die during the Kyuubi attack? Naruto suddenly asked seriously, dropping his mask. Yes, Naruto, but you are not the Kyuubi, said Iruka. I already knew. Sensei, don't worry, said Naruto as he turned to glare at the traitor. What's wrong, demon? Do you think you can take me on? Mizuki asked with a mocking smirk. You know, fear. Although I'm flattered that you believe I possess Kyuubi-chan's full power, I'm afraid I must shatter your illusions. I'm merely the vessel, Naruto said with a smile. Kyuubi-chan? Does she know she's female? That would only mean that. Iruka's eyes widened in understanding. Did you know? Mizuki asked, surprised. Since when? A long time ago. And about that law and its breaking, wasn't it punishable by death? Naruto asked with a smile as he made a hand seal. Huh, try it, demon. Mizuki mocked as he lunged at the genin. Shadow Fusion Jutsu, Naruto shouted, and instantly the entire clearing was filled with smoke. When it cleared, there were Narutos everywhere, at least 50. Nice try, brat, but they're even weaker than you. I'll take care of them easily, Mizuki declared as he removed the giant shuriken from his back and began destroying the clones. Maybe, Naruto's voice came, and when the traitor looked up, he saw him and Irika quite a distance away. But I don't have that much patience, he continued, as all the remaining clones glowed blue and rushed at Mizuki. Bunshin Deka. Those were the last words Mizuki heard for a long time, before all the clones exploded. The shockwave shook the forest and left a large crater in the ground, with a bloodied and unconscious Mizuki in its center. Mission accomplished. Let's go back and deliver the report to Irika-sensei, said Naruto as he created 2 more clones to pick up Mizuki and take him with them. Team organization. As the small group approached the Hokage Tower, Irika couldn't help but stare at his blonde companion. Irika-sensei, I know you have some questions, but I'm afraid I can't answer them all. What I can tell you is that Kyuubi was manipulated that night and regrets what happened, Naruto said. How can he repent? He's a monster, Irika retorted. Tell me, Irika-sensei, did you know that throughout history Kyuubi only appeared twice, and on both occasions because it was manipulated by humans? Naruto asked in a low voice. At this, Irika remained silent. Naruto was right. Unlike the other Biju, the Kyuubi had barely manifested. In fact, that was why Naruto had been its first host, while the other demons had had at least 2. But where did he hide? How? Irika murmured, lost in thought. Wherever she wanted. She just had to take on her human form, Naruto said with a vague, amused smile. Ah, right? Why didn't I think of that? Irika nodded, understanding, before freezing and widening his eyes. Human form. Oh yeah. Besides, he's quite handsome. My Oiroke pales in comparison, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto. Irika looked at the boy with concern. You didn't let her seduce you, did you? What? No. I just found his human form today, Naruto exclaimed, blushing. Okay, I was just checking, Irika said. Oh, and Irika-sensei, don't you ever call her a monster again. Even in her fox form, she's more human than some of the villagers in Konoha, Naruto said coldly, making Irika nod sadly. Upon arriving in front of the tower, they were surrounded by ANBU. Uzumaki Naruto, you are under arrest for treason. Surrender now and they won't hurt you much, said the apparent leader. And why would you be here? The Hokage didn't summon you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And how do you know that? The Yimbiyu asked. Because that was the plan we had agreed upon to capture the traitor, Mizuki, the 3rd Hokage said upon arriving at the scene. Hokage-sama, are you saying the robbery was just a setup? The Yimbiyu leader asked. Detain Mizuki and march, the elder Hakage said, ignoring him. After leaving them alone, Sarutobi gestured to Irika and Naruto to follow him, without saying a word before sitting down behind his desk in his office. Report, the Hokage said simply. After you gave me the scroll and made it seem convincing, I quickly went to the area Mizuki indicated and began learning the shadow clone technique and its applications. Just as I was finishing, Irika-sensei arrived, and I hinted to him that Mizuki was behind it all. Then Mizuki arrived as well and broke your rule about my position as a demonic vessel, trying to surprise me. When he attacked, I created numerous shadow clones and used them to fight the traitor, finishing him off with the shadow clone technique. After that, we came here, Naruto said seriously before smiling smugly. But you've already seen it all in your crystal ball, so I don't need to give you details, right, old man? Yes, I saw Mizuki breaking my rule, but I didn't hear her, Sarutobi replied, trying to hide his surprise. Anyway, I need to talk to Naruto alone about a few things, Irika. I'm sure you understand, he added, receiving a nod of understanding from the teacher before leaving, reminding Naruto that he had to be at the academy at 8. I think you want to talk about Kyuubi and other matters related to that topic. If so, I advise you to activate the privacy seals and, more importantly, make the conversation more private, he said, looking up at the air next to the Hokage and then over his own shoulder. Leave us alone, Sarutobi ordered, and 2 ENBU appeared where Naruto had looked, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Out of curiosity, how did you know? I noticed her heartbeat quickened when I mentioned Kyubi-chan, Naruto said after activating the security seals and taking a seat. Okay, let's start with how you found out. So Naruto told him his story, causing the old man to lament his ignorance. How could he not have realized that the blonde boy had become interested in seals the very day he saw the one on his stomach? Or that his jaw dropped when he heard that the boy had not only made copies of all the books and scrolls in his private library, but had also read them all? But upon learning of Naruto's newfound powers and his origins, he was practically bursting with joy. The council wouldn't even consider endangering the bearer of such a powerful lineage. However, the next part of the conversation deeply unsettled him. I know who my parents are, grandfather, and I think it's time I received my inheritance. Although for now I want it to remain a secret, Konoha cannot afford a war with Iwa at this time, Naruto said. We'll need a good story to explain why you're moving into your father's house, Sarutobi said, lost in thought. I'm starting a new clan and I needed space, so I bought you the house. That's all you need to know, the blonde replied. Yes, but you'll have to give at least one demonstration before the council. And, from what you've told me, you haven't reached that level yet, Sarutobi reflected. Yes, I'll have to ask you about that, Naruto said shyly. Okay, for now we'll take care of your account. I'll transfer the money from your parents' account to yours. Come by tomorrow after team assignments to pick up the documents. At that, Naruto broke into a wide smile. Regarding the distribution of the equipment, the blonde began. The next morning, the academy was filled with jubilant graduates. When Naruto entered his classroom, a loud shriek greeted him. Haruno was nearby. But what enraged him was what that witch was doing. Sakura stood before a bruised Hinata who was on her knees, on the verge of fainting. Luckily, Ino was helping her, trying to support her. What the hell is going on here? Naruto demanded furiously, and that sounded even louder than Sakura's shout, considering all the changes, both old and recent, that Kyubi had brought about. Everyone stopped for a moment before turning to face the angry blonde boy. Some were trembling slightly. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was next to Hinata. Who did this to you, Hinata-chan? She asked in a low, worried voice before turning to Ino, noticing a red mark on her cheek. And who hurt you, Ino-chan? She added, making both girls blush. Well, Ino began, we were talking about team assignments, and I was wondering if I'd be on Sasuke's team. At that moment, Sakura slapped me, saying I was weak and that only the best, like her, are worthy of being near Sasuke. Then Hinata reminded her who had gotten the highest scores in both the male and female categories, and Sakura hit her and started calling her weak. And then you came along. Ino finished, rubbing her cheek. I see, Naruto said coldly, closing his eyes and turning to Sakura with a smug expression. A moment later he opened them, unleashing an intense burst of murderous fury upon the pink-haired harpy, who opened her eyes in horror and fainted. Everyone else remained motionless, shocked by the blonde's actions. W was that? Hinata asked, her eyes wide. Murderous intent, but that's at least Chunin level, Ino said in amazement. It was more powerful than my father's, Hinata whispered. I'll have to talk to him about that, Naruto muttered, unheard by anyone. Anyway, thanks Naruto-kun, Ino said with a smile. Yes, thank you Naruto-kun, added Hinata with a slight blush. No problem, girls, now let me heal those bruises, he replied, kneeling beside them. He quickly concentrated some of Kyubi's chakra in his right hand and combined it with his own before anyone noticed, and his hand acquired a pale white glow. It was a technique he had invented a few years ago, when his wounds took too long to heal at their usual rate. He quickly placed his gleaming hand on Ino's cheek, causing her to gasp and blush at the pleasant sensation. A few seconds later, he withdrew his hand, revealing Ino's normal-colored skin. Then he did the same to Hinata, making her blush like a tomato, and he had to prolong the process for almost a minute, as the bruise was quite unsightly. Okay, I'm done, Naruto said as he stood up, then offered his hand to each of the girls, who accepted it gracefully, blushing. But the pleasant atmosphere was interrupted by an unwanted observer. "Dobe, I order you to teach me how to do that." "Yes, him." "Sorry, Tear, but being nice to girls comes naturally to me," Naruto said without even looking at the Avenger. "I was referring to that jutsu. Who cares about those weaklings?" Sasuke said impatiently, but a moment later he was slammed against the wall and a flame-covered blade pointed at his throat. "I don't really care if you call everyone here weak, but I don't want to hear moralizing comments from an Uchiha, of all people," Naruto said coldly before dispersing the flames and resealing the sword in his gauntlet before sitting down next to Hinata. "What do you mean by from an Uchiha, out of all people?" Shikamaru asked, his head still resting on his desk. "I'm sorry, Shikamaru, I've said enough. I don't want the Hokage to get angry with me," Naruto said apologetically, subtly informing him that it was important enough to interest the Hokage. "How dare you threaten Sasuke-kun? I'll tell Mizuki-sensei," Sakura shouted upon waking. "I'd pay to see that," Naruto said with a smile. "Why is that?" Sakura asked, annoyed. "Because right now he's in a cell at ANBU headquarters, fighting for his life after Naruto captured the traitor last night. He's not even in a condition to speak, much less be interrogated," Iruka said as he appeared in the classroom, finishing with a slight, withering look at the blonde man. "Hey, it's not my fault. No matter how much I held back, it was still Kenjutsu," Naruto said in his defense. "Yes, of course. There's just one problem. Not only did you not hold back, but you put 10 times the necessary chakra into that jutsu," Iruka said, using his giant head jutsu, causing everyone except his target to cower in fear. "Oops," said Naruto with a smile. At this, Iruka sighed. "Why am I even bothering?" he wondered. "How dare you attack Mizuki-sensei?" Sakura squealed. "Haruno," Naruto said, rubbing his sensitive ears. "What part of traitor don't you understand? They even let me kill him." "Then why didn't you do it? Were you scared?" Sasuke joked. "Why should I kill him? The pain I caused him will last longer," Naruto said with a mocking smile. "All right, quiet. It's time to tell you which teams you'll be on," said Iruka, and everyone took their seats. "All right, Team 1. The teacher began calling out the names of the students and their sensei. "Team 7. Inuzuka Kiba," the boy exclaimed. "Haruno Sakura." Kiba covered his ears when his new teammates started shouting in protest. "And Uchiha Sasuke. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi." Her shouts were almost painful to his ears. Sasuke, however, was not happy at all. "Huh. Take that, Ino pig." The pink-haired girl turned to her rival. The blonde seemed a little disappointed, but she didn't act like it was the end of the world, much to Sakura's disappointment. Iruka continued with Team 8. Aburame Shino, Hiroko Ashizu, and Hyuga Hinata. Your sensei will be Yuhi Kurenai. The three exchanged a few nods of recognition, although Hinata was a little disappointed not to be on the same team as Naruto. Team 9 is still active. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Chuji, and Yamanaha Ino. Their sensei will be Saratobi Asuma. The two boys high-fived while Ino banged her head on the desk. Then she realized something. "Iruka-sensei and Naruto?" he asked. "Huh, the fool is left behind." Kiba laughed as he turned to look at Naruto, who was looking around mockingly. "Did anyone else hear a dog barking?" the blonde boy asked, causing some of the others to laugh and Kiba to stand up angrily. "Sit down, Kiba," Iruka ordered. After the boy obeyed, he continued. "To answer Ino's question, I'll first tell you that Naruto won't be repeating the year. Normally, when there aren't enough graduates to form a group of 3, the graduates with the lowest grades repeat the year, which isn't the case with Naruto." Iruka paused to let them process the information. "However, this is an exceptional situation," he added. "How is that?" Chuji asked, knowing that his new teammate was getting the lowest scores, and only because he was too lazy. After demonstrating his abilities by easily defeating Mizuki, a Chunin, and considering that he doesn't need a team thanks to his newfound prowess, The Hokage has decided to make Naruto Uzumaki a trainer who functions as a one-man team, without a sensei. Irika finished speaking and observed the mixture of astonishment, surprise, amusement, and anger on the faces of his former students. Why does that idiot get such an offer and a member of the elite like the Uchiha doesn't? Sasuke asked furiously. Yeah, why would a nobody like him get an offer like that? Only Sasuke-kun is worthy. Naruto Baka's parents probably died because of their stupidity, if they were even ninjas. Haruno said smugly, then started trembling a moment later, as if the temperature had dropped. Listen carefully, you miserable human. You don't know who my parents were or how they died, but that doesn't give you the right to tarnish the image I have of them. I will not forgive any insult to those I love so much, Naruto said, removing the blade wrapped in a cutting wind from the girl's neck and resealing it. Then, he focused his killing power on her, causing her to faint again. Did you see that, sensei? Kiba pointed accusingly at Naruto. Yes, I did, Irika replied, looking at Sakura instead of Naruto. How the hell did she pass? Irika wondered under his breath. Sensei? I isn't it too dangerous not to have a Jonin sensei? Who will Naruto-kun learn from? Hinata asked, worried about Naruto. I asked the Hokage the same question, but he just told me not to worry, Irika said, frowning. Anyway, you all need to be here at noon to meet with your senseis. You may leave now, Irika said and left. After Irika left, Naruto turned to Hinata and made his move. Hey Hinata-chan, after you meet with your sensei, do you want to go get something to eat? He asked, a little worried by her growing blush. Hinata was on cloud nine. This had to be a dream. She discreetly pinched her leg and confirmed that it was real. The pain also prevented her from fainting. I'd love to, she replied with a smile. Great, see you at 6 at Ichiraku. She nodded, excused herself, and left to get to know her teammates better. As Naruto watched her leave through the classroom door, he had to stop a punch aimed at the back of his neck. What do you want, you blockhead? Stay away from Hinata. She's mine, Kiba said through gritted teeth. Oh, really? Did you come to that conclusion because she rejected all your invitations? Or because she always avoids being near you because of the smell? Naruto asked, slightly amused. I don't care what she wants, she'll be mine. Ow! Inuzuka winced in pain as Naren began to squeeze his fist. Let me clear a few things up. I know how relationships work in your clan, and let me tell you, those things don't apply in the real world. No means no, Naruto said, clenching his fist with each sentence. Then he loosened it and walked away, heading for the Hokage Tower. As he passed the secretary, who seemed annoyed, he entered the Hokage's office, which made him look up from his nightmare. The paperwork. Ah, Naruto-kun, it's good to see you. How did the team announcement go? Sarutobi asked curiously. Just as we expected. You should have seen Sasuke's face, he said, laughing. Even Irika-sensei was a little confused, and he was there when I defeated Mizuki. Yes, well, they didn't see what I did, the old man smiled. Flashback. Regarding the distribution of the teams, I've noticed that there's an extra Genin in addition to the one we have assigned as a Jounin, Naruto began. Yes, Nara Shikamaru. The council has been pressuring me regarding the second-generation Inoshikacho trio ever since they enrolled. Sending him back to the academy isn't an option I want to consider, even without their pressure, Sarutobi said wearily. I completely agree. That's where my proposal comes in. Let me be on my own team. With my shadow clone jutsu, there won't be any problem, Naruto said with a smile. I don't know. While it's true that you're far above the Genin level, you would still need the advice of someone with experience, Sarutobi said, leaving the sentence hanging. Hey, old man, how about you meet my senseis, the old one and the new one, and then decide, Naruto suggested. Do you have any way of getting them out? No, not that I know of, but I can temporarily draw you into my mind, Naruto said. How long exactly? The Hokage asked. Even a day in my mind, but that would only mean 24 minutes in real time, the boy explained. Okay, go ahead, the old man agreed. Naruto approached the Hokage and placed a glowing hand on his forehead. An instant later, he found himself in a grassy field, with a tall glass wall behind him and a massive golden cage in front of him bearing a seal that contained nothing. "Naruto, where is the Kyuubi?" he slowly asked the blond boy beside him. "Hmm. Oh, there it is." Naruto pointed to a nearby table where there were 4 people. As they approached, Sarutobi watched them cautiously, knowing they were younger than they looked. When Naruto introduced them, he simply nodded. "Naruto brought me here to convince me that he's learning from experienced people," he began. "Normally, if one were to judge them solely on their appearance, they'd be considered amateurs," he said, earning a few icy stares. "But I can see in their eyes that they've seen things I can't even imagine," he continued. "However, not having a ninja among you will be a problem. Where will he learn jutsus?" "Oh, that won't be a problem," Naruto said with a smile, leading the group toward a nearby building. Inside was a huge library that impressed even the 3 magic users, despite the fact that they had seen larger libraries in the past. "Tell me, Naruto, why do you seem so familiar to me?" Sarutobi asked, somewhat annoyed. "Because it's an almost perfect replica of your personal library. It has a few more books and scrolls than yours," Naruto said with a wide smile. "Sigh? I don't even want to know how. Just tell me if you can get them outside." "Now that the seal has been altered, he can," Kyuubi replied instead of Naruto. "And practically anything he believes in his mind," he added. "Can I?" Naruto asked, surprised. "It's part of the skills you acquired from me," Negi explained. "In short, you will transform energy, in your case, chakra, into matter." "Great, but I suppose it will require a lot of practice," said the blonde with a smile. "Well, I think it's time for me to go. I'm convinced." Sarutobi smiled as well and vanished from Naruto's mind. End of flashback. "Yes, you're right," Naruto said with a smile. "Well, what can I do for you, Naruto-kun?" "Ah, yes, since I don't have a sensei, will someone else give me that teamwork test, to prove I'm ready to be a Genin?" Naruto asked. "Well, since you've already realized it's about teamwork, I don't see much point in it," the Hokage said in an expressionless voice. "Anything else?" "Where can I train? I'm pretty sure we have more free training camps than Jounin Masters." Give me a second," Sarutobi said, rummaging through one of his drawers. "Here it is," he said, pulling out a large scroll that turned out to be a map of Konoha. "Choose whichever one you want. The available training grounds are marked in green." I'll take that one," Naruto said after a moment of reflection, pointing to the area called Training Ground 44. "Oh, sorry, I meant it's not that one. That one's too dangerous for—" the Hokage began, looking at Naruto, who didn't seem very interested in what he had to say. In fact, he was somewhat uneasy. "Do I really want to know what you're thinking?" Sarutobi asked, even though his instincts were screaming no. "Well, I know it's occasionally used to test new Yanbiyu, that it's very dangerous, and that almost everyone avoids it, and that it's called the Forest of Death, and that part of the Chunin exams is held there, and that many people die there, and—" his voice trailed off. "And you've been there at least once," Sarutobi concluded, rubbing his temples. "I needed a place to practice my jutsu, a place where no one could see me. No matter how much I practice in my mind, it's still my mind. So if I want it to look perfect, I can achieve it, but that doesn't mean it's the same in the real world. And from now on, I'll be learning more and more secrets, so I'll need even more privacy," Naruto explained. "Very well, you may use it. Just keep in mind that Mitarashi Anko likes to hang out there," said the Hokage. "I know, I saw it several times. In fact, I went to train there after overhearing her talking to someone about the place. That was more or less right after I entered the academy," Naruto said, recalling that day. "That explains everything," Sarutobi murmured. "Yes. Well, I only have 2 more things to ask you, Grandpa. First, do you have any advanced books on seals?" "I mastered the ones you had in your library a few years ago," Naruto said. I have a better idea. the Hokage said with a smile as he stood up from his seat. He walked over to the wall where the photos of all the Hokage to date were displayed and removed the one of the fourth Hokage. Behind it was a safe with a seal. A blood seal, Naruto deduced. Go ahead, Naruto. Draw some blood and wipe it on the seal, Sarutobi ordered. As soon as the blood touched the seal, it began to glow with a blue light and retracted into the center of the safe door. The door opened a moment later, revealing several books and scrolls, as well as a red wooden box with a red spiral and a five-pointed star bearing the emblems of the five elements at its five corners and a yin-yang symbol in the center. The fourth Hokage filled this safe before leaving to seal Kyuubi. He told me you should open it if you discovered your heritage before becoming a Chunin. The books and scrolls inside are the same ones he used, and they're filled with his notes and observations, Sarutobi explained as he handed over the items and closed the safe. And the box? Naruto asked, although he had a very clear idea of what it was. You'll receive it when you move into the house, the Hokage said mysteriously. By the way, I need your signature for the transfer to your account, he added, handing Naruto a sheet of paper and a pen. When Naruto saw the amount written down, his eyes widened and his mouth went dry. He looked at the Hokage, who gave him a knowing smile, and signed. There's just one more thing I need to know. When can I start doing missions? Naruto asked. Right now, if you want. I'll write a note to the Chunin who assigns missions so he can give you one, Sarutobi said as he picked up a scroll. Grandpa, I said missions, not mission. I intend to use the shadow clone technique to its fullest extent, Naruto said with a smile. All right, but only D rank and low C rank, since you're a Genin, Sarutobi said, resigned, and handed him the scroll after a few seconds. As he wrote, the books and scrolls he had given Naruto disappeared, but he had a pretty good idea of where they were. Thanks, Grandpa, Naruto said, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he added over his shoulder with a sly grin. By the way, couldn't you use Shadow Clone Jutsu to take care of the paperwork? Then he left, leaving the Hokage with his face in his hands. No wonder Minato had no trouble with the paperwork, he muttered, and immediately created two clones, took an orange book from his drawer, and began to relax. Yes, that was much better. Missions, awarded and earned. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto headed straight to the mission room. Upon arriving, he was pleasantly surprised to find Iruka, who was apparently in charge of assigning missions that day. Hey, Iruka-sensei, so this is where you've escaped to, Naruto greeted. Yes, I'm sorry, the Chunin said shyly. The guy who was going to hand out the missions today had to attend to something and asked me to replace him. Okay, I guess you'll be less surprised than the other one, Naruto said as he placed the Hokage scroll in front of Iruka. As the Chunin read what was written, his eyebrows rose higher and higher, until they were almost tangled in his hair when he finally finished. It says here that you can accept all the low-rank D and C missions that allow you to stay in the village, Iruka asked, confused. Well, I don't really understand all this, but you can choose any D-rank missions you want from that pile. The C-rank ones can wait, he said, pointing to a huge stack of scrolls to his left. I don't mind. After all, it's my first day. Besides, I have something planned for this afternoon, Naruto said as he scanned the scrolls and selected number 15. This should be enough, he added, handing the scrolls to a gaping Iruka to write them down. As he did so, he pulled out a sheet of paper with a containment seal, which he used under Iruka's astonished gaze. Then he said goodbye to his former teacher and left. As soon as he found an empty area, he created 90 Kage Bunshin. All right, form 15 rows of 6, he ordered. Once the clones were in position, he handed a mission scroll to each group. When you finish your task, you must disperse one by one until only one member of that group remains. That member will write the mission report and submit it. Afterward, you may also disperse. Let's get to work, he instructed, and soon he was alone. Then he sat down on a bench and created 2 more shadow clones, transforming them into cats, and sent them climbing a tree to keep watch. She closed her eyes and entered her mental landscape, only to find Negi, Asuna, and Eva sitting at the same table where she had left them, looking extremely bored. Kyubi was there too, though she seemed somewhat amused. If you're bored, imagine what it would be like to be alone in here for 12 years, Kyubi said, making them shudder. Hey, I used to visit you almost every night, said Naruto, feigning a pout. Actually, they were complaining about the mental landscape. They say it's too simple, Kyubi explained. Of course, Eva said, annoyed. Very well, then, you'll improve it. I'll allow it, Naruto said with a smile. What do you mean by you allow it? This is your mental landscape, remember? Only you can make changes, Asuna murmured. Exactly. It's my inner world. What I say goes. So if I say you can do something, you can, Naruto said with a smile. And you're telling me this now, said Kyubi, somewhat angry but mostly hurt. I'm sorry, Kyubi-chan. The seal prevented me until now, he explained, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Even now, not even I can change the inside of the cage. But that's not a problem anymore, is it? At that, she smiled and nodded with a slight blush. Then I don't care, exclaimed Eva, and suddenly a white light enveloped them, forcing them to close their eyes. When they opened them, they were speechless at the sight. Before them stood a magnificent castle, surrounded by jungle. It stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking what appeared to be the sea. The castle seemed to extend down the hillside, with numerous balconies and terraces appearing as the terrain drew closer. The castle, built mostly of white marble, appeared to be made of marble itself. It was over 200 meters high, with several 7-story towers and as many courtyards. In short, it was magnificent. Wow! Exclaimed Naruto as he looked around. Yes, it's much more impressive than your old castle, the Palace of Vesperation or the Imperial Palace of Hellas. Asuna said, impressed. Actually, that's how my castle was originally planned to look, Eva said with a mocking smile. What made you change your mind? Negi asked curiously. I ran out of marble, Eva said, shrugging, causing both Asuna and Negi to sink into despair. What? She added, annoyed. And you call yourself the supreme magician. Have you ever heard of earth alchemy, genius? Asuna burst out laughing. Shut up. That magic was still new back then, Eva retorted, blushing. And you? Say something, she snapped at Naruto, who was grinning. Why should I stop her? Besides, you look cute when you blush, Naruto replied, making Eva blush even more and Negi turn away to hide his wide smile. Anyway, Kyubi possessively wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulders. Where did you put Naruto's library? Follow me. I'm sure you'll like it, Eva said with a smile, leading the group towards one of the towers. On the way there, they realized that the castle was missing something very important. Eva-chan, where's the entrance? Naruto asked, making her blush with embarrassment. Don't tell me you forgot. Asuna looked at her incredulously. What a genius. Why can't you do something so complex perfectly in a second? Eva murmured. It's not a big deal. We'll all make modifications here and there to suit our tastes. One door won't matter. Naruto shrugged. By the way, I only put furniture in my room because you probably wouldn't like how I decorated yours, Eva said as she walked towards the wall, and when she reached it, a beautiful arched doorway appeared. As the group toured the castle, they noticed it was practically empty, but that was changing when they crossed to the other side. Upon reaching the tower, however, they were speechless with amazement. The entire tower, from top to bottom, was filled with bookshelves, their shelves overflowing. The first floor was dedicated to Jinjutsu, the next 6 to Taijutsu, 4 to Kenjutsu, 5 to Ninjutsu, 1 to each basic element, 1 to all the fusion elements, and finally, 1 to Fuinjutsu. Eva-chan, did the books and scrolls multiply overnight? Naruto asked weakly. I added the books and scrolls that I myself have read over the years. And I'm pretty sure I've also read all the ones Asuna, Negi, and Kyubi have read, so there's no need to ask them to add any more books, Evangeline said with a smile. Wow, was all Naruto managed to say. If you think this is impressive, wait until you see the tower that holds the magic books, she said with satisfaction. Anyway, the things you brought earlier are in the Fuinjutsu section. We need to do some decorating. See you later, she added as she left, followed by Negi, Asuna, and Kyubi, who promised to look after her room. When he reached the Fuinjutsu floor, he was cursing whoever had invented the stairs, just as he noticed a strange circle on the floor near them and slapped his forehead. Next to it was a sign that read, "Internal teleportation to the Jutsu Library," and had a drawing of the tower, with the teleportation circles marked in red. No wonder there was one on every floor. Naruto lowered his head in embarrassment. Emerging from that state, he went to the table where his father's books and scrolls were kept. He created a dozen shadow clones and asked them to examine them while he checked the new additions to the Fuinjutsu library. After discovering that most of the new additions were less difficult than his father's, he joined the clones in his study. As he laid down the scroll, ready to rest, a flood of memories washed over him. After a moment of confusion, he realized it came from a mission undertaken by one of the clones, as it showed 5 other Narutos catching a cat. "What a clever cat," he murmured, watching the feline slip away from 4 of his clones only to be caught by the last 2. He didn't finish the sentence, as more information reached him as the clones vanished one by one. The last one appeared shortly after, giving him the image of an astonished Irika telling his clone that he had broken the previous record by 2 hours, having caught Tora in less than 20 minutes. Well, considering that only 3 hours have passed here, it would be more like 3 minutes, Naruto said with a smile, leaving the library to look for the others. As the distortion carried him to the foot of the tower, he looked out the window and noticed that the landscape had changed again, though not in the immediate vicinity. Far off on the horizon, he saw a mountain from which fire seemed to be erupting. A volcano, he concluded, even though he had only ever heard of them. By the time he reached Eva and the others relaxing on a terrace, a desert had appeared next to the volcano, followed by an icy mountain and a rocky canyon. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked as he reached the blonde. "I'm creating training zones for your training. You don't expect to be prepared for any situation just by training in a forest, do you?" Eva said with a mischievous smile. "Thank you, but my priority right now is learning to control the skills I acquired from you. I wouldn't want to kill myself over a mistake, would I?" Naruto said with a shiver. "That sounds good. You can start with Kagarizaka's magical nullification. She and Negi should be enough to teach you. Meanwhile, Kyubi and I can continue decorating the castle. I don't think it will take you long to learn. It's more about mental perception than concentration," Eva said, and went inside with Kyubi while Negi and Asuna led Naruto to a much larger, empty terrace. "Well, as Eva-chan said, it's more about being aware of what's harmful and what isn't. In my case, I was so developed that Negi's love potion didn't even affect me, even though it wasn't actually harmful," Asuna began. "Love potion?" Naruto looked at Negi in surprise. "He forced me to drink it," Negi explained, blushing slightly as she recalled the incident. Anyway, Asuna ended the conversation. "You have to trust your instincts to know when to activate them. So basically I have to cancel out everything that comes from the enemy," Naruto said in an expressionless voice. "What's so difficult about that?" "You don't understand. What if the enemy attacks by surprise?" Negi asked, but to his surprise, Naruto snorted. "Please, I can sense and recognize the chakra signatures of all the ninja in the village even now, in my current state. And in battle, the enemy won't be able to use a jutsu against me while concealing their chakra. I just need to activate magic nullification the moment I sense their chakra approaching," Naruto explained. "That's useful. I had it on almost all the time," Asuna said, impressed. "Okay, now let me explain how to turn it on and keep it running." For the next 4 hours, Asuna explained magical nullification in detail, beginning with the life creator, her ancestor, and ending with the Grandmaster's key and the Cosmo Intellikia. Needless to say, Naruto was very impressed by the adventures of Ala Alba, and alla rubra. But the Life Creator's Code also gave him some insights that could change many destinies in the long run, though he decided to keep his thoughts to himself, regardless of his mental state. However, after all the training she received from Asuna, it all came down to one thing. So, the only way to be sure I can activate it is, Naruto began, looking at Asuna as if she had grown another head. It's so Negi can launch a magic attack on you. Asuna nodded. You realize that dying here means I really die, right? Naruto asked. Don't worry, it'll be a weak attack anyway. We just need to see if you can withstand it, not how long you can, Negi assured him, and began reciting a spell when the blonde nodded. Rastelmaser Master. Magic Arrow 1 Lightning. He launched the lightning arrow towards Naruto, who simply intercepted it with a finger. The moment it touched her finger, the arrow vanished into thin air, to the astonishment of Asuna and Negi. Impossible. On the first try? Asuna exclaimed. What kind of energy control exercises has Kyubi been making you do? Negi asked. For the next 10 minutes, expressions of horror were reflected on Negi and Asuna's faces, and then the group concluded their training and went to meet the other two girls. So how did it go? Kyubi asked as he saw them approaching. Oh, it came out perfectly, and without pain, unlike the chakra control exercises you put him through, roared Asuna. Hey, it was the only way I could use my chakra safely, Kyubi retorted. It was that or suffer chakra burns every time. That's not healthy, whether I have an extreme healing factor or not. I still think you crossed the line, Negi muttered. Don't worry, I can handle it, Eva said with a mischievous smile, but then she noticed Naruto's grin. What? On top of that, huh? Naruto smiled even wider, while everyone else present blushed intensely. Is that all you think about? Asuna asked, annoyed. Oh my god, no. Naruto feigned surprise. There's. He leaned in to whisper something in her ear before pulling back as she turned bright red. And then there's. He backed away as she began to fume. And let's not forget. He started again, but didn't lean in because Asuna exploded. I get it now, you pervert. You're not trying to give me all the details, she said as she turned away with a hand to her bleeding nose. What did you tell him? Negi asked curiously. Yes, what? Kyubi also leaned forward. Sorry, Kyubi-chan, you'll have to ask Asuna. I can only tell Negi, since he's a boy, Naruto said with a smile as Kyubi and Eva approached Asuna to ask for details. Meanwhile, Naruto was teaching Negi the art of pranks, and they both enjoyed watching their three classmates blush. By the way, Kyubi-chan, did you finish decorating my room? Naruto asked, drawing everyone's attention to him. Yes, I finished a few hours ago, replied the redhead. Awesome. Naruto's smile lit up his face. I can't wait to try the bed. That was it. The three girls turned as red as tomatoes and a moment later fainted from blood loss. Naruto-san, my old friend Kumo, isn't even in your league. Negi burst out laughing, and Naruto joined in. By the time they had settled in and placed the girls on some nearby sofas, Naruto suddenly received a flood of information about weeding a garden. Damn it, one of my clones vanished during a mission, Naruto muttered. Something important? Negi asked. No, just a little gardening. You can't expect anything serious from a D rank, Naruto said dismissively. What happened to that anyway? He fell and hit his head on the wall. He must have pulled too hard on that grass, Naruto said, shrugging. Well, it's almost night here. We should put the girls to bed, Negi suggested as she stood up. Yes, I can't argue with that, said Naruto, mimicking her example and creating 3 shadow clones that lifted the girls in their arms and carried them to their respective rooms. It was a good thing Eva had been kind enough to mark the living room on the castle plan near the stairs. Even so, this place is very interesting, Negi said. Evangeline's spa continually stretched an hour into a day. In contrast, your mental landscape stretches a minute into an hour, doesn't age you physically, and only works this way when you're here. Actually, I could stretch a minute into over an hour when necessary, but the mental strain would drive me crazy if I used it continuously, Naruto admitted. Besides, I can always balance it with real time. I just don't need it. And the reason I only stretch time when I'm here is because I might need real-time advice during battle, and I can't access my mindscape. I see. By the way, Eva's resort only operated with 24-hour rooms. So we had to stay at least 24 hours before we could leave, Negi said. Oh, I can't say I envy you. If the training you told me about is true, Naruto said sympathetically. Well, it could have been worse. You'll soon see for yourself, Negi said as he reached his room and waved goodbye. When Naruto entered his room a while later, he smiled broadly. It was just the way he liked it. A very large bed, several built-in wardrobes, a spacious desk, and a small bookshelf. Everything he needed for his training trips in his mental world. As he lay on the bed, he thought about what he had said to the girls earlier and couldn't help but smile fondly as he drifted off to sleep. Several hours later, a sudden surge of energy jolted him awake, and he immediately activated his magic nullification as a first line of defense before even taking up his fighting stance. But all he managed to see with his still sleepy eyes were Eve and QB, who seemed impressed by his reaction. Not bad. Even while you sleep, your senses are active, Eva congratulated him. Basic ninja skill. Never let your guard down. He stretched out and naturally caught the pillow that Eva kept suspended by cables on her back. Heh, I see you're quite paranoid. Maybe even more so than me, Eva said with a smile. When we start combat training, we'll probably skip the warm-up and go straight into all-out war. Just the way I like it, QB said with a smile as Naruto swallowed hard. Well, I have to go. I've been here quite a while, considering where I started meditating. I don't want any idiots attacking me while I'm here. I'll say goodbye to Negi and Asuna-chan, and I'm off, Naruto said as he stood up and headed for the door. See you later, Eva-chan, QB-chan, he added with a smile as he left. A few minutes later, he got up from the bench, stretched, and dispelled the two cat-like clones, thus confirming, through his memory, that nothing important had happened while he was in his mind's landscape. Looking at the time, he realized that only 30 minutes had passed, and that his clones had another 2 or 3 hours of work ahead of them. So he decided to take a look at his new training ground. It took him half an hour to get there and another half hour to give up looking for an open entrance. So he did the only sensible thing. He jumped the fence. Just as he landed, he felt a presence behind him and spoke naturally. Hello, Anko-san. How are you today? Don't greet me, brat. This area is off-limits and extremely dangerous. Only a select few are authorized to come and go as they please, Anko said, sounding annoyed. I remember telling you this the last time you were here. From today on, I'm one of those people who are allowed to be here. And you're not referring to the last time you saw me here. You don't really believe I only came once in 5 years, do you? Naruto turned around with a smile. What? More like, how did you get the Hokage's permission to come here? Anko asked incredulously. This is my new training ground. I only got the authorization 2 hours ago, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard about it yet. Make sure you pay a visit to the old man when you go out for lunch. I guarantee he'll have all the paperwork sorted out by then, Naruto said, taking a few steps toward a tall tree before leaping onto a wide branch. First of all, why did you choose this particular training ground? Second, how do you know it will be over by then? Anko narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she landed behind him. I specifically requested permission to train here, and the old man will have finished since I gave him the key to success before leaving, Naruto said, smiling as he took a seat near the trunk. Okay, here's a better question. Why on earth did you allow a genin to train I in the Forest of Death? Anko asked, starting to lose her temper. 3 simple reasons. First, I got the first perfect score on the Academy graduation exam since Itachi. Second, this forest is one of the few places that almost no one comes to, so what I practice here will remain a secret from the other teams. Third, I like this forest. There aren't any stupid villagers here to yell at me or give me dirty looks, Naruto said, looking Anko in the eyes. The mistress of the snakes opened her eyes wide upon hearing about perfect punctuation, but her eyes filled with understanding upon hearing his final reasoning. Yes, there are no idiots here. He sighed and turned towards the town with a frown. So, why do you like being here? Naruto asked, but he already knew the answer. Well, partly for the same reasons as you. I'm not very popular in town. But there's another reason too. He said hesitantly. Does it exist? The blonde asked. Tell me, boy, how much do you know about me? Anko asked him. Hmm, if you mean your ninja life, then almost as much as you, Naruto replied, looking into her eyes as she suddenly turned and glared at him. He held her gaze until she turned and sat down on the tree branch. Then you already know perfectly well what I'm going to tell you. You see, that bastard never brought me here, nor did he allow me to come. It's one of the few things I know for sure. Maybe he was afraid of the place or something. But as long as I stay here, I feel like I'm going against his will, and that gives me a certain satisfaction, Anko said, her gaze fixed on the ground. I understand. It's similar to when I play pranks on the idiots who try to mess with me, Naruto sighed. Even so, it's never enough, is it? He asked, more to himself than to her. Yeah, since when does a brat lecture me? Anko smiled. Hey, I have a name, you know. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, he said, smiling as he tucked his words away in a corner of his mind to review them later. Even so, I still don't like having you here, Anko said as she watched him intently. What's wrong? I thought you could use some company. Naruto gave her his mischievous smile, making her blush a little, almost imperceptibly, but he noticed. The kind of company I want is one that knows how to drink and is also beautiful, Anko said with a smile. Well, I'll take it as a challenge. How about we test my alcohol tolerance with some dango and sake? My treat. The last part, though, is up to you, Naruto said with a confident smile. Huh? Are you asking me out, dude? Anko raised an eyebrow playfully. Me, a mere mortal, asking out the fearsome Tokubetsu Jounin? Not a chance. Naruto feigned surprise, which caused Anko to burst into laughter. Okay, kid, I accept your offer. I don't see any reason to turn down Dango, she smiled as she added to herself. And he also meets the requirement of being handsome. Intelligent, too. All right, what are we waiting for? It's 12:30, the perfect time for lunch, said Naruto as he jumped down from the branch, closely followed by Anko. But he hadn't taken 3 more steps when, suddenly, he threw a kunai over Anko's shoulder. He was about to shout at her when he heard a roar of pain behind him, followed by a trumpeting sound. Turning around, she saw a huge black panther with a kunai stuck between its eyes. What surprised her, however, wasn't its presence near the fence, but the precision with which Naruto had struck it without even seeing it. Yes, the boy showed promise. Good aim. Anko congratulated her as she stood beside her. Do you want me to get rid of the body? No, I already have it, Naruto replied as he began to form hand seals and stopped at the tiger sealed. Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu, he exclaimed, releasing an incandescent white flame that took the form of a large sphere and reduced the corpse to ashes, leaving only a slightly melted kunai. He definitely has talent, Anko thought. A little later, they entered Anko's favorite restaurant, which conveniently was one of the few places where Naruto could enter without being kicked out or even looked down upon most of the time, as it was mostly frequented by shinobi. What can I offer you? The waiter asked as he approached their table. 20 dangos and a bottle of sake, Anko said with a smile. Same as her, plus 5 pork ramen, said Naruto. I'm sorry, you're too young to. The waiter began. Don't worry, the moment I got this headband, I became an adult. You won't receive any complaints about it, Naruto interrupted. Very well, your order will be here shortly, the waiter agreed and left. Great, you have a gift for words. You should write the Hokage's speeches, Anko said. No, that would anger the civilian council even more. I'll keep killing people as a ninja, Naruto said with a mocking smile. Ah, so you're bloodthirsty too? Want to join the interrogation unit? Anko smiled maliciously. No, that would be too boring. I mean, I'd have to keep those bastards alive so someone else could decide their fate. On the battlefield, no one can tell me I can't kill them. Sure, I'll have to take some back alive for interrogation, but it's still better, Naruto explained. Besides, I don't like torture. I can do it, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it, he said, his gaze distant. Well, although there would be some cases I'd definitely enjoy, he added, a malicious glint in his eyes. Yes, but it's a good way to vent, Anko said, shrugging. Right? Oh, here's our order, Naruto exclaimed, looking at the three waiters who were bringing the food and drinks. As soon as everything was on the table, Naruto paid the bill immediately and in less than a minute devoured 4 bowls of ramen. Wow, you have quite the appetite, said Anko as she finished her 7th dango. Yes, I trained a little while earlier. And then there's. He paused and finished his 5th bowl, the shadow clone jutsu I prepared earlier. It's going to leave me exhausted when it dissipates, so I'd better have plenty of energy. So the rumor is true. You really did learn shadow clone technique in one night, Anko said, impressed. Yes, but I already knew the Mizu Bunshin and the Kaze Bunshin, so learning another one wasn't that difficult, Naruto said, shrugging as Anko choked. How did you learn that? He asked, panting. Let's just say I have a very vast source of information and leave it at that, Naruto said with a smile. I see. You surprise me more and more. But isn't it a bit risky for a genin to perform a shadow clone jutsu? What? Anko asked, annoyed by Naruto's sudden giggle. Do a shadow clone? I did 90 and I still have chakra to spare, Naruto said, leaving Anko speechless. I can't even get to 20, she said, ashamed of having been defeated by a genin. Well, normally you should be able to do up to 40, but you have to remember that there's something preventing you from using that much chakra, Naruto said. So you know about that too, huh? Anko said, placing a hand on the back of her neck where the seal of the curse was located. Yes, I've learned a lot about seals over the years. I don't know much about yours, but I can clearly see that it's chakra-based. I can't guess what activates it, but I'm sure the inhibitor seal you have won't hold up, Naruto said thoughtfully. Yes, sometimes he misbehaves, Anko said as she finished her dango, thinking, why on earth am I telling you this? Okay, enough talk. I came here to prove something, right? Naruto smiled as he served sake to both of them. Done. Just so you know, I have a very good tolerance. Anko smiled as she accepted the cup. We'll see how good they are, right? Said Naruto before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp, and Anko did the same. Half an hour later, the sake was gone and Naruto was amusedly looking at a completely drunk Anko. So you were saying something about tolerance? Naruto sneered. Shut up, Anko pouted. I'm sure you cheated somehow. Well, you could say I have something that automatically prevents me from getting drunk, but I didn't actually cheat, Naruto said with a smile. It's not fair, she pouted again. Ouch, my head hurts so much. Let me take care of that, Naruto said as he stood up and sat down next to her. He gathered chakra in both hands, just as he had done at the academy that morning. Then, he placed one hand on Anko's forehead and the other on her chest. After a minute, he removed both hands and observed Anko's flushed face. Did your headache go away? Naruto asked. Yes, Anko replied, trying to catch her breath. That feeling was, she thought, and blushed again. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto said with his mischievous grin. Well, I can say I've found a worthy drinking buddy. Would you like to join me again sometime? Anko asked with a smile. Sure, I don't see anything wrong with it, Naruto said as he stood up. Besides, he leaned in and whispered in her ear. You have no idea how adorable you look when you pout. Having said that, he left, leaving behind Anko, who was as red as a tomato. Well, I think there's only one group of clones left, Naruto thought. During his lunch with Anko, he was almost overwhelmed when the clones from all the groups began to disperse, a sign that they had finished their work. What were they doing? He wondered just before receiving a burst of information. Ah, yes, digging a well. No wonder it took so long. By the time he got home, he had received a picture of a completely astonished Irika, which meant that all of his clones had disappeared. Well, it's only 2 o'clock. I have 4 hours until my date with Hinata-chan. Maybe I should head back to the training grounds. Something Anko said doesn't add up, Naruto said thoughtfully. What doesn't add up? A voice said. Eva-chan. Yes, QB is teaching us how to communicate with you when you're not in your mind's eye. The vampire continued. A Hokai, I see. Can you bring QB here? I need his opinion on something. Said Naruto. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? QB asked. I spoke with Mitarashi Anko a little while ago about her former sensei, Orochimaru of the Sannin. Oh, the treacherous old snake. What about him? QB asked with disgust. Said he always avoided training camp 44. I thought maybe he was afraid of it or something. Naruto said thoughtfully. And good? QB asked. No, I believe it. That guy's a madman who'd kill anyone without the slightest remorse. He's as strong as the Hokage, if not stronger. He has nothing to fear in a simple forest, whether it's full of dangerous creatures or not. Naruto replied. What do you think about that? Maybe Anko lied. Eva suggested. No, that would be the last possible answer. She hates that bastard more than anything. In fact, she said she spends so much time there precisely because he didn't like her, she said Naruto. So, if what she said is true, what reasons did Orochimaru have for avoiding that forest? Negi asked. Tao, maybe I was hiding something there, he said. Asuna, followed by a long silence. She added, annoyed. That's the best lead we have right now, Asuna-chan. Good idea, said Naruto. Yes, it seems that miracles do happen, even if they take centuries to occur, said Eva in an amused voice. Thank you, Naruto-kun. And what do you mean by miracles, Eva-chan? She said, annoyed. Let's say you've come a long way, Asuna, Negi said, amused. Very okay. Then, send some clones to investigate that forest. It shouldn't take long, Eva concluded. Actually, yes. That forest has a radius of 10 kilometers. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. They just need to make a few hundred clones. They should have something ready by tomorrow morning. QB suggested. Understood, I'll have them circle the area and then search all the way to the center, said Naruto as he ran towards his training field. As soon as he arrived, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the chakra. From what he could feel, there was no one nearby, and certainly no one in the forest. He then gathered a large amount of chakra and made a hand seal in the shape of a cross. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. All right, split into groups of 5. Then, circle this forest and head to the center, inspecting absolutely everything that seems suspicious. I'm referring especially to any hidden or buried structures. Also, be careful of the creatures inside. They have my memories, so they know what I'm talking about. Let's go, Naruto ordered, and the clones set off immediately, forming groups as they ran. I remember Irika saying he'd hold on to my money until my real self came to get it. Good idea, considering what happened to that clone, he thought, remembering the clone that was attacked after leaving the mission room. I'll go pick it up, and then I'll go back home to rest for a while, decided. When he got home, he only had an hour until 6. Why? Because Irika had smelled sake on him. It had taken him half an hour and a lot of patience to explain to the Chunin that he could drink his own weight in sake and still stay sober. Thank goodness you told me. I wouldn't want to run into Hinata smelling like sake, Naruto muttered as he left the bathroom. He decided he needed to rest despite the time, so he lay down on the bed and fell asleep after asking Negi to wake him up at 5:45. At least he had the sense not to ask any of the girls. Upon waking, he realized he still had time and was about to scold Negi when he understood that it wasn't the boy who had woken him, but one of his clones dissipating. After promising himself not to transform into a giant tiger for no reason, he got up and, after glancing at his clothes, headed towards Ichiraku, deciding he could wait there for a few minutes. After talking with Tucci for a while, Naruto started to worry. It was just after 6 o'clock and Hinata hadn't shown up. He wouldn't normally be so concerned, but it was Hinata. She wouldn't miss their date for anything in the world. So he closed his eyes and began to sense chakra. He quickly located Hinata's signature, which was surprisingly close, but he wasn't reassured at all, as it was heading in the opposite direction, with another signature right behind it. A signature that made Naruto's blood boil as he realized the implications. He ran as fast as he could and soon saw Hinata. But what enraged him was that Kiba was holding her hands while struggling and leaning in to kiss the terrified girl. But before it could happen, Kiba was suddenly thrown away and landed on the ground a few meters away. In his place was now Naruto, who was holding Hinata firmly. "What do you think you're doing, dog?" Naruto asked, his voice as cold as winter. "I warned you this morning not to do anything stupid. Are you deaf or just plain stupid?" "You're the stupid one. Hinata belongs to me." Kiba spat as he stood up. "Then it's nonsense." Naruto sighed, looking at Hinata. "Stand back a little, Hinata-chan," he said, and the girl nodded. As he turned his head towards Kiba, he saw an ANBU wearing a wolf mask land on a nearby rooftop. "Huh, you caught me off guard. I'm going to beat you senseless, and Hinata will have no choice but to acknowledge me as the alpha," Kiba exclaimed, adopting a fighting stance. "Back off, Akamaru," he added, but the dog was already backing away from the blonde, sensing his murderous intent better than his own owner. At this, Naruto turned his head toward the ANBU and raised an eyebrow, as if asking, "Can I fight him?" To which he received a nod. Then he turned back to the Inuzuka, who had started running toward him, just in time to dodge his attack and land an open palm strike to his chest. That was enough to send Kiba collapsing, struggling to breathe. "Don't ever do something like that to anyone again, or you'll regret it," said Naruto as he took Hinata's hand and left, leaving Akamaru with his stupid master. "That was amazing, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as they walked past Ichiraku. "Oh, it wasn't anything special. You could have done the same. You're too peaceful," Naruto said with a smile. "That's a nice way of putting it. My father says I'm just weak," Hinata said, lowering her head. "Hinata, listen to me. You're not weak at all. You just need to have more confidence in yourself. And listening to what Hayashi says won't help you at all, so don't worry about his speeches," Naruto said before taking her chin and lifting her head to look into her eyes. "Besides, it's our date, so relax," he added with a wide smile, making Hinata blush. They spent the rest of the evening together at the same restaurant where he had gone to lunch with Anko. This time, instead of eating dango and drinking sake, he had a normal dinner, and during the meal, he learned a few things about Hinata, such as her hobby of pressing flowers. Overall, the date went well, considering how shy she was. In fact, she almost fainted when he kissed her on the cheek as they said goodbye. "I was almost home when another clone was dispersed by a giant centipede. This is going to be a long night," Naruto sighed as he got into bed. And of course, he was right. By the time his alarm went off, his clones had woken him up 10 times. Finally, he asked QB to take over the flow of memories so he could get some sleep. He dreaded the moment his clones would begin to fade, but he knew he couldn't let up and repeated the same routine as the day before. He secured a dozen D-rank missions and sent his clones out to complete them. This time, however, he went to his training grounds to relax and then entered his mindscape after leaving a clone on guard. She had just begun reading a scroll when she started receiving information from her clones at a steady pace. She already knew that meditating was the best way to assimilate the information, so she closed her eyes and cleared her mind, much to the confusion of Eve, who was beside her. "What's wrong, Naruto?" she asked. "The clones I sent to explore the forest have reached the center and are dissipating one by one. They should all disappear in here within 10 minutes. He explained as he concentrated even more intently. "Okay, let me know what you found," Eva said as she returned to her book. About 10 minutes later, Naruto jumped to his feet. "Bingo! I can't believe they found him, considering where he was hiding," Naruto said with a grin. "Where is he?" Kyubi asked as he entered the room. "Under a mud pit. Apparently, 2 of my clones slipped and fell in, but somehow managed to get out when they saw the hidden stone trapdoor at the bottom, Naruto explained, amused by the girls' disgusted looks. Even so, you should check before calling anyone else. This area is used for the Chunin exams, so it could be something related to the facility, Hyubi said as he prepared to leave. Yeah, it would be embarrassing to call the Hokage to see a weasel's burrow or something like that, Naruto said, laughing, and walked away. The location was in the northeastern part of the forest, far from the river, so a mudflat seemed out of place. Therefore, the chances of it being there as cover were quite high. Upon arriving, he noticed several animals approaching, a sign of potential prey. Not wanting to waste time fighting them, knowing the scent of blood would only attract more predators, he gathered the most intense killing instinct he could muster and unleashed it. The result was devastating. Most of the predators lost consciousness, and the rest fled in terror. Not even hunger would compel them to attack such an enemy. Smiling contentedly, Naruto created several shadow clones and submerged them to inspect the depths and the bottom. When they dissipated, Naruto couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The stone door at the bottom had several protective seals, an intricate lock, and, most importantly, a snake carving. He was now certain that this was one of Orochimaru's lairs. He had heard that another one had been found when he left the village, but this was definitely not it. Now he began to think about how to reach it without diving into the mud. He was tempted to use a fire jutsu to dry it out and then simply dig, but that would require time and patience, which he lacked at the moment. So he moved on to his next idea, getting rid of the mud. He had some earth jutsu that might work, but he decided to continue using clones. This time, wind clones. He knew that when a wind clone dissipates, it creates a gust of wind. So he decided to take advantage of that. Kaze Bunshin no Jutsu, he shouted as he created 50 wind clones. Then, he ordered the clones to submerge themselves one by one in the mud and then emerge all at once. While the clones obeyed his commands, he quickly moved away and climbed a tree, keeping a watchful eye on the mud puddle. After about a minute, the clones emerged and the mud gushed out. Well, the mud that was still in the mud, since 50 clones took up a lot of space. As he approached the well, Naruto noticed that it actually had stone walls, giving it the appearance of a well. At the bottom stood a large stone door, now clearly visible. He descended swiftly, using chakra to cling to the walls, and examined the door closely. He was absolutely certain it had a trap that activated upon opening, but that didn't mean there weren't others outside. So he decided to be cautious, creating several shadow clones to remove the seals and manipulate the lock. Luckily, he had the foresight to send them out one by one, as each seal exploded upon being removed, and the lock released a massive blast of Senbon needles that nearly struck him. Knowing his shadow clone wouldn't have the physical strength to open the stone door, he created 3 water clone clones by drawing water from the remaining mud in the well. When the clones finally managed to open it, they were met with a burst of flame that not only scattered them, but also evaporated the water they were made of. With a victorious smile, Naruto created 20 clones and sent them in groups of 3, replacing those that dissipated due to the occasional rain of sunbon or jets of fire as needed. In less than an hour, all the traps had been deactivated and Naruto was about to send some clones to the Hokage when Eva stopped him. No hurry, this place isn't going anywhere. You should take a look inside and see if there are any jutsu or documents you can use and copy. Then you can call the old man. Considering how hidden this place is, it must contain something valuable, Eva suggested, and Naruto couldn't help but agree. Without further delay, he created several shadow clones to stand guard and jumped inside. Then he created a few more clones just in case and walked down the dark corridor, pausing occasionally to light the torches on the walls. Upon reaching the first door, he stopped and contacted the others. "Hey, are you guys there? And you, Negi?" asked. "Yeah, we're all here, and we see everything you see. What's wrong? Why are you stopping?" he said to Asuna. "Well, I wanted to warn you about what's probably in at least one room," he said, Naruto, hesitating. "And good?" Eva asked. "Orochimaru, he is infamous for his cruel experiments. Experiments on humans, explained Naruto, receiving a profound silence in response. No, don't worry, Naruto. We've already taken a look at some of your old memories, so we're prepared, Negi said with determination. Of agreement, he said. Naruto shrugged and opened the door. He instantly regretted it, as the nauseating stench that hit him almost made him vomit. The interior was filled with decomposing corpses, some strapped to tables, and others behind the bars of the small cell in the corner. He tried to ignore the scene and focused on finding documents to copy. He soon located the desk and the bookshelf and began transferring their contents to toilet paper. As soon as he finished, he left the room, leaving a shadow clone on guard. The next room was less repulsive, though it was filled with metal coffins. He quickly copied the records and left, once again leaving a clone behind. The third room utterly terrified him. It was filled with large glass tubes containing a green liquid. Floating inside were the lifeless bodies of various creatures, from humans and common animals to all sorts of chimeras. What disturbed him most was that most of them had black markings on their bodies, very similar to Anko's cursed seal. He quickly copied all the information and left the room, leaving a guard behind before contacting Kyubi. Hey, Kyubi, can you explain something to me? What's wrong, Naruto-kun? She asked. Why does this data copying function work almost instantly now? And how does it work if I ran out of ink a while ago? Naruto asked. Now it works so fast because you modified the seal slightly. As for the ink, you're subconsciously using the lineage you received from Negi. You're creating ink in your mind and bringing it outward, he explained. Kyubi. Could I do that with paper too? I'm almost out, he asked Naruto. Sure. You just need to concentrate, he said. Kyubi shrugged. Okay. It looks like I'm going to need it, he said. Naruto entered what looked like a library, with 2 large bookshelves. In the next 10 minutes, he had copied each and every one of the books and was very satisfied. When he reached the 5th and final room, he was speechless. It was completely filled with shelves of weapons of all types and sizes. Naruto, let me take control for a moment. I know how to create a perfect mental copy of these weapons, Kyubi requested. Soon, a Naruto with slanted red eyes covered entire shelves with a clear, colorless chakra. When he finished, his eyes returned to their blue color, and he smiled. You have to teach me that jutsu someday, Naruto said as he walked toward the entrance. Once outside, he sent some shadow clones to reach the Hokage and inform him of the discovery of the hidden structure, with instructions to avoid Anko if possible. Why shouldn't Anko come? He asked, Asuna confused. How it would be like saying, that could have been you. We should let the Hokage decide who should know this. Eva explained. Half an hour later, the Hokage arrived with 4 AMBU guards. What have you found, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked as he approached Naruto. One of Orochimaru's laboratories. It was very well hidden, too, Naruto said. To what extent is it hidden, exactly? Sarutobi asked. Do you see this pit we're in? It was full of mud, and the entrance had several seals that perfectly concealed its presence. Naruto explained, pointing around. And how exactly did you find it? The Hokage asked as he cautiously approached the entrance. 2 of my shadow clones fell to the bottom. I found that suspicious, since the only structure that should be in this forest is the central tower. So I used some fire clones to disperse the mud. I didn't use any earth-based jutsu, since it might have had a seal. Oh, and you can go in without worry. My clones already took care of the traps, Naruto said, noticing the Hokage's caution. Are you sure you have them all? Sarutobi asked, relaxing slightly. Yes, I even inspected all the chambers from the inside. Come on, I'll give you a tour. Just be careful not to step on any Senbon, Naruto said as he approached the entrance. Very well, Sarutobi agreed. He would have preferred to avoid exposing Naruto to the horrors that surely lurked within, but given that he had already witnessed them and had experienced some of them in the past, he added sadly to himself. Then he ordered the 4 ANBU to stand guard and followed the blonde genin underground. With each room they visited, Sarutobi grew paler and paler. While this laboratory was considerably smaller than the previous one, it housed many more test subjects. But what saddened him most was Naruto's impassive expression, no emotion, only the occasional distaste for the smell. You know, Naruto, we never properly searched this forest. You see, Sarutobi began. Orochimaru always avoided this place. I know. I spoke with Anko yesterday. Now we know why. He didn't want anyone to associate him with this place. Besides, from what I can see, this is more of a storage and observation post. Seeing the lack of tools in the first room, I'm inclined to think he conducted most of his experiments elsewhere, though probably nearby. Definitely in the village, Naruto said. Yes, the first lab we found meets those requirements, Sarutobi agreed. Even so, I need to assign someone to conduct this investigation quickly. You see, Mizuki was under your command. If he starts attacking Konoha, we'll need all the information we can get, he added, frowning. I suppose a Biki and a medical team will handle the bodies. Don't let Anko near it for now. It'll affect her a lot, since this lab is full of cursed seals. She might even start blaming herself for not finding them herself, given that she spends most of her time in this forest. Perhaps you could assign her a mission for a week, at least to clean this place up, Naruto suggested. I think I have just what I'm looking for. As for the documents and seals, Sarutobi said thoughtfully, let me handle it. I've already read and mastered the books on seals you gave me yesterday. As for the documents, well, you didn't think I read your entire library for nothing, did you? Naruto said with a smile. Good. Now that Jiraiya is out of the village, you and I are the only ones with decent sealing skills. I'll leave it in your hands until someone more experienced can take over, the old Kage sighed. All right, I'll prepare a report and gather what I need. I'll have it ready by the time Ibiki arrives. After he gives me the mission scroll, I'll report and then begin my investigation, Naruto said as he led the Hokage toward the exit. Very well. He'll arrive in about 2 hours. Good luck, Naruto, said Sarutobi as he left with 2 of the ANBU. Naruto, on the other hand, created 50 shadow clones and sent them to seal all the stored documents and weapons within their scrolls. He already had Negi, Eva, and Kyubi reviewing their copies. Magic, Dark, and Elemental. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the Hokage's departure, and Naruto didn't waste a minute. After sending his clones to retrieve the weapons and documents, he went to the weapons depot himself and sat in an empty corner. Leaving a clone at the entrance to the hideout, he wasn't afraid that Ibiki would surprise him upon his arrival. A few moments after closing his eyes, he found himself in his mind's landscape alongside Eva, Kyubi, and Negi, who were reading some of the copied documents. How's it going? Naruto asked as he took a seat at the large table in the Jutsu library. Some of these things go far beyond what I did in the village during the attack, Kyubi said with a grimace. And they called me sadistic, Eva murmured as she put down one of the scrolls. Asuna already went to vomit, Negi added. Okay, change of plans. I'll leave some shadow clones to check this out, and then you can review my memories. For now, let's get back to my training, shall we? Naruto suggested, and soon they all entered a courtyard, leaving 200 clones behind. Well, I think it's time you learn magic, Negi said. Yes, since Arabian magic needs some kind of attack spell to work, we'll have to deal with that first. And it will take some time, Evangeline sighed. We'll see, Naruto said with a confident smile. Okay, let's start with the basics, shall we? Negi said as a wand materialized in his hand. The simplest spell is the It Burns, and since you don't have an activation key, you'll use the beginner's key. Like this, Negi said, raising his wand. Come on, BGNAR. It's burning, he exclaimed before a flame burst from the tip of the wand. Great, let me try. Naruto smiled expectantly as Negi handed him the wand. Let's see. Practice BGNAR. Burn it, he exclaimed, and to Eva and Negi's surprise, a flame sprang from the tip. On the first try? Eva asked, looking at the blonde in amazement. How? Negi added. Hee. Kyubi-chan has been teaching me how to use my ki and mana chakra separately since day one. She also taught me how to manipulate elemental magic, but not spells, Naruto explained. Is there a particular reason why you didn't mention it before? Eva asked, annoyed. In response, Kyubi simply conjured a large mirror in his hands, in front of Negi and Eva. Does that answer your question? Naruto chuckled. Let's continue, Negi said quickly, before Eva could say anything she'd regret. Since you already know how to control your magic, you can skip straight to the theory of magic. That will take about 72 hours. Yes, that would mean 144 shadow clones for the next half hour, Naruto said as he summoned the clones. Can you show them what books to read, Eva-chan? Of course, just summon 10 more clones. I need them to review other books you'll need for my teachings, Eva said before leaving with 154 clones in her wake. Hey, what have I missed? Asuna asked as she arrived. Naruto already knows how to use his magic power. He just needs the basic theory, and then we'll move on to the spells, Negi said with a smile. How are you feeling, Asuna-chan? Naruto asked with concern. I'll be fine. How about we start your Kenka training? Asuna suggested. Well, he can summon his ki too, so there won't be a problem. But he'll have to do it with his main body, Kyubi said. Okay, please take care of me, sensei, Naruto said jokingly, making Asuna blush. Okay, fine. Well, first you need to clear your mind. Don't think about anything, Asuna instructed as Naruto closed his eyes. Now you need to summon mana in your left hand and ki in your right. Make sure the amounts are equal, she continued. Naruto extended his hands in front of him and began to channel his energies until they appeared equal in both hands. Now join hands and combine your energies, Asuna concluded. At that moment, Naruto clapped his hands and was enveloped in a huge golden aura over 1 meter in diameter. The air around him seemed to have an unnatural pressure, making it difficult for Negi and Asuna to breathe. Naruto, slow down. If you keep this up, you'll run out of energy in no time, Kyubi said worriedly. As he concentrated a little, the aura retreated towards his body, leaving only a few centimeters visible. Much better, Negi sighed. I'm sorry, said Naruto, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. That's fine. I did the same thing when I started. But of course, I didn't have as much power, Asuna said with a smile. Well, you need some time to get used to it. So walk around the castle 10 times, Kyubi suggested. Around the castle? Okay, I'll probably be back in an hour, Naruto sighed as he walked away. You have no idea what Kenka does, huh? Asuna asked, amused. No, I haven't told him anything. He'll be back in 10 minutes at the most, Kyubi said confidently. And so he did. Exactly 7 minutes later, Naruto returned to the group with a wide smile on his face. Why didn't you tell me that Kenka makes me stronger and faster? He asked Asuna. You didn't ask me. Besides, the difference depends on each person. Asuna shrugged. Even so, it seems you're handling it pretty well for your first time, Negi reflected. Yeah, well, it's a lot like controlling chakra. Only it's outside my body, Naruto said, shrugging. Now that I think about it, Kenka's energy is chakra, but in a more uncontrolled form because it's harder to control when it's outside the body, Kyubi said thoughtfully. Speaking of control, Naruto began as Kenka faded away. Looks like my time is up. That was to be expected, Negi said. You have to get used to it to be able to control it properly. How about a little training match? Asuna suggested. You might learn more if you watch me use it. Sure, Naruto agreed as he calmed down and gathered his energy, mixing it together, while Asuna did the same. In the next 10 minutes, Naruto learned 2 valuable lessons. First, he needed to focus Kenka's ki so it would last longer. Second, and far more important at that moment, Asuna had a devastating right hook. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I got a little carried away. Asuna apologized as she helped him out of the crater she had created by hitting him. Don't worry, Asuna-chan, we were just training. It's normal to get hurt a little, Naruto said with a smile as he sat down on a nearby bench. Besides, this isn't my real body, so if I think I can heal really fast, I will. Look, he added as the bruise disappeared. Great, exclaimed Asuna as she stared at his bare chest, blushing. Yes, the only real problem is that my head hurts, Naruto said before grabbing his head in a gesture of pain. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Kyubi asked worriedly. Me and my viperous tongue, Naruto muttered. All the clones I sent with Eva-chan just disappeared. I'm sorry, Evangeline said, appearing beside them. I told you to start dispelling the spells, but I didn't expect to do it all at once. Okay, but let's take a 1-hour break, alright? I need time to process all this information, Naruto said as he leaned back on the bench and closed his eyes. They decided he needed some peace and quiet, so the others moved far enough away that he couldn't hear them and began discussing his progress, practically interrogating Kyubi about his training regimen. About an hour later, they saw Naruto approaching, and Negi intervened. Ready for a little magic? Of course, I was born prepared. The blonde replied confidently. All right, we'll start with the most basic attack spell, Sagitta Magica. And since your most powerful element seems to be lightning, we'll focus on that for now, Negi said, raising a wand. Practice Baijen AR. One lightning spirit, joining enemies in agreement. Magic arrow series of lightning, Negi chanted before pointing his wand at a wall. The small sphere of light that had appeared above him during the spell shot toward the wall and left a small crack in it. Good, said Naruto as he approached the wall to examine it more closely. But it doesn't do much damage, does it? Yes, but it's usually used in series of 11 or more to compensate for that. And lightning is generally used to stun, not to damage, Negi explained as he handed her the wand. I see. I'll try it. Naruto nodded as he pointed his wand at the same wall. Practice Baij and AR. A lightning spirit, joining enemies in agreement. Magic arrow series of lightning. Why, when he finished, he fired an arrow at high speed towards the wall, causing twice the damage as Negi. Very good, you've added more power. It seems those clones accomplished their purpose, Negi said with a smile. Let's continue with more, shall we? He said as he created a wand and began to launch. Come, Baijener, 3 lightning spirits, joining together to unite the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning. As it ended, 3 lightning arrows shot out at the wall, each causing as much damage as Naruto's. Things continued like this for several hours, while Negi had Naruto conjure 3, 5, 7, and so on, up to 49 lightning arrows. At that moment they encountered their first obstacle, or rather, some of the arrows struck Naruto. Well, I must admit I'm impressed, Negi said. It took me weeks to get to this point, and you did it in just 5 hours. That, combined with the power you instinctively put into every arrow. You have talent, there's no doubt about that, Eva added. Now you just need to get used to casting spells faster, and then we'll move on to more powerful attack spells. But we'll only do that after you can fire 199 arrows, to make sure you can handle the effort. Yes, but first I need to solve my self-control problem. I wouldn't want to hit myself with something more powerful, would I? Naruto said timidly. About that. I think you should choose your personal activation key. It will allow you to control your magic much better, Negi mused. Yes, the old Prakti BGNR will only take you so far, Asuna said. Great. I think it was in one of the books I read, Naruto said before pausing to think. I think I have the right one, he said half an hour later. He stood up and pointed the wand at the wall, the terrified Lord of Dreams. 51 lightning spirits, joining together against the enemy, agree. Magic arrow series of lightning, exclaimed the blonde man, and the 49 arrows shot towards the wall, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. When the cloud dispersed, everyone saw the perfect circle that the arrows had engraved on the wall, deeper than any of the previous ones. Very good. Your control was perfect. Now try. Negi began, but Naruto interrupted him. Wait a second, I want to try something, said Naruto. The terrified Lord of Dreams. 51 lightning spirits, joining together against the enemy, agree. Magic arrow series of lightning. He exclaimed before launching the arrows again, but this time he spun them around each other, forming a small tornado before they struck the wall. Needless to say, the impact was much more powerful than the previous one, as the attack tore a large hole in the wall and debris rained down on those who were too close. "Wow!" exclaimed Naruto as he gazed at the 3-meter-wide hole. "You concentrated the force of the arrows on a single point and spun them to create additional momentum with the wind. Not bad," Eva said with a smile. "I think I went too far," said Naruto, rubbing the back of his neck. "No, it's easy to fix," Asuna said as the wall regenerated. "Even so, we should go to a wider area," she suggested, and they were soon on the lowest and largest terrace, just a few meters from the beach. For practice, Eva had made an especially large stone cube, about 10 meters high. "This should serve as a goal. Make sure you repair it after each attempt," Evangeline said. "And since you're very strong, I think you can skip a few steps. Increase the number of arrows by about a dozen after you've mastered the previous number," Negi said. "Let's find some books you should read before I teach you anything else," Asuna said as she left with Evangeline and Negi. "I'll look in the jutsu library for some high-level jutsu. We can't let you fall behind in your ninja skills, can we?" Kyubi said as he left. "So, shall we increase the number of arrows by a dozen?" Naruto said to himself before a wide smile appeared on his face. "Let's try larger intervals." The terrified Lord of Dreams. 80 lightning spirits, joining together to unite the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning. He launched 80 arrows and made sure they formed a large circle before impact, making deep cuts in the stone. After repairing the target, he repeated the spell several more times, forming a cross, a triangle, and a square before taking a break. After about an hour, he had almost completely recovered and decided to accelerate his progress even further. That terrified Lord of Dreams. 161 lightning spirits. Gathering together, they agree with the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning. Naruto yelled before launching 159 arrows in an attempt to make a circle, but he missed before hitting, making the shape an oval. I need more control. And a lot of practice. Naruto reflected before a smile lit up his face. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he exclaimed, and 10 clones appeared beside him. He then increased the size of the stone blocks several times and ordered his clones to spread out and practice the spell with 159 arrows until they mastered it or dispelled it. The clones took only 15 minutes to dissipate, thus transferring control of the spell to him. From what he could observe, it seemed that only one of the clones had managed to control it perfectly. Naruto also tried it to test it, tracing a perfect circle on the target's surface. Well, that was almost easy. It's time to increase the difficulty. The terrified Lord of Dreams. 200 lightning spirits. Joining together, they agree with the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning, he shouted, launching 200 arrows at the target and managing to form the circle he was looking for. To make sure it wasn't by chance, he also drew a triangle and a cross, without making a single mistake. I guess those clones practiced more than I needed. Let's raise the stakes. The terrified Lord of Dreams. 361 lightning spirits, joining together against the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning. Here we go, Naruto shouted, unleashing 300 lightning bolts. Unfortunately, most of them went out of control and crashed into the target randomly. In the end, only a dozen hit their mark. "Yeah, I need to practice this more," Naruto said, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He then created 30 shadow clones and quadrupled the size of the target stone block. Before sending the clones to work, he gave them some advice. If you get tired, just imagine you're at 100% and keep going. Willpower is key here. Afterward, he took a nap, aware that he needed to release some of the accumulated mental stress. He knew he would need it when the clones studying Orochimaru's experiments dissipated. Approximately an hour later, The clones awakened him by practicing Sagitta Magica. The effort wasn't as great as one might expect, since they all possessed virtually the same information. All right, let's do this right. Naruto began as he sat up and prepared to cast the spell. But before he could even utter his activation code, the others arrived, interrupting him, each carrying a stack of books. Hey, Naruto-kun, how are you getting on with those Sagitta Magica? Kyubi greeted him. Yes, did you reach 100? Asuna asked as she placed her stack of books on the nearest table. Yes, do you want to see? Naruto said with an amused smile. Sure, shoot, Naruto said, nodding. Naruto turned toward his target, which his friends noticed was at least 10 times larger than it used to be. The terrified Lord of Dreams. 361 lightning spirits, joining together against the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning. Naruto shouted and launched the 300 arrows toward the target. After the dust settled, the others stared wide-eyed at the perfect circle carved in stone. That seemed too easy to take an hour with 30 shadow clone techniques. Wait a minute. Now that I've fully analyzed the information, they didn't stop after using 300 arrows. They stopped because they sensed the others approaching. In fact, they were in. Ah, yes. Let's see what you think of this, Naruto thought with an increasingly wide smile. The terrified Lord of Dreams. 561 lightning spirits, joining together against the enemy, agree. Magic arrow series of lightning. Naruto shouted before launching 500 arrows at the now untouched target. When the dust settled, it revealed a much more intricate carving than the previous one. It was still a circle, but unlike the others, this one also had carvings inside. It was a carving of the Paccio circle they used the day he modified the seal. Needless to say, everyone except Naruto gasped at the sight. It took them several minutes to find their voices again. How is it possible that you've progressed so quickly? It took me years to even be able to cast 100 spells, Negi said in amazement. 2 words, said Naruto as he created a clone. Shadow clone, Eva whispered. I see. Even though they're made of chakra, they can control the magical half, just like you. To that we must add the fact that if I say that they won't get tired or run out of energy until they achieve it. Naruto trailed off. No wonder you set the goal so high, Asuna murmured. Well, Naruto-kun, I'm pretty sure you've mastered this spell perfectly. But I've been thinking about it and consulted with Kyubi, and we've decided that you should learn to use all types of Sagitta Magica before moving on to more powerful spells. What do you say? Eva asked. Sure, I don't care. Let's get started, okay? Naruto began, but stopped, grabbed his head with one hand, and covered his mouth with the other before running to the edge of the terrace and vomiting on the railing. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? What happened? Eva asked as they ran towards him and saw his slightly greenish face. I'm fine. I just received the information about Orochimaru's experiments with the cursed seal, she replied weakly. Didn't it go well? Asuna asked. Oh, it turned out well. I have all the details. That's the problem, really. Too many details, Naruto said gloomily. I think we should postpone training for later, Negi suggested. On the contrary, Naruto said as he stood up determinedly. I need to stop thinking about those things. I have to agree with him on that, Kyubi said. Very well, let's begin, Eva said with a smile. For the next 5 hours, Naruto practiced the various versions of Sagitta Magica tirelessly, managing to fire 500 arrows of light, fire, wind, water, stone, ice, sand, lava, mud, and even shadow. The only real difference lay in how he had to control their trajectory due to their properties and their interaction with the air. For some, like the wind, water, and mud arrows, he had to discard the enormous stone target he had been using. In its place, Eva and Negi summoned orbs of ice that he had to capture. All things considered, it was astonishing that it didn't collapse. But of course, controlling a dimension at will has its consequences. Even so, that didn't lessen the mental strain in the slightest. By the time he laid his head on the pillow, he was already asleep. He slept soundly for 15 hours straight until he finally awoke, feeling surrounded by warmth. Opening his eyes, Naruto blushed at the scene. Kyuubi was curled up to his left, Asuna to his right, and Eve was lying on his chest. His blush deepened when he noticed his left hand between Kyuubi's breasts. Somehow, I know I won't get a positive reaction, at least not from Asuna, if they wake up like this. Even if they were the ones who got into my bed, Naruto thought. With a sigh, he used his free hand to perform a shadow clone technique and a shadow clone technique. Before leaving, he transformed the clone into a large teddy bear with a note tied to its ear. A little while later, just as he finished a light warm-up, he started chuckling to himself, remembering the dissipated clone. Asuna's face when she read the note calling them naughty girls certainly deserved it. On the other hand, Eva and Kyuubi's wide smiles made him a little uneasy. His thoughts were interrupted by Negi's sudden arrival. "Hey Naruto, do you have any idea what happened to the girls?" Negi asked, intrigued. "Yes, I actually do," Naruto said with a smile before placing a finger on Negi's forehead and transferring the memory, note included. "It's priceless," Negi mocked. "So what am I going to learn today?" Naruto asked after they had both calmed down. "You will learn the Sagitta Magica of the element of darkness," Evangeline said as she appeared before them from a shadow. "Learning about the darkness of the Lord of Darkness." "Cool," Naruto said with a sly smile. "First and foremost, you must understand the mindset necessary to wield darkness," Eva began. "Unlike light magic, which requires mental clarity, darkness feeds on emotion, on passion. The most common emotions used are dark ones, such as hatred or envy, but pride or lust also work. The more passionate you are, the stronger you will become," Eva concluded. I think I understand. Just one question. What exactly is darkness? Yesterday you said that, contrary to popular belief, it's not darkness, but shadow, the opposite of light, Naruto inquired. Good question. Actually, there isn't a universal answer, since everyone has different criteria for light and darkness, Eva explained. However, I can tell you this. Unlike wind opposing stone, fire opposing water, order opposing chaos, or good opposing evil, darkness is like a small black hole that absorbs everything. The principle of chaos, she concluded dramatically. That sounds a little complicated at first, Naruto said thoughtfully before lifting his head and meeting Eva's gaze. So basically I should just trust my instincts, right? Exactly. That way you can use your emotions in their purest form, Negi said, proud of the blonde's rapid progress. And raw emotions are always the most powerful, because once reason comes into play they become more subdued, dispassionate, Eva added. All right, let's begin. Naruto grinned. Reacting on instinct was his thing, after all. From there, he began to learn about the dark type Sagitta Magica, and boy, was he surprised. His control over the arrows was almost non-existent. Spheres of darkness flew chaotically around him, and magic nullification was the only thing protecting him from the occasional arrow to the face. When he asked Negi and Eva why he couldn't control them, the redhead shot him a look. You can't actually control the darkness. Trying to do so would override your instincts and, therefore, your source of power. Instead of controlling it, you should try to tame it. Think of it as a new pet. You can't force it to do anything. You can only suggest how it should act, Negi tried to explain. I think I understand. Let me try again, Naruto said thoughtfully as he turned toward his target. A huge block of red crystal, Lords of Dreams, he who is terrified. The dark spirits, under the trident, unite and destroy the enemy. The magic arrow of the dark series, he sang, staring blankly at his target as 29 arrows of darkness whizzed past him, creating holes in a perfect circle on the surface of the glass. Judging by your face, I'd say you finally understood why I insisted the glass be red, Eva said with a mocking smile. Yes, instead of controlling the arrows to obey my commands, I need to fill them with emotions that represent my objective. In this case, It's to destroy this wall that reminds me of that night, Naruto said in a somber voice as the crystal was repaired. That terrified Lord of Dreams. 1,000 dark spirits, gathering together, agreeing with their enemies. The magic arrow of the Dark series, he exclaimed as the light around him faded, and 1,000 arrows of darkness hurtled toward the red crystal block, shattering it to pieces. The fragments turned to dust before they even hit the ground, as the dark arrows, without losing their brilliance, turned to finish the job. After that, Naruto left saying he was tired, while Negi continued to stare at him in amazement, and Eva gave him a gesture of understanding. That's twice as many arrows as he managed to make yesterday, exclaimed Negi, somewhere between astonishment and horror. What kind of memory was he talking about? It was one of the things the villagers did to her when she was 4 years old, Eva said with disgust and anger. They painted an entire wall of her apartment with her blood. But Eva, said Negi, looking at her with wide eyes. Yes, something that also happened to me in the first few years after I became a vampire. Fate has a cruel sense of humor. Huh, said the immortal sorceress as she began walking towards the castle. Magic, interrogators, and memories. A few hours after training ended, Eva found Naruto in the Jutsu library. He was working on the seals he had found in Orochimaru's lab and was clearly in a bad mood. As she approached, he didn't look up, but spoke as soon as she opened her mouth. Okay, Eva-chan, I don't blame you for using those memories. It's just that, he said before Eva interrupted him. Are you ashamed? Does it make you feel weak? Don't try to soften it. It won't work, believe me, he said as he sat down next to her. I suppose you speak from experience, Naruto said as he put his arm around her. Well, you could say that a 10-year-old girl with no training who becomes a vampire and is then constantly hunted is similar, Eva said with an amused smile. Ouch, Naruto grimaced at the thought. Yes, it hurts a lot, Eva said. That's why I'm telling you to accept that memory and the others too. Let them be your motivation, your reason to never allow that to happen again to you or to those you care about. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said, then leaned towards Eva and kissed her on the cheek, making her blush. Oh, I just remembered. Did you draw your seal on a parchment like I asked you to? Eva changed the subject. Yes, here you go, said Naruto as he picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to him. Thank you. I want to inspect it to find out all the effects that Arabia magic will have on it. Nothing bad could happen, right? He said as he stood up and left to look for Kyubi. As he resumed his work, Naruto couldn't help but frown. He had read all the research and knew the cursed seal perfectly, from its design to its effects. He was only missing 2 key pieces: how to apply it and what activated it. Attempting to extract it incorrectly would be a disaster. It could kill the subject, activate the cursed seal, or worse, both. In particular, he disliked what was described as the second phase. Regarding the method of implementation, there were indeed notes in each test subject's file, but the fact that they had died was not at all discouraging. However, none were categorized as a success or a failure. In other words, they weren't compatible with the seal. The seal was already complete. All I needed was to find out what kind of genetic modification could be integrated, Naruto concluded. But in the lab, there was nothing suitable for applying the seal, nor the substance for the seal itself, for that matter. Which meant it was done elsewhere, and then the bodies were taken there to be examined and determine the level of compatibility, Naruto said as he stood up and created some clones to gather and store the research before leaving. He soon discovered that the others were examining the parchment with his seal. Hey, I think it's time for me to come back, he announced. Why the rush? You still have more than 2 days left, Kyubi asked. I need to check those test subjects one last time to find out exactly how the seal was applied to them. It's one of the missing details in the investigation. Apparently, Orochimaru didn't want all his work to fall into the wrong hands at once, Naruto explained. Have fun, Asuna said with a gloomy expression. Maybe you can help me with that when I get back. Naruto said with a smile as he disappeared, leaving the three girls blushing. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw that his clones were almost finished and that the person who had written the report was approaching with two scrolls. Once the clones dispersed, he put one of the scrolls in his pocket and headed to the library. Upon arriving, he noticed that the shadow clones were nearly complete. They had finished only a few minutes after he arrived. After sealing the storage scroll along with the original books, Naruto headed to the room where the test subjects were displayed and began to examine them closely. From what he could see, some had retained the transformation granted by the cursed seal even after death, but he still couldn't figure out exactly how it was applied. Even so, he noticed that it wasn't necessarily applied to the neck, as in Anko's case. It simply had to be near a major blood vessel and a tenketsu point. And yet, no marks remained. It was either applied to the skin, or it healed the subject before or after their death. He remained there for over an hour, during which time the other clones brought the weapon scroll that sealed the one destined for the Hokage. He had just finished examining the last test subject when, suddenly, he received the memories of one of his surveillance clones, signaling Ibiki's arrival. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground hideout, he saw him looking around, probably waiting for him. "You're early," Naruto greeted the ANBU interrogation chief. "Stop right there. What's a Jinin doing here? This area has restricted access," Ibiki said authoritatively. "Heh, I guess the old man didn't tell you who to look for," Naruto chuckled. "I was the one who found this place, deactivated all the traps, and the Hokage put me in charge of the main investigation. Speaking of which," he pulled out the other scroll and handed it to a gaping Jonin. "This is for you. It contains a map with information on each room and general observations alongside," he said, and waited while Ibiki examined each scroll and read a few, surprised by the detailed information. "Now, I think you have something for me, so I can leave." Naruto raised an eyebrow in anticipation. "Yes," Ibiki said as he handed her a mission scroll after signing it. "Congratulations on completing your first S-rank mission. Remember that the information you've uncovered is classified, and you can only discuss it with me and the Hokage, unless we tell you otherwise," he added. "Yes, I know. It's standard procedure," Naruto said as he put away the mission scroll. "By the way, I sealed all the weapons and research documents in a separate scroll that I'll personally deliver to the old man." "Very well, you may leave." Ibiki nodded and headed to the nearest room, just as the medical staff began to arrive. A few hours later, Naruto found himself entering the Hokage Tower and walking past the secretary, completely ignoring her screams. Upon opening the door to the Hokage's office, he saw Teams 7, 8, and 10 along with their sensei standing in front of Sarutobi. "Hey, old man, am I interrupting something important?" Naruto asked as he closed the door, silencing the annoying secretary. "Yes, you are, Naruto Baka. Get out of here, or I'll kick you out," Sakura squealed as she raised a fist. "Get out of here, you idiot." Sasuke spat as Kiba growled. Come on, calm down, Naruto. I really expected you to arrive. Why are you here so early?" Sarutobi asked. Ibiki was probably eager to get started and arrived early, Naruto said, shrugging as he walked toward the desk. "So why were you waiting for me?" "These are the teams that passed and became Genin. I wanted them to know who they could work with in the future," Sarutobi explained. "You mean Team 7 passed the bell test?" Naruto asked incredulously. "Of course, with skills like mine. How could you fail me?" Sasuke asked arrogantly. Faced with this, Naruto began rubbing his temples in frustration. "Let me guess, the council forced you to pass them, right?" Naruto asked Kakashi, who had the decency to show embarrassment. "But you told them the test was about teamwork, right?" "Yes, it seems that nowadays arrogance causes memory loss," Kakashi said as he looked at a conceited Sasuke. "I think even the Kyuubi would feel sorry for you, Kakashi," Naruto murmured. Come on, Naruto. I'm sure Kakashi will take care of it," said Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, please recall the qualities and flaws of your most cherished former students and compare them to those of Team 7? Naruto asked sharply. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi surveyed Team 7. Kiba was gazing adoringly at Hinata. Sakura was mesmerized by Sasuke, and the Avenger seemed to have a stick up his ass. The old Kage couldn't help but frown. They had every flaw and almost no virtues. "I'm starting to feel sorry for Kakashi," he muttered, just loud enough for only Naruto and the Jonin to hear. Since Naruto entered, the other two teams hadn't said a word. Most were amused by the way Naruto was cornering Kakashi, but Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, Asuma, and Kurenai wondered what business Naruto could possibly have with Ibiki, of all people. "Well, now that you've met, you can leave. I need to talk to Naruto," Sarutobi said, but Sasuke didn't seem to care. "I want to hear about the mission, Dobe," said the Uchiha. "Bad luck, you can't," said Naruto as he turned his back on him. "I am an Uchiha, and I demand that you respect me," Sasuke said angrily. "You could be a level 10 Uchiha. That's what matters to me. This mission is classified," Naruto said. Before Sasuke could say another word, Sarutobi lost his patience. "A and BU, escort Sasuke outside and don't return until I call you back," ordered the Hokage, and two blurry black figures appeared behind him, grabbed Sasuke, and ran off. After placing some seals on the door, Naruto handed both his written report and the mission scroll to the old man. "Well, do you have everything you need?" the Hokage asked. "Unfortunately, no. I got all the data from the hideout, but two key pieces of the research are missing: how to apply the seal and how to activate it. Without that, I wouldn't dare risk removing it," Naruto explained. "That's worrying," Sarutobi sighed. However, Naruto began, and the Hokage raised his head hopefully. "I also noticed the lack of the necessary equipment to apply such a seal. I'm certain it was applied elsewhere, probably in the other laboratory that was discovered." "In other words, you want to review the documents that were found there," Sarutobi concluded, and the blonde man nodded. "Well, I don't mind, but there aren't many documents left. When we discovered the lab, Orochimaru was still there, and when we tried to capture him, he used a very destructive fire-release jutsu to escape. I recall there was some data about the seal, but I'm not sure it's what you need," Sarutobi explained. "I'll see what I can do with this," said Naruto as the Hokage took 2 sheets of paper and began to write. "Very well, here you go. Permission to access those classified files," said Sarutobi as he handed him one of the sheets. "Thank you. The report I gave you is just the preliminary one you requested. It also includes 2 sealed containment scrolls containing all the research and the weapons. I have my own copies of the research if I need them, so you can keep them locked away," Naruto said as Sarutobi reviewed the report and the containment scrolls. "Very impressive. Just like your father, you've organized everything perfectly." They praised Sarutobi's scrolls before putting them in his safe. "Let me finish this, and you can go," Sarutobi said, writing a few words on the paper, stamping it with his personal seal, and handing it to Naruto. The blonde looked at the S-rank completion form for a few seconds before putting it in her pocket and leaving. Upon leaving the Hokage Tower, he saw the other genin waiting for him. "All right, idiot, tell me what your mission was," Sasuke demanded as he stood in front of him. "If you don't understand the word classified, you're dumber than I thought," Naruto sighed. "Besides, you wouldn't want to get involved in one of Ibiki's investigations," Shikamaru said seriously. "Who is that loser Ibiki who's getting in Sasuke-kun's way?" Sakura demanded. "He's just the head of the ANBU torture and interrogation unit. Good luck trying to get information out of him," Ino said sarcastically as Sakura and a few others paled. "Is there any reason why everyone is still here?" Naruto asked. "We're all going to have a barbecue to celebrate you becoming a genin. We were waiting for you," Choji said with a smile. "Well, what are we waiting for? Anyway, I haven't had lunch yet." Naruto smiled back. A few minutes later, they entered one of the few places that allowed Naruto. They chose a large table and sat according to their teams. Naruto sat between teams 8 and 10, specifically between Ino and Hinata. while Team 7 stood on the other side of the table. While they waited for their order, Shikamaru decided to break the ice. So, Naruto, why haven't you shown everyone your true power until now? It's not like you've shown your full power yet, Nara asked. Yeah, you don't miss a thing, do you? Naruto asked, amused. When did you figure it out? When you saw me practicing that Katon Jutsu a few years ago? No, before that, when I saw you reading a scroll in class during history lesson. Seals aren't something academy students usually study. Though you did a pretty good job pretending they were tattoos, Shikamaru said with a mocking smile. Damn it. Well, as for my reason, let's just say that now that I'm a ninja, the civilian council has little to no influence over me, Naruto said as the orders arrived. Ah, the eternal bastards of power, Shikamaru complained. No need to say more, I understand. While they ate, Naruto chatted for a while with Ino and Hinata, who seemed to have overcome some of her shyness. He had to break the ice several times, as Ino began flirting with him much more subtly than she had with Sasuke, but her intentions remained clear to both Naruto and Hinata. So, Naruto-kun, how strong are you? Shikamaru said you haven't shown your full power yet, Ino asked. Well, I've never compared myself to anyone. Maybe at the Chunin level. Naruto shrugged. Huh, as if an idiot like you could ever become a Chunin. I'd beat you without breaking a sweat, said Sasuke, who had remained surprisingly quiet the whole time. It was probably because he was around people he considered inferior. I can do it too. I'll show Hinata what true strength is. Kiba added. Yeah, right, just like you did yesterday, huh, dog? I bet your dinner was entertaining too. They say your sister likes to humiliate you, Naruto said with a mocking smile. What? You told him, Kiba said angrily. No, she saw everything. I'm surprised she didn't castrate you, Naruto said as Kiba paled. You still can't beat Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. I can do more than defeat him. I can tear him to pieces, Naruto said disdainfully. I accept the challenge, Sasuke said angrily as he stood up. That sounds good to me. I wanted to try something new anyway. You'll be the first human target. But after lunch, I had a lot of missions this morning. And we'll do it at your team's training grounds, Naruto agreed. Don't you want to be defeated on your own turf? Kiba mocked. No, you only need the Hokage's permission to enter training ground 44. You don't mind being a referee, do you, Kakashi? Naruto asked, glancing to his left where the copy ninja was standing. No, I'm very curious to see this fight, Kakashi said as Naruto finished his meal. But don't get your hopes up about copying my jutsu. I won't use hand seals for that, Naruto warned as he stood up. On their way to Training Ground 7, they encountered Kurenai and Asuma, who decided to join them. Upon arrival, the spectators climbed nearby trees for a better view, while Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke headed to the center of the clearing. Understood, Eva-chan? Naruto thought to himself. What is it? She replied. Should I use something else instead of a wand when I cast spells? It gets in the way a bit, he asked Naruto. Sure, I recommend you wear a ring. Here, I'll send you the information. You just need to make it appear on your finger, replied Eva. After doing what he was told, Naruto found himself wearing a silver ring with his activation key. Why yes, it's tailor-made for you. So you just need to recite the spell in your mind instead of out loud. It will help you keep your secrets for a while longer, added Eva before letting him continue his fight. Ready to bow down to your superiors? Sasuke smiled mockingly. I bow to no one but the Hokage. And since when do you think you're superior to every living being? Naruto retorted, making the Avenger growl in anger. Begin, shouted Kakashi, backing away as Sasuke began throwing kunai at the blonde. Naruto wasn't worried at all. He dodged the kunai with minimal effort, barely moving. Meanwhile, he calmly walked towards Sasuke, preparing his spell. The terrified Lord of Dreams. 9 lightning spirits, joining together, unite the enemy. Magic arrow series of lightning. He thought before suddenly appearing behind Sasuke with astonishing speed and launching 9 lightning arrows at him, 2 in each limb and one in the chest. After the impact, Sasuke collapsed to the ground. What have you done to me, idiot? Sasuke asked angrily. Obviously, I defeated you in one move. You won't be able to move for a few minutes, so don't even try. That wasn't just any lightning release jutsu. You were right. I couldn't copy it. Those chakra spheres simply appeared around you and then attacked Sasuke. Kakashi said, almost in amazement. Yes, you were great. Naruto-kun, said Ino when the others arrived at the place. I've never seen anything like it. Lightning release chakra is usually blue, but yours was almost white-yellow, like natural lightning, Asuma said, impressed. Where did you learn that? Kakashi asked curiously. I'm sorry, it's a secret. The Hokage wouldn't want me to reveal it so easily, but I can tell you that even if you knew how it worked, it wouldn't help you perfect your original technique, Naruto told the masked ninja, who looked surprised and a little disappointed. After everyone except Sakura and Kiba congratulated him, Naruto noticed that Sasuke could finally move. And so he did. He grabbed a kunai and threw it at the blonde. However, he was too slow, and Naruto caught it by the ring on the handle and threw it back, slightly cutting his cheek. It's over, Uchiha. You lost. Accept it and drop that attitude. You're getting on my nerves more than usual, Naruto said coldly before Sasuke left, followed by Kiba and Sakura. Do you hate all Uchiha on principle? Kakashi asked, somewhat annoyed. No, only the ones that are left. His father was an idiot. I guess that's where he got it from, Naruto said, frowning. Did you know Fugaku? Asuma asked, surprised. Yeah, he was quite a character. I don't think I ever saw him happy about anything, always complaining about who knows what. With a father like him, sometimes I even find it hard to blame Itachi, Naruto murmured. Yes, if it weren't for Mikoto. Kurenai trailed off, noticing the other genin staring at them with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Well, enough of that. One thing's for sure. You're going to have your work cut out for you with this team. Huh, Kakashi? She asked, causing him to groan. Well, I have to go. See you around, said Naruto as he started to leave. Hey, Naruto-kun, Ino said. Are you heading to ANBU headquarters by any chance? Yes, actually yes. Why? He asked, surprised. Do you mind if I come with you? I want to tell Dad I passed the exam, Ino said as she stood beside him. Sure, I don't care. Let's go, said Naruto, and the two of them ran off, leaving a slightly annoyed Hinata behind. As they walked toward the village, Ino flirted with Naruto again, though this time more openly. Naruto felt relieved when they arrived. It wasn't that he didn't like Ino. He simply didn't want to appear unfaithful in front of Hinata. He just hoped the Hokage would be ready to reveal his lineage soon. Then it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Some guards stopped them, but eventually let them pass after recognizing Ino and seeing the permit the Hokage had given to Naruto. Hey, Dad. I did it. I passed the exam, Ino said happily as they entered Inoichi's office. Congratulations, Ino, said the Yamanaka clan chief before looking at the other blonde. Hello, Naruto. What brings you here? I heard you finished your mission a few hours ago. I have another related case. I need to review some files that were classified several years ago and that the Hokage said were here, Naruto said, showing his permit. As he reviewed the paper, Inoichi's eyes widened in disproportionate force. Naruto, this is a permanent permit for all our files. Why on earth would the Hokage give you something like this? He asked. I guess he really wants me to get all the information I need for this mission, Naruto said, shrugging. I'll ask him later. All right, I know a few things about you and your previous mission, so let me show you where those files are, Inoichi said as he stood up and led them toward the files. Upon arriving, the Yamanaka pointed to a large bookshelf filled with scrolls and books. The bookshelf had a label with a white snake on it. I can't believe it, Naruto complained. The old man said most of the documents were destroyed when he deserted. Yes, they were. This is just what's left. Imagine the amount of data that was lost, Inoichi said, amused. Please tell me I can use the shadow clone here, Naruto practically begged. You're lucky. It's the only one allowed. The others are too messy, Inoichi said with a smile as the blonde genin sighed in relief. But you can't take the documents out of this room. Okay, I'll finish in 5 minutes at most, Naruto said confidently as he approached the bookshelf. Kyubi-chan, can you copy this bookshelf like you did with the weapons? Naruto asked mentally. Sure, no problem. But make sure you keep your eyes closed. You don't want anyone to notice, he replied that when the bookshelf was at arm's length. He closed his eyes and switched bodies with Kyubi, who immediately performed several shadow clone techniques. Then, he placed his right arm on the bookshelf and completely enveloped it in a clear, colorless chakra. It was all over in less than 2 minutes, and Naruto returned to his original form. Well, I have everything I need, Naruto said as he turned to face the two astonished Yamanakas. Did you just read the entire bookshelf? Ino asked in amazement. No, I simply made a copy of all the documents and placed them within my mindscape, Naruto explained. Can you access your mindscape? Inoichi asked, impressed. Yes, I've been redecorating lately too, Naruto said with a smile. Can I take a look? Ino asked. Ino, I don't think that's a good idea. The last person who tried to enter his mind ended up with their brain fried, Inoichi warned. Actually, his soul was shattered, Naruto corrected. Well, the point is, it's dangerous. Right, Naruto? The clan leader asked. What do you think? Should I leave her? Naruto asked his tenants. Sure. I just finished putting a mountain on top of the cage. Just don't bring her to the castle. I wouldn't want her to see how many pretty girls you have in your head, Kyubi joked. Not really, that guy broke in. I can let him have a quick look without any danger, Naruto said, shrugging. Are you sure? Inoichi raised an eyebrow. Well, the Hokage-sama is fine, and he checked on him 2 days ago, Naruto said. Ah, then I don't see the problem. Would you mind if I took a look too? Yamanaka said calmly. Sure, said Naruto, and placed his hands on their foreheads as they closed their eyes. When the two Yamanakas opened their eyes, they found themselves on a grassy plain. Behind them lay a vast tropical forest. To their left, a cliff overlooked the sea, and before them stood the largest and most complex castle they had ever seen or even heard of. Oh my God, exclaimed Ino as her father nodded in approval. I can create whatever I want in here, as long as I know enough about the object, Naruto said as the field in front of them became covered in red roses. Wow, exclaimed Ino and approached the flowers. Hey, I don't mean to bother you or anything, but shouldn't there be something more here? Or rather, someone, Inoichi whispered to Naruto. In response, the blonde genin pointed to the newly added mountain and uttered a single word, redecoration, to which Inoichi nodded in understanding. Well, I think it's time to go, Ino, he shouted, and the girl returned to his side. What a shame, they're just thoughts, Ino said sadly before they went back outside. Well, I have a lot to read, Naruto excused himself to Inoichi. I should go too, Ino said as she followed Naruto outside. Thank you for letting us take a peek into your mindscape, Ino said as she arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop before giving him a kiss on the cheek. You're welcome. Here, keep it as a souvenir, said Naruto as a rose like the ones in his mind's landscape suddenly appeared in his hand before he gave it to the wide-eyed girl. Ino carefully took the flower and couldn't help but blush slightly as she looked at it. But when she raised her head to thank him, he was already gone. Wow, that's fast, she whispered before looking back at the rose and blushing again. Meanwhile, Naruto entered the Hokage Tower once again. Passing by the annoying secretary, he entered the Hokage's office and saw Sarutobi relaxing on the sofa while two Kage Bunshin did the paperwork. Hey, old man, I think you gave me a permanent permit by mistake, Naruto said as he closed the door. Not at all. You're one of the few people in the village who knows so many details about Orochimaru's experiments. Considering the incident with Mizuki, it's quite possible that Orochimaru will head to Konoha soon. And as the Ninetales host, you'd be one of his prime targets, just like me. Although in your case, He'd probably try to capture you rather than kill you, Saratobi explained. Wow. Thanks for the good news, said the blond man with a grimace before making his excuses and leaving. Upon arriving at his training grounds, he created several shadow clones to keep watch while he sat down and entered his mindscape, heading straight for the Jutsu library. Without further delay, he created 500 shadow clones, and they all began reading from the newly added bookshelf. That's how Negi found him 6 hours later, when he dispelled the last 10 clones while meditating. How did it go? Did you find what you needed? Negi asked curiously before noticing that Naruto was a little pale. Are you okay? He added worriedly. I'll be fine. I just figured out what's inside the seal, Naruto said when the girls arrived. Oh, really? What would that be? Eva asked curiously. A crystallized fragment of Orochimaru's soul. In each of the cursed seals he created, Naruto said with disgust. But he won hundreds. If that were the case, he'd barely have a soul left, exclaimed Eve, scandalized. Yes, it would be small enough to jump into another's body and then devour their soul if its willpower is stronger than the victim's, Naruto said gravely. Not to mention the influence it would have on those marked with the seal. Even the most powerful shinobi would be weakened, at the very least, Kyubi reasoned. Well, at least I discovered that he puts the seal's ink on his fangs and bites the victim wherever he wants it to appear, Naruto sighed. Knowing this, I can extract the soul fragment and prevent the seal from activating when Orochimaru is nearby or when the wielder is angry. It won't eliminate the seal completely, but it will greatly reduce the side effects when it activates, he explained. What were the drawbacks? Asuna asked. It puts a huge strain on the user's body. Furthermore, the more it's used, the more easily it's influenced. It also corrupts the chakra system, Naruto explained. You know, once the soul fragment is extracted, it would be quite easy to put something else in its place, Negi said thoughtfully. Like a spell to enhance the user with elemental characteristics? Naruto grinned. I was thinking the same thing. About 3 hours ago, a clone read about Arabian magic, and I'm sure I can store a spell permanently. The level of enhancement would depend solely on the amount of power transferred to the seal. I just have to fuse the spell with the seal using a variation of the spell. Unison it, and set an activation phrase, Naruto explained. Heh, it seems you have the same determination as Negi when it comes to creating new dangerous techniques, said Asuna. Yes, he is definitely becoming a dark wizard, Kyubi said with a smile. All right, then, I suggest you go home and rest. Tomorrow we'll move on to more difficult spells. Only after mastering some A-rank spells will you be able to use Arabian magic safely, as well as the technique. Unison it, Eva said with a nervous smile. Results and revelations. A week had passed since she discovered how to remove the cursed seal, and her life had been a living hell. She still blamed herself for the stupidity of telling the two foremen, Evangeline and Kyubi, that she could make her physical exhaustion and injuries disappear simply by wishing it. The fact that they ignored her mental exhaustion didn't help matters. He had originally planned to train the equivalent of 2 months in that week. Instead, he trained the equivalent of 4 months, day and night, to the point where he had to add sleeping pills to his drinks when he wanted to rest. During one of those rest periods, we found him with a plate full of dango when an ANBU appeared behind him. Uzumaki-san, you must report to the Hokage's office immediately. I will accompany you, he said. What's the rush? Naruto asked as he stood up and was about to quickly eat the remaining dango when the answer came and his heart almost stopped. Mitarashi Anko has returned from her mission, said the ANBU, trembling slightly. Damn it, I'd better bring a peace offering, Naruto said as he picked up the dango and was then transported with a shunshin before a sweaty Saratobi and a furious Anko before the ANBU left them alone. Dango? Naruto tried to hold up a stick for Anko to take. You're dead, Anko said before putting everything in her mouth. So why have you summoned me, Grandpa? Naruto asked, his voice trembling slightly. You just finished telling me what happened on your second day in Area 44, barely an hour after I left on a mission that, apparently, only I could have carried out, Anko said as she approached him. What a coincidence, hee hee. You don't believe it, huh? Naruto sighed. Not a chance, Anko said as she took another step, and Naruto sighed again. Please take a seat, said the blonde man before activating the security seals and sitting down on the sofa. Anko glared at him furiously before sitting down next to him. Did the Hokage-sama tell you what that hiding place was used for? He asked. No, he only told me he was Orochimaru, she replied with a hint of curiosity. I was completely focused on cursed seals, Naruto said, making her eyes widen. I personally suggested to the Hokage-sama that he keep you away, he continued, noticing the look of betrayal and anger on her face before adding. We trust you, don't get me wrong, but there might be something in there that could activate your seal. That, and the fact that you're not the type to just bow down and obey orders, he said with a mocking chuckle. Well, to be honest, I just didn't want you to see those horrors and start thinking it could have been you, Naruto said quietly, making Anko sigh in resignation. Okay, I understand, she said. Also, I wanted to give you some good news when you got back, Naruto added with a smile, at which both Anko and Saratobi turned their heads towards him. Do you mean you can remove it? Saratobi asked hopefully. That and much more. You see, I discovered the connection he has with Orochimaru, he said, smiling. Link, Anko asked, her mouth suddenly dry. Yes, each seal contains a fragment of his soul, said Naruto, and then quickly added, to the horrified looks of those present, I can easily remove it and even put something better in its place. Wait a minute. How and why are there soul fragments in the seals? Saratobi asked, confused. How did Orochimaru fragment his soul? Fragmenting a soul is quite easy. In fact, there's probably no ninja above the Genin rank who hasn't done it unconsciously, Naruto said sadly. How? Anko asked, but it was Saratobi who gave the answer. Killing, aren't you, Naruto? The old Kage asked in a low voice. Yes. However, over time the fragment can be reassembled if the mindset is right. Like in? Anko asked. First of all, you don't have to be a murderous lunatic, Naruto said in an expressionless voice. The reason you killed and the remorse you feel also matter. I see. How did he get it inside the seal then? Saratobi asked. Well, there are several requirements for that. The most difficult to fulfill is having very dense chakra and very vast reserves, Naruto began. You also need Kage-level chakra control and very strong willpower. And to place the soul fragment in the seal. Well, when Orochimaru gives someone a cursed seal, he bites them to inject the enzyme and, at the same time, places the soul fragment in the seal using his chakra. Yes, physical contact would certainly be necessary, said Saratobi thoughtfully. Last question, why? Anko asked fearfully. Actually, there are several reasons, Naruto said, frowning. For starters, the soul fragment tries to corrupt the host and make them trust Orochimaru more than usual. Then it corrupts the chakra system, limiting the amount of chakra that can be used without activating the seal. Furthermore, it activates the seal when the host experiences intense dark emotions, Naruto added as he stood up and walked to the window. Anything else? Saratobi asked. Yes, 3 more purposes. It can weaken the bearer on Orochimaru's orders if it's close enough. Occasionally, it causes pain to the user until the seal reaches level 2. Naruto trailed off. Level 2? Anko asked. Yes, luckily, your seal is only level 1, and when it's active, it covers your body like tattoos. The level 2 seal covers the entire body and causes physical transformations. In short, it makes you look like a grotesque monster, Naruto explained, noticing Anko shudder in disgust. We had hundreds on display at the hideout, if you really want to know, he added, receiving a resounding no. What, then, is the ultimate purpose of the seal? Saratobi asked. As you both surely know, Orochimaru is obsessed with immortality. Naruto began with a sigh. By constantly extracting fragments of his soul, the part that remains in his body is very small. So small, in fact, that he can enter another person's body and attempt to take it over. To be more precise, Naruto sighed. Do you mean he can take over someone's body like a Yamanaka? Enko asked. Yes, but it's permanent and more like a leech. You see, it devours the soul of its new host, Naruto explained. Do you mean he can take over anyone's body? Saratobi asked, now paler than ever. Theoretically, yes. In practice, no. If his willpower isn't strong enough, Orochimaru himself would be devoured. That's where the cursed seal comes in, Naruto said. It not only weakens the one who bears it, but it also makes fusion much easier, since it contains a fragment of Orochimaru's soul from the start. Then why didn't he take care of Anko when she survived the seal? Saratobi asked, confused. I'm pretty sure she'd prefer someone with lineage, Naruto reasoned. Besides, back then Anko was just a little girl. Wouldn't a younger body be preferable? Saratobi asked. Yes, but I heard that Orochimaru likes little boys more, Naruto said with a chuckle, followed shortly after by the other two. Tell me, Naruto, what did you mean by replacing the soul fragment? Saratobi asked. Well, first you need to understand the abilities the seal grants, Naruto began. When the seal covers the body, it increases the effectiveness of most jutsu by increasing the flow of chakra through the spirals. Yes, but it hurts a lot and consumes a lot of chakra, Anko grimaced. No, the seal isn't the cause. It's the soul fragment. It consumes your chakra to become stronger and damages your chakra channels in the process, Naruto explained. What do you plan to replace it with? A fragment of someone else's soul? Saratobi asked. No way. As far as I know, the punishment for extracting fragments of your soul is eternal torment. No, actually, I was thinking of giving you a special attack that you could use with the seal active. More of an ability than an attack, really, Naruto told a now intrigued Anko. Skill? Like a lineage? Saratobi perked up. Well, it's similar to an elemental bloodline, but it's not genetic. It depends on the seal, so it can't be passed down. At least, that's what I think, Naruto explained. So, will it make me breathe fire or something? Anko asked, now excited at the prospect of a new toy. No, the one I had in mind is a little weirder than that one, Naruto said with a smile. Well, Saratobi encouraged him to continue. The ability to control the shadow element, Naruto said with a smile. Do you mean something like the Nara clan? Anko asked, sounding somewhat disappointed. No, they can simply control the shadows around them. What I'm talking about is much more powerful. Naruto shook his head. More powerful than that of the Nara? Saratobi asked, intrigued. As I said, the Nara clan simply controls shadows. I mean the ability not only to control them, but also to create shadows and physical objects from them, Naruto explained. Creating shadows from nothing but chakra? Is that even possible? Saratobi asked in amazement. Instead of answering, Naruto reached his right hand back. Anko was about to ask him what he was doing when currents of shadow surged from his hand, heading straight for her and binding her, placing a sharp shadow blade against her neck. I'll take that as a yes, Saratobi said in an expressionless voice. Tell me, Naruto, how can you use it? You don't have a cursed seal, do you? He added with concern as the shadows receded. No, actually, it's a technique that was used a long time ago. The Nara clan probably descends from people who use shadows so much that, over time, and due to unknown circumstances, they developed a lineage for it, Naruto explained. Wow, that blade was really sharp. What else can it do? Anko asked excitedly. Well, in your case, because of the seal, you'll get shadow armor when you activate it. At some point, you'll be able to create shadow puppets. You can even make clothes out of shadows, but you need a lot of concentration to maintain it, Naruto said. When can you perform the procedure? Saratobi asked with a broad smile. Wait a minute. He's going to perform the procedure? What does he know about seals? Anko asked, surprised. I thought you would do it. Naruto knows as much as I do, if not more. He dealt with the trap seals scattered throughout the hideout like it was nothing. If you want proof, Sarutobi reassured her. Furthermore, only I can grant you the power of the shadow element. You will be the only person, besides me, who will have access to those ancient powers, Naruto explained. And what do you want in return? I find it hard to believe you're doing this out of pure kindness, Anko asked. Well, believe it or not, I am, Naruto said, laughing. All I ask is that you practice these skills in secret, preferably in Area 44, and keep me updated on your progress. Why? Why are you doing this? Anko asked in a calmer voice. Well, even though I also have a seal that's ruined my life, the one I have gives me some advantages that somewhat compensate for it. I simply want to give you the same opportunity, Naruto sighed. I accept, Anko said with a determination she hadn't had before. When will you perform the procedure? Sarutobi asked with a smile. Well, I have everything I need, and tonight's a new moon. The best conditions for the shadow element, Naruto said with a smile. Anywhere in particular? I could arrange that. Sarutobi began. The Area 44 tower would be perfect, Naruto interrupted. It's usually unguarded, except during the Chunin exams or ENBU survival training. Very well. I want to be there when it happens, and I'll bring a Biki too. Is that all right? Sarutobi asked. As long as you authorize it, I have no complaints, Naruto said, shrugging. But Anko might, he added with a chuckle. Would I? Anko raised an eyebrow. Why? You'll have to have your torso completely bare, Naruto said with a mocking chuckle. The seal I'll draw will be mainly on your back, but part of it will also extend to the front, he explained. Normally, Anko could flaunt her charms in front of the whole village without a care. But, for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but blush at the thought of being practically naked in front of the mysterious blonde man. Add Kurenai to the group too. He finally said that I don't want to be the only girl there if I can avoid it, she added to herself. Very well. What time will you start? Sarutobi asked, amused. We'll start at 11 and finish at midnight sharp. An hour will be enough, Naruto said. Very well. See you tonight, said Sarutobi, bidding them farewell. As they left the Hokage Tower, Anko spoke. Are you hungry? I mean, I ate your lunch, she said, smiling shyly. Sure, but then I have to go get ready. It'll take me a while. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, Anko said, smiling, and led him to the dango shop. After they placed their order, Anko turned to him with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry I exploded at you earlier. It's just that, he began. Angry to the core? Don't worry, I saw it coming. I probably deserved it. Naruto nodded in understanding. Even so, where did you learn Fuinjutsu at that level? And everything else? Anko asked curiously. Grandpa let me learn Fuinjutsu from his library since I was 5. As for the rest, well, that's... Naruto trailed off. Is that it? Anko leaned towards him to hear better. A secret, Naruto said with a smile, causing Anko to put her hands to her head. I should have seen it coming, Anko muttered as she stood up. Well, maybe I'll tell you sometime in the future. But not today. Naruto shrugged. After eating, they separated. Naruto headed straight for the tower in the Forest of Death. Upon reaching the summit, he performed some Kage Bunshin to stand guard, and then sat down to meditate, entering his mental landscape. Upon appearing in his room, he was relieved to find that Eva and Kyubi were still sleeping outside, where he had left them. Upon reaching them, he couldn't help but blush at the position in which they were sleeping. By means unknown to him, both of Eva's hands were in Kyubi's cleavage, while the redhead's right hand was under the vampire's skirt. She was wiping her bleeding nose when Asuno arrived. What the hell are you doing, you pervert? She demanded, blushing as well. Hey, I just got here, Naruto retorted, taking a step back. Luckily for him, Kyubi drew attention to herself when Eva moved her hand slightly. MMM. Naruto-kun. Kyubi moaned. Could you wake them up, please? Naruto asked Asuna as he tried to stop a torrent of blood coming from his nose. Sure. Asuna broke out in a cold sweat and approached the two tangled girls. With a swift right swipe of the magic canceller, the effects of the sleeping potion disappeared and the girls awoke. Good morning, sleepyheads. Naruto grinned as the two quickly walked away from each other, their faces red. What's wrong, Naruto? Negi asked as he arrived at the scene. Anko has returned. Tonight we'll deal with her seal, since it's a new moon, said Naruto. Good for her. Eva yawned. Let's establish the requirements of the ritual then, Kyubi said as he stood up. A few minutes later, they stood before two large carved ritual circles, similar to Pacchio circles. Both six-pointed stars had empty glass spheres in their six corners, and only one of the circles had a sphere in its center. Well, we're done here. After you get these things outside, it's all up to you. Are you ready? Eva asked with a fong-filled grin. Acts of the Night of Erebus. Naruto screamed and was enveloped by darkness, his colors changing to black and white, only the opposite of what one would expect. Her skin turned as black as night, while her black attire became as white as snow. Her golden blonde hair turned black, as did the whites of her eyes. However, her blue irises turned white with a seven-pointed golden star. All over her body, white tattoos swirled, the lines converging at the outer edge of the seal on her abdomen. I still don't know how you got that star in your eyes. Normally, you should be completely black and white. Eva shook her head. Maybe it has something to do with the seal, Asuna said, shrugging. No, the star should have 8 points if it were for the seal, or 9 if it were for me, said Kyubi. Well, I think it's because of Asuna and me. A 7-pointed star is part of Vesperatia's original royal crest. It might have something to do with the fact that it possesses both of our abilities. It can both destroy and create, Negi explained. Well, that's the most likely theory we have at the moment, Naruto said, shrugging as he returned to normal and went back outside to clean a large enough area. Several hours later, one of his clones dissipated, alerting him to the arrival of his guests during his nap. Are you ready, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked as the group reached the top of the tower. Yes. Sit down so I can explain the procedure to you, said the blonde, pointing to the bench to her right. After they sat down, Naruto began to explain the process. Well, to start, Anko-san will have to take some of these painkillers and remove her upper body clothing. He began, handing Anko a bottle. Why do you need painkillers? Kurenai asked, giving her a suspicious look. To completely eliminate the parasite, the cursed seal must be fully active. These pills will not only alleviate the pain, but also reveal the degree of corruption, which will help me map the sealing array, Naruto explained. After mapping the seals, I'll have to bite you and infuse dense energy into the seal, just as Orochimaru did when he gave it to you. Then I'll eliminate the parasite, and we'll proceed to place something else in its place, he concluded. All right, let the show begin. Anko stood up, and in a few seconds she was topless. Anko, are you sure about this? Kurenai asked, preventing her from taking the drug. I'm as prepared as I'll ever be, Anko said seriously. I need you to lie face down here before you swallow that, Naruto shouted, pointing to a space beside him. After doing so, she swallowed and the cursed seal activated, and Anko said in surprise. I don't really feel it. I told you so, Naruto said as he drew a seal around the purple glow emanating from his neck. After tracing the seal, she stepped back a few paces and placed her palms on the ground. Almost immediately, an intricately carved circle appeared around Anko, with her neck near the center. A few seconds later, 6 empty crystal spheres appeared within the circle, the 7th right in the center, next to Anko's neck. Then, she waved her hands, and the spheres at the 6 corners filled with fire, light, wind, water, shadow, and earth, in that exact order. As he walked alongside Anko, Naruto bit his finger and only 3 drops of blood fell. The first drop fell onto the carved circle. Suddenly, it began to flow through the carving, increasing in quantity as it flowed and eventually filling the entire carved ritual circle. The second drop fell onto the source of the purple glow on Anko's neck, causing the seals she drew to glow red. The third and final drop fell onto the empty sphere and pierced the glass, stopping in the center and plunging into total darkness. In fact, it was so dark that it seemed to absorb the light around it. When the 3 transformations were over, he leaned towards Anko's neck as his fangs lengthened. "This is it," he whispered before biting her where Orochimaru had done so long ago. Slowly, he channeled some of Kyuubi's Yuki through his elongated fangs until the seal he had drawn began to move. Then, he withdrew his teeth from Anko's neck and leaped out of the circle as he formed the ram's hand seal, just as the blood-filled circle began to glow. The seal concentrated the purple glow into a single point and was touched by chains emanating from the 6 surrounding spheres, each chain made of the element contained within the sphere. The ends of the chains detached from their respective spheres and converged on the 7th sphere, which began to float, drawing the chains into its interior. With these chains, it tore through the red seal, along with the purple glow it now contained, and pulled it inside. When it finished, the bloody circle and the 6 now empty spheres vanished, leaving behind a slowly falling crystal sphere, which Naruto caught. Inside was a white-scaled snake with slanted yellow eyes rimmed in purple. "Let me go, you silly boy, or I'll kill you slowly," hissed the angry snake. "Naruto, is it what I think it is?" Sarutobi asked as he and the other 2 onlookers approached. "Yes, I gave that soul fragment a body using my blood. I mean, why investigate what he did before he deserted? If this guy has all of Orochimaru's memories up to the day he gave Anko the seal." Naruto smiled. "I won't tell you anything," spat the snake. "Seriously?" Naruto asked, and the sphere began to shrink while the snake remained the same size. "Did I tell you that this crystal sphere is indestructible, or that it heats up very easily?" Naruto asked sadistically. "Bah, why should I tell you anything? I'll take my secrets to the grave," declared the snake. "You won't escape until Orochimaru does. Your soul is bound to this prison, and my blood granted you a great healing ability. Accept it. Unless you betray your true nature, eternal torment awaits you. And no, not even if I die will you be able to escape." Naruto finished with a smile as Anko took the sphere in one hand and a lighter in the other. "Don't rush to share that information. I want my revenge first." "Mwahaha!" Anko exclaimed as she began to cook the snake. "Gah, you'll pay for this, you fool. I'm going to splash." The snake was silenced as the orb shrank to the size of an egg. "All right, we'll save the fun for later. And if he goes berserk, we'll hand him over to Inoichi for a mental analysis." "Oh, by the way, he doesn't need to eat or drink," said Naruto as he returned the sphere to its original size, and Anko handed it to Sarutobi just as the snake began to heal. Naruto created another carved circle and signaled to Anko to stand in the center, while 6 orbs with the basic elements appeared inside. "Don't take any more painkillers. You need to feel this," Naruto said as Anko searched in her pocket. "Will there be pain?" Kurenai asked, having long since left her doubts behind. "No, but she'll sense something," Naruto said with a mocking smile. "And that will be?" Anko asked, puzzled by the expression on his face. "You're about to find out. I'm sure you'll like it," Naruto said, looking up and frowning. "Is something wrong, Naruto-kun?" Sarutobi asked, sounding worried. "That cloud is blocking it. I need the new moon to be visible," the blonde replied. "Why don't you clear the sky yourself?" hissed the snake sarcastically, now unharmed. "I intend to do it," Naruto said, to everyone's surprise. That terrified Lord of Dreams, 1,000 dark spirits, gathering together, unite against the enemy. "Magic arrow series of darkness," he sang mentally. The others were stunned as orbs of darkness began to appear around and above Naruto. Their astonishment turned to fear and awe as the orbs suddenly veered toward the cloud that had attacked them, forming a small tornado in the process, and struck it in the center before beginning to devour it until only the clear night sky remained. "Okay, now let's get back to work," said Naruto, as if what he had done didn't deserve to be mentioned. The others probably would have said something, but first they had to pick up their jaws, so they settled for nodding in admiration. Naruto filled the circle with blood as before, but this time the 6 orbs began to levitate, and the chains coiled around Naruto's right arm as a massive shadow appeared in his right hand, and his left hand was enveloped in a soft glow. He placed the palm of his left hand on the middle of Anko's back and let the radiance envelop her entire body. At that moment, Anko fell to her knees and Naruto had to do the same to maintain the connection. "Are you okay, Anko? Does it hurt?" Kurenai asked worriedly. "Of course not. It feels so good." Anko practically purred the last part with a huge blush on her cheeks. Then Naruto held the shadow with his right hand over her neck and uttered a single word. In unison, the shadow, the chains, and the radiance were suddenly absorbed by Anko's neck as the cursed seal retracted into its original position. Only the 3 original tomo and the kanji for shadow remained in the center. Moments later, the circle and the 6 spheres vanished, leaving behind a breathless Anko and a pleased Naruto. Girls and dates. Upon waking up groggy the next morning after taking care of Anko's cursed celestial seal, now called the Celestial Seal of Shadows, he couldn't help but smile at the satisfaction that such exhaustion brought him. Just moments after the ritual ended, several Root A and BU arrived and attempted to capture or eliminate Anko, who was unconscious. It wasn't clear what they were trying to do, as they couldn't get within 3 meters of her, since Sarutobi and Ibiki suddenly appeared before them, their heads severed from their bodies. Apparently, the old and bellicose Danzo had noticed their attempts, and that didn't fit well with his plans. A few minutes later, while they were searching the bodies of the assailants, several members of the Ninja Council arrived at the scene. They said something enormous had emerged from the forest, so they came to investigate. However, the Hokage's presence came as a surprise. After everyone saw Anko's new seal and the white snake, Sarutobi had to abandon his attempt to keep it a secret and called an exclusive meeting for the council ninjas. Hamura and Koharu, the 2 council members and Sarutobi's former comrades, demanded to be present, but had to be forcibly removed when they were denied entry. The council members were surprised to discover that not only had they rid themselves of the threat posed by Anko, but they had also obtained a valuable source of information, the snake. The fact that it could neither die, nor attack, nor escape, brought malevolent smiles to their faces, while the reptile's palms sweated. However, they did not tell them exactly how or who performed the 2 rituals, and explained Naruto's presence at the location by the need of the Yuki. However, when they were informed about the power of the new seal, Hyuga Hayashi demanded Anko's execution on the pretext that her shadow powers would be an insult to the Nara. But the discussion ended when Nara Shikaku declared that only the offended party could make a request, and he obviously didn't care. When the conversation finally turned to what had emerged from the forest, all eyes turned to Naruto. At that moment, Hayashi had once again demanded the execution for the safety of the village, but Sarutobi's intense bloodlust had immediately silenced him. "What the hell is wrong with that idiot?" Naruto muttered, frowning as he got out of bed. "No, is it obvious? Like all the other idiots in town, he blames you for everything bad that happens." In his case, Kyubi left the sentence hanging. "Hisana's death," Naruto sighed. "As can these people be so stupid? I mean, she died giving birth outside the village. You've never left the village walls, let alone that day," Asuna asked, exasperated. "That's the ninja system for you, a chain of hatred. But it also has its positive aspects," Naruto said, shrugging. "Yes, like the girls who are in good shape, right?" Asuna joked. That's true. But, from what I can see, the Kunoichi aren't the only ones in good shape," said Naruto with a wide smile that almost split his face as he felt the embarrassment of his three tenants. Well, if you four are done with the bullying, how about you enjoy your day off, Naruto? After all, the Hokage forbade you from doing any missions today, Negi interjected. And what if we're not? Kyubi asked seductively. Find yourselves a room, was Negi's reply, followed by a long silence that was broken by three trumpets. Negi, Naruto began. Yes, said Negi, somewhat frightened. You make me proud, said Naruto, wiping away a tear. When he was ready, he decided to relax for a while at the top of the Hokage monument. As he walked through the village, he noticed that most of the civilian stares weren't the usual hatred, but rather fear. Everyone avoided his gaze. Upon reaching the mountaintop, only one word echoed in his head. Why? Upon reaching his favorite spot atop the fourth Hokage's head, he noticed three others already there. As he approached, he recognized them as Team 10, the second generation of the Inoshikacho trio. Hey, what's wrong? Looking at the clouds again, Naruto asked. No, that's impossible today. They say there haven't been any clouds in Konoha since midnight. Do you know anything about that, Naruto? Shikamaru asked, raising an eyebrow at the disheveled blonde. Maybe, but where did you get that from? Come on, tell me, Naruto said, frowning. There's a rumor going around town that you did something to clear all the clouds last night. Is that true, Naruto-kun? Ino asked. Yes, but who's spreading this rumor? I mean, only 4 other people were close enough to see me. Unless, she said, frowning. There was someone else hiding, Choji suggested. Maybe, Naruto shrugged as he thought, no, I would have sensed it. Most likely, those Route A and BU managed to report their findings before they were neutralized. I need to inform the Hokage, though I highly doubt they'll call a council meeting today. He thought before sending a shadow clone to the Hokage. Well, what are you doing here then? Naruto asked to distract them from the clone. We met with Asuma-sensei here a little while ago, and he gave us the day off, Ino said. I think he said he wanted to test the waters again. Choji shrugged. This guy never learns, Naruto sighed. You probably won't see him tomorrow unless you go to the hospital. Why? Shikamaru asked. He's going to ask Kurenai out. Again, Naruto sighed. I knew it. Like father, like son, Shikamaru sighed as well. Father? Choji asked. The third Hokage, Naruto replied. What a great example, Ino murmured before glancing shyly at Naruto. Hey, Naruto-kun, do you have any plans for today? No, I'm free today. Do you need my help with anything? He asked. Yes, merchandise is arriving at the store today and my parents aren't home. I could really use some help moving it, Ino asked, her eyes wide with hope. Of course. When will it arrive? He asked. Oh, I'm supposed to be here at 9, Ino said, looking at her watch and freezing in place. And that was a minute ago. I have to hurry, she said, sounding frightened, and turned to leave. Before she could take 10 steps, Naruto swept her into his arms, making her squeal and blush. Before he took off running so fast, she was practically pressed against his chest. By the time they reached the flower shop, only 2 minutes had passed, but Naruto didn't seem tired at all. Ino, on the other hand, was flushed and out of breath from the walk. Well, actually, she was flushed because she'd had the chance to check out just how developed Naruto's pecs were. Thank you, she stammered as she slowly got up from on top of him. No problem, he replied with a smile. When the merchandise arrived a few minutes later, Ino dismissed their apologies, and the 2 ninjas were soon left alone with a few dozen large boxes. Naruto had to admit that those boxes were far too heavy for Ino to carry alone. Even he had to release some gravity seals to lift them easily. Furthermore, it took 3 water shadow clones to lift one, while 2 helped Ino. It took them almost an hour to get them all into the warehouse, and by the end, Ino was barely breathing, while Naruto hadn't even broken a sweat. Ino-chan, you look like you've traveled all over the land of fire, Naruto said with a slight smile as she slumped into a chair. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I feel, she replied, trying, in vain, to calm her breathing. Stay still for a second, Naruto said as his right hand began to glow as it had in the classroom more than a week ago. However, unlike before, when his touch healed the wound on her cheek, this time the radiance spread throughout her body as soon as his hand touched her chest. The sensation Ino felt was similar to before, only it seemed 100 times more intense, to the point of making her moan. It only lasted 10 seconds, but his whole body was now relaxed, although his breathing was labored for various reasons. Naruto-kun, can you wait for me for 10 minutes? Ino asked after calming her breathing. Sure. But why? Naruto asked. I'd like to treat you to lunch for helping me, if you don't mind, but I really need to take a bath first, she said, embarrassed. Okay, take your time. Naruto nodded and went outside for some fresh air. Before closing the door, he added in a seductive voice, let me know if you want me to wash your back, leaving Ino, red as a tomato, inside. A few minutes later, Ino came out wearing rather revealing casual clothes and gave Naruto a seductive smile. All right, Naruto-kun, what would you like to eat for lunch? Ino asked as they walked towards the shopping area. I leave that decision in your capable hands, Ino-chan, he replied. How about some ramen? It's been a while since I've had it, and I know you like it, she suggested. Sure, now that you mention it, I haven't eaten anything all week, Naruto admitted. How could that have happened? Ino asked, surprised. Intense training. As much as I like ramen, I need to eat other types of food to nourish myself, Naruto replied with a sigh. Upon arriving at Ichiraku, I greeted them with a mischievous smile. She even winked at Ino, something Naruto deliberately ignored. While they ate, they chatted a bit about his physical training. Ino was amazed at what he described as a light workout. He even failed to catch the ramen with his mouth a couple of times. Be careful when you eat, Ino-chan, Naruto said with a giggle as he took a noodle stuck to Ino's cheek and ate it, at which point Ino's head seemed to steam with embarrassment. That was an indirect kiss, Ino thought. Naruto-kun, do you know what you're doing? Kyubi asked his host. See, exactly what I'm doing, he replied to the blonde with a mental smile. And I used to call Negi a womanizer, he said, funny Asuna. Come on, Blondie, Eva exclaimed, laughing. As they finished eating, Naruto remembered an appointment he had at the hospital with the Hokage. It's been a pleasure, Ino-chan, he said as they stood up to leave. Me too, Naruto-kun, Ino said. She hesitated for a moment before giving him a kiss on the cheek and running off. Yes, goal, Naruto thought before heading to the hospital. Upon his arrival, the nurses tried to drive him away before they began to suffocate from the intensity of his bloodlust, which emanated solely from them. This intensity doubled with the arrival of Saratobi and the hospital director. What does this mean? Saratobi asked the nurses in a threatening tone. We thought he was attacking the hospital, one of them said, pointing accusingly at Naruto, which caused him to look at him more intensely. I guess they got the idea from all the destruction I was causing here, Naruto said sarcastically, pointing to the surroundings that didn't have a scratch on them. Clearly, Saratobi said coldly. You have until the end of the day to collect your belongings and leave. You don't qualify as medical personnel, he added, making them pale. Another withering glare silenced any protest. The three ninjas walked silently to the third floor and stopped in front of a room with two ENBU guards. At the Hokage's signal, they stepped aside and allowed the group to enter. The scene that greeted them was unusual. While the single bed was occupied by a sleeping Anko, and there were two more ANBU guards, the window on the other side of the room had a pile of root ANBU underneath, the one on top still smoking. It seems your Raifujin seals are working perfectly, Naruto-kun, Saratobi said with a smile. Yes, Hokage-sama, they will remain paralyzed for at least another 24 hours, said one of the ANBU. All right, I'll make sure to destroy them before we leave. After all, this version can't be reused even after removal. We wouldn't want them to fall into the wrong hands, would we? Naruto said as he approached the bed. Indeed. Saratobi nodded before turning to one of the ANBU. Has there been any news regarding Anko's condition? Yes, the seal activated during each attack, and his entire body became covered in a black substance. It looked like full armor, but small fragments sprouted from tentacles, expelling the remains of a kunai with an explosive note, the guard reported. All right, you see, it's based on its ability to sense murderous intent and attacks. It will defend the user from threats even while they sleep. To be honest, I was inspired by the third Kazakage's Iron Sand, Naruto explained. But Anko doesn't have the chakra of a bijou, the hospital director pointed out, highlighting the apparent deficiency. No, but his chakra isn't restricted either. Do you remember his chakra levels before the procedure? Naruto asked. Yes, it was in the middle of Jounin, said the Mednin. Give them a check now, Naruto said with a wide smile. As he did so, the ninja doctor couldn't help but be aghast at the results. What's wrong? Have their chakra levels decreased or something? Saratobi asked, worried. On the contrary, my analysis shows that he possesses almost low Kage chakra levels. Half of it can only be used through the seal, but even so, was the reply. After having the cursed seal for over 10 years, it shouldn't be so unexpected. You see, as his usable chakra level increased to the level of a jonin, the amount of sealed chakra also increased at the same rate, Naruto explained. I see, that makes perfect sense. Even if the corruption didn't spread, it increased along with the chakra channels due to the body's growth, Saratobi said thoughtfully, before turning to the blonde. Good, wake her up. She's probably fully recovered by now. With a nod, Naruto approached Anko and touched her forehead as he activated his magic nullification. That was enough to dispel the sleep spell she had cast on him. Anko opened her eyes almost immediately and tried to get up, but the hand that was still on her forehead prevented her from doing so. Where am I? What happened? He asked. You're in the hospital. You've been asleep since last night after the sealing rituals, Naruto explained as the Hokage signaled the ANBU to leave. What time is it? He asked, looking out the window. Almost 11, I think. I used a technique to keep you asleep until now. Your body needed time to get used to the seal of the shadow sky, the blonde said. How are you feeling? I feel great. Did you give me a soldier pill or something? Because I feel like I have more chakra than normal, he asked. No, it's just that the chakra is no longer restricted by the cursed seal, Saratobi interjected. Are you ready to go? Yes, the truth is I'm very hungry, and I don't want to eat any of the hospital food, Anko said as she stood up. Okay, then we'll let you change, Naruto said, and followed the other two out of the room. A few minutes later, he came out in his usual attire with a curious expression. Any idea why there are several unconscious ANBU under the window? He asked. Oh, they were just trying to kidnap you, Naruto said indifferently before sending a shadow clone inside with instructions to destroy the window seals. Just as Naruto, Anko, and Saratobi were leaving the hospital, an ANBU appeared with a message for the Hokage. Damn it, they move fast. Saratobi cursed upon learning of the council meeting. They probably want to know what I did with the clouds, Naruto sighed. Those root ANBU from last night must have given their report before attacking. Rumor has it I cleared the sky, according to Shikamaru. Great, so what do I tell them now? Those damned civilians will say the fox is out of control and demand your execution. Again, Saratobi growled in frustration. Well, to start with, you can kick all the civilians out of the council chamber because it's a ninja matter, Naruto said with a grin. Well, at least I won't have to listen to Haruno Isako's screams, Saratobi sighed. Hey, kid, is there anyone else who can use that technique? Anko asked with a thoughtful look. Hey, Eva, can you hear me? What should I say to her? Naruto asked mentally. Well, since I'm more of a spirit than a living being, you could say you're the only living one who can use those spells. The same goes for any magic you learn from us. Eva, he shrugged. Well, I'm currently the only living person with those abilities. Naruto said aloud. Well, couldn't that be considered a Kekii Genkai? Anko smiled. That's the idea, said Saratobi. Well, you could say so, but it's like the Yamanaka clan's jutsu, a jutsu known only to clan members. It could be taught, and I have no intention of being forced to do it, Naruto stated. Damn it, there goes that idea, Anko muttered. Not entirely. What if you have jutsus that can't be taught? Saratobi smiled. Yes, I think I have something like that, Naruto said with a grin. I'd even be willing to give a full demonstration in a week. Kakashi should be there too. If he can't copy anything either, it'll be even more convincing. Do you mind if I come along? I wouldn't want to miss the looks on your faces, Anko said. Oh yeah, that'll be quite a show. Mwahaha. Naruto let out an evil laugh, closely followed by the other two, causing those around them to slowly back away. They only stopped when Anko's stomach reminded her where they were originally headed. With that, Naruto and Anko said goodbye to Saratobi and made their way to the dango shop. Once there, Anko ordered 50 portions of dango and 2 bottles of sake, while Naruto only ordered 1 bottle of sake, as he had eaten earlier. Could you give me any hints about those jutsu? I mean the ones you'll be showing next week, Anko said after taking a sip of sake. Well, I promise you haven't seen anything like it, Naruto said with a grin, discreetly casting a privacy spell over his private cabin in the back. Speaking of things I've never seen before, Anko leaned forward and lowered her voice. What kind of ritual did you use on me? Few seals require blood, and none use that much. Normally, I would have used chakra-infused ink and a little blood, but by using only blood, the chances of your new ability evolving into a bloodline have increased, especially since I added some Yuki, increasing the rate of genetic mutation. At the very least, you already have an affinity for the shadow element, Naruto explained. Wow, Anko blinked and emptied one of her sake bottles. As Naruto explained the rituals in more detail, from the elemental chains to the snake, Anko grew increasingly amazed and also more intoxicated. He explained the meaning of each chain, how the seventh sphere contained a small amount of what destroyed the clouds, and how it fused with the soul fragment and the chains, resulting in the white snake. He also mentioned that once the fragment disappeared, she could have children. By the time Naruto finished speaking, the sake and food were gone, and she had a headache again. At that moment, Naruto stood up and sat beside her, ready to ease her headache, when she stopped him by taking his hands. He noticed she was less distressed than last time and had a determined look in her eyes. Wait, I can handle this little headache. Besides, she blushed a little more and leaned toward him. At least I can pretend I'm really drunk if anyone sees me. She finished and kissed him on the lips. It wasn't a passionate or wicked kiss, like most would expect from her. It was a simple kiss that conveyed her gratitude and relief. As he stepped back, he had a genuine smile on his face. Then he stood up to leave, and before he did, he leaned over to whisper something. Let me know when you want to start populating your clan. Really, I want to help you with that, now that I can, Anko said in a voice more seductive than ever, making him blush. Then she walked away with a sway of her hips that he imitated without hesitation. After a few minutes, he emerged from his reverie and headed to Area 44 to practice. He knew he could simply enter his mindscape and do it there, but he wanted to relax his mind, not overload it. Consequently, he blocked all communication with its inhabitants. He began with some kata from a style that Negi had suggested to him, which he had found very relaxing. As she performed the kata, her body relaxed and she closed her eyes, listening to the wind beneath her. Finally, she stopped and drew her 2 swords before beginning a kenjutsu kata. Despite her skill in kenjutsu, she still felt somewhat uneasy using swords, but she couldn't attribute it solely to the swords themselves, but also to the style. She had spoken with Asuna about it, who was also a skilled swordswoman, and Asuna had told her about the Shinryu style she had been taught and its use in fighting demons. He had begged her to teach him, but she stubbornly refused, claiming that she had to prove herself to someone else. who would conveniently be available in 3 weeks, when the next group would be released from the sealed crystal. Even so, at least that gave him enough time to choose a sword he felt comfortable with. But that was also a complicated problem in itself. None of his swords seemed to meet his expectations. When she finished, she checked the time and realized it was almost 8 in the evening. Sighing, she returned to the village. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, he decided to check on the council meeting and headed to the Hokage's office. As he entered, he noticed Sarutobi already had visitors, but they weren't unwelcome. "Good evening, Hokage-sama. Advisors, Hyuga-san," said Naruto as he closed the door. "Ah, Naruto, I was just about to call you. The council has scheduled the demonstration of your lineage for next week. The decision regarding your new clan will be made immediately afterward. However, it seems there are some skeptics regarding the origin of that power," Sarutobi said with a barely suppressed smile. "It's obvious those abilities come with being the host of the Kyuubi. They can't be considered a bloodline," Koharu said in her annoyed murmur. "Yes, it would be an insult to put such a vile power on the same level as the Byakugan or even the Sharingan," Hayashi spat. "We can't let this go, Sarutobi. This nonsense," Hamura began, but her words refused to escape in the room now filled with bloodlust. "Can't you just let it go? Nonsense. Who do you think you are to speak to the Hokage like that? I should kill you right here for such insults," Naruto said coldly, his voice filled with hatred. Before turning to Hayashi, his bloodlust subsided. "As for you, Hyuga-san, you have no right to judge the origins of bloodlines, considering where your own comes from, even though you don't even know much about it," he spat. "What do you mean? While it's true that this knowledge was lost long ago, how could someone like you possibly know it?" Hayashi asked with a withering look. "Simply because I'm the host of the Kyuubi. Having access to thousands of years of knowledge is pretty useful, don't you think?" Naruto smiled smugly. "So, is it true that the Byakugan and Sharingan are mutations of the Rinnegan?" Sarutobi asked. "The Sharingan did indeed mutate from the Rinnegan due to the Ten-Tails Yuki, but the Byakugan's origin isn't so clear. You see, it arose when the ancestor of the Hyuga clan made a pact with the demon, thus obtaining the dojutsu. Of course, the price of such power was his life, though he was obviously granted enough time to have children, at least several years. All of this happened over 500 years ago, so there are no records, but I can make the memory available to a Yamanaka if necessary," Naruto told a now pale Hayashi. "Is there any reason why you didn't inform me of this earlier?" Sarutobi asked eagerly. "All bloodlines that grant some kind of physical transformation have similar origins. If word gets out, we could face a bloodline purge. Besides, this village was initially created for those who were different from ordinary humans," Naruto explained. "I see. Anything else?" Sarutobi asked thoughtfully. "Yes, I actually wanted to ask Hyuga-san to choose one of his clan to help me with the demonstration," Naruto said with a mocking smile. "And what will that person have to do?" Sarutobi asked. "Try closing my tenketsu," Naruto replied. "I'll do it myself, since I was going to be there anyway," Hayashi said with a smile. "How about a bet? Are you willing to risk your clan's status?" "What if I win?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and carefully avoided showing any expression. "I'll do everything in my power to give it to you," Hayashi replied. He was the head of the noblest and wealthiest clan in Konoha. Nothing was beyond his control, though he wasn't about to lose, was he? "Okay, the Hokage-sama will be our witness," said Naruto. "Very well, the 3 of you may leave. What you heard about the bloodlines is for yourselves. If anyone finds out, it could mean the end of Konoha," Sarutobi said, remaining silent until he was alone with Naruto. "What did you mean by trying to close your tenketsu?" "Magic nullification negates any energy attack. At most, I'll get a few bruises from his blows," Naruto said before bursting into laughter along with the Hokage. "I'll take care of bringing popcorn," Sarutobi said and dismissed him. Lineages of the beginning and the end. A week had passed since the challenge, and the demonstration was to take place that same night at one of the ANBU training camps. Most people would have thought that Naruto trained like crazy to be prepared, that he would completely exhaust himself in the process. And yet, there he was. Naruto remained completely motionless on one of the larger terraces and didn't look like he was going to move anytime soon. No, he wasn't meditating because no sane person would in his current situation. He was frozen in one of Evangeline's icebergs. Flashback. All right, Naruto, since you'll be relying on magic cancellation for part of the exam, let's increase your skill with it, Asuna explained. So, how exactly do we do that? Naruto asked. Well, do you remember how you learned it? Kyuubi asked. Yes, I had to counter some weak attacks. Ah, I see where this is going, Naruto said thoughtfully. Yes, for now we know you can only nullify weak spells. To nullify stronger ones, you must adapt your body to them. We'll gradually increase the power of the spells we cast on you until you reach your current limit, and then we'll try to surpass it, Eva said with a smile. That makes sense. There's just one problem. Chakra is more powerful than mana or ki. It's like a stable form of Kanka. To counter Hayashi's gentle fist attacks, I'll need to be able to counter the equivalent of B-rank spells, Naruto mused. Exactly. And it turns out I know a very good way to do it while you train your body, Eva said with a mischievous smile. I have some experience with it. What does that mean? Naruto asked, not liking Eva's look. She and Negi will attack you with spells until you're fast enough or manage to cancel them, Asuna said, frowning. Oh, what's wrong, Kagurazaka? Is something the matter? Eva smiled sarcastically. The mere fact that you did the same to me, without even telling me, I should add, said Asuna with a pout. Well, it was much more fun that way. You know, the thrill of the hunt, Eva said with a mischievous smile. And another thing, Asuna began. Why are you both training him at the same time? I had to fight you with Negi on MY's side, not yours. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? She asked, worried. Don't worry, Asuna-chan, I'll be fine. And here I can recover from almost any injury and instantly regain my energy. What's the worst that could happen? Naruto tried to reassure her. End of flashback. How many times has he frozen today? Eva asked. This is the third one, Negi said as they landed. That's pretty impressive. If I remember correctly, on the first day of training, I lost count after 30 times, Eva said with a mocking smile. Actually, you froze it 40 times that day, Asuna said with an expressionless face. Okay, I admit I went too far, Eva said, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. I just wanted it ready faster. Prepared for what? The morgue? Kyuubi asked incredulously. Not to mention that combination of Dios Tokos and Gelidus Capulus. You keep using it. You know that if even a tiny bit of the lightning spell gets through him, the ice spell will freeze him solid, since he can't even move. Like right now, Asuna said angrily just as the ice shattered and Naruto came out panting. I thought I wasn't going to kill him, he said before adding, again. Not bad. You've reached the same level of mastery as Asuna when we interrupted our training, Eva said with a smile. Good work, Naruto-kun. Yes, very well done, Naruto-kun, said Asuna as she approached him. Well, I think we're done with magic cancellation training for now. And you're doing fine with matter creation, so you can rest until tonight. Go eat something and recover your energy. The objects you created this morning used up a lot. From what I can see, your reserves are at 50%, Negi said. Yes, sensei, Naruto said with a mocking smile, rolling his eyes, which caused the three girls to burst into laughter. Get out of here before I punish you, Negi said with a smile, causing the girls to laugh even more. Well, see you later, said Naruto and vanished from his mindscape. When he opened his eyes, Naruto saw his two shadow clones playing poker. Didn't I tell you to stand guard? Naruto raised an eyebrow in annoyance. You did it, but with the bloodlust you exuded beforehand, no animal has the courage to come near. As for humans, they rarely come around here. one of the clones said, shrugging before turning to the other and showing him his hand. House full. Damn it. The other clone managed to say before an annoyed Naruto dispersed them both. As he left the forest of death and headed toward the village, he couldn't stop muttering about the irresponsible clones who didn't take their jobs seriously. In fact, if he weren't so attuned to the constant chakra signatures in his surroundings, he wouldn't have noticed the two who started following him the moment he left the forest of death. According to his vampiric senses, the two ninjas had no lineage, so they hadn't been sent by the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, that meant no other clan had sent them to protect him. They could have been sent by the Hokage, but it wasn't like Sarutobi to be followed everywhere when he knew he could defend himself. That left only one possibility: the two old men and their master, Danzo. If the man was desperate enough to send his men to assassinate the Hokage right in front of him, why wouldn't he do the same when the old man wasn't around? In other words, he had two Root A and BU on his heels. However, since they had not yet attacked, they were simply keeping an eye on him, probably to observe his lineage in action and find ways to counter it. That's not going to happen, Naruto thought with a smile. Whenever he sensed someone approaching, he would instantly stop training and pretend to take a break or finish his daily tasks. In other words, he would return to his apartment and, after taking the necessary precautions, enter his mental space. As he was about to enter a restaurant, he heard someone call his name and smiled as he recognized the chakra signature. "Hello, Hinata-chan. How are you?" Naruto asked the approaching Hyuga. "I'm fine, Naruto-kun. We just got back from our first C-rank mission," Hinata said with a smile. "Hello, Shino-san, Ashizu-san, Kurenai-san." Naruto greeted the rest of the team as they approached. "How did your mission go?" "Well, actually, what was your mission?" "Oh, we only had to escort a merchant returning home near the border with the land of tea," Ashizu said. "Would you like to talk about it over lunch?" Naruto asked, tilting his head toward the restaurant. "Of course, we wanted to celebrate a little anyway," said Kurenai and led the genin inside. After the waiter took their order, they began to dwell on the details of the mission. "We left a week ago with the merchant and headed south on the main road," Ashizu began. "Halfway there, I spotted a bandit camp using my Byakugan. It was close to the road, and they would have seen us if we had gotten any closer," Hinata said. "So we were forced to take a short detour of about half a day before we could get back to the main road. After that, the journey was uneventful," Kurenai continued. "After our arrival, we contacted the local militia regarding the bandits," Shino said. "During the 2 days we were there, the bandits, who were also approaching the village, were arrested, and then we returned to Konoha. We arrived about an hour ago, coming from the Hokage Tower after completing our mission," Ashizu concluded. "In fact, we received a bonus for reporting those bandits," she added with a smile. Upon seeing her, Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm. Hiroko Ashizu had always been very lively. She had long, dark purple hair that reached her knees. She usually wore it loose, but lately she had started tying it back in a ponytail during missions. She sported a deep tan that surprised most of those who didn't know her, especially since people with her appearance were usually from the land of wind or the land of earth. Her eyes were an intriguing aspect of her appearance. While they were normally a light lilac, in battle or during serious activity, they turned a metallic gray with a slight gleam. Naruto suspected that she unconsciously concentrated chakra in her eyes, sharpening her gaze. It was one of the fundamental skills for using a dojutsu, but what she possessed was an innate affinity for the technique, not a natural gift. Despite her attractive figure, she was quite tomboyish and often got into arguments when she was angry. One big plus was that she wasn't a fan of Sasuke. She wore black ANBU pants and a dark purple shirt, over which she wore a very unusual suit of armor. It was made of identical pieces that resembled large black scales. The material was a common alloy used in most armor, but apparently she had placed a custom order and was very pleased with it. Her weapon of choice was a crescent dragon sword shaped like a spear. It resembled a dragon's head holding a crescent blade in its mouth. The blade was made of a greenish crystal frequently used in the land of grass for creating chakra fangs. What many didn't know was that the crystal conducted ki, the chakra component of the fawn. And, coincidentally, when Ashizu's eyes glowed, her sword also glowed when she wielded it. At the back of the dragon's head was a long, cylindrical handle that could be separated into 3 equal parts. Both the dragon's head and the handle were made of a silvery gray metal that conducted chakra to the blade. The weapon could be used as a spear or a sword by adjusting the length of the handle. The weapon was called Suryudo. As far as Naruto knew, Ashizu was quite skilled with her weapon and in taijutsu, but her jinjutsu and ninjutsu were deficient, which surprised him considering her chakra control and her far from modest chakra levels. He guessed she simply liked weapons more. I'm glad to hear everything went so well. I've heard some C-rank missions are really annoying because some employers don't provide all the necessary information, Naruto said, shrugging. Yes, I'm afraid it happens at least once a month, Kurenai sighed before looking curiously at the blonde. And how is everything in the village while we were gone? She asked when the food and drinks arrived. Oh, actually, everything's going wonderfully, Naruto said with a mischievous grin, making Hinata blush. I'm sure you're worried about Anko. Don't worry, she's feeling better than she has in the last 13 years. She hasn't had any negative side effects from the surgery, and all her chakra, which was previously restricted, is available. Let's just say her chakra levels would make even the snake Sannin think twice. Naruto grinned. Speaking of snakes, Kurenai began. The last time I saw him, Ibiki was unusually happy and Anko was laughing, Naruto said with a mocking smile. Is there anything else we should know? Kurenai asked with a smile. Actually, a couple of things. Do you remember what happened with the clouds before the final phase of the procedure? Naruto asked. Yes, I wanted to ask you about that, Kurenai said, looking at him curiously. How? I'm sorry, Kurenai-san. It's a secret, Naruto interrupted. What kind of secret? Ashizu asked curiously as both Jin and girls looked at him. Even Shino seemed a little intrigued. One that, with a little luck, will become a clan's secret by the end of the day, Naruto replied with a smile that broke his face. That? The 4 of them shouted, attracting some sidelong glances from the other customers. How? When? Kurenai asked in amazement. The decision will be made tonight, Naruto said. As for how, his voice trailed off, and his smile widened. Well, Ashizu asked. I'm going to demonstrate my lineage. And a certain Hyuga chief has offered to help me, Naruto said maliciously. Lord Hayashi? Kurenai asked, surprised. Why? Couldn't you have asked someone else from your clan? I guess he thinks he can make me fail, Naruto said, laughing. Will he be able to? Hinata asked worriedly. She knew her father was very strong, one of the strongest clan leaders, and that he usually got what he wanted, no matter the cost. No way. The more he tries, the more ridiculous he'll look, Naruto said, laughing. I have to see this, Kurenai said with a radiant smile. She had hated that man for years. Shortly after Hinata's mother died, Kurenai was assigned as her teacher, since Hayashi considered the girl no longer worthy of being the clan's heir. Kurenai detested the way Hayashi looked down on even his own daughter. Of course, Kurenai-san, come to ANBU Training Camp 14 this afternoon at 6 o'clock. Anko will be there too, said Naruto. Can we attend too? Shino asked. I'm sorry, Shino. The Hokage told me that only Jonin and above can attend, Naruto said apologetically. Perhaps I'll give you a demonstration another time. That would be acceptable, Shino agreed. I'd like to add that I made a little deal with Hayashi. If he succeeds, I'll give up my status in the clan. But if I win, Naruto trailed off with a malicious smile. Yes, Kurenai leaned forward. Give everything you can. Naruto finished his sentence with a look at Hinata. Good heavens, does that idiot even know what he was saying? Ashizu exclaimed. No, he was probably too busy plotting my death, Naruto said, shrugging. Well, honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing the result, Kurenai said with a smile. Yes, me too. Well, I have to go. See you later, said Naruto as he stood up and left. He still had a few hours left, but he needed to check on the preparations. So he headed to the Hokage Tower. Upon approaching close enough, he extended his right hand over the half-ram seal and used the Shunshin de la Hoja de Konoha. Few moments later, he appeared in the Hokage's office enveloped in a swirl of leaves. Hey, old man, how are the preparations going? Asked the blond man with a mustache. Oh, hello, Naruto-kun. Everything is ready. Although some of the things you asked for were a little difficult to find in the area we're going to use, said Sarutobi. Yes, finding such large and dense blocks of stone is quite difficult, said Naruto, scratching the back of his neck shyly. Rather impossible. I had to use one of my most powerful earth jutsu to achieve it, Sarutobi said with an expressionless face. Yeah, I guess I should go get ready, said Naruto and disappeared with another leaf Shunshin. A few hours later, Naruto walked toward the place where he would obtain his clan status. In the shadows behind him were at least 8 Root A and BU, preparing to attack. On a nearby rooftop, Anko and Kurenai, who were approaching, were about to warn the blonde genin when they heard a familiar voice behind them. Don't worry, it's all part of the plan. When the two kunoichi turned around, they saw none other than Naruto. Hey, you're missing the best part, he said, pointing at Naruto, who was about to be pierced by 8 swords. Just before the leaves touched him, he shouted with a smile, Bunshin Dabika. And so it exploded. The shockwave broke the swords and embedded them in the remains of the 8 bodies. Wow, that's brutal, Anko said indifferently. Yeah, I had 2 of them following me all week. I was just waiting for the chance to take out more at once, Naruto said, shrugging. Danzo isn't going to like this at all, Kurenai said, looking at the carnage, while Naruto and Anko stared at her in shock. Can Danzo be happy? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. That's a good one, Kurenai-chan. For a moment, I thought you were serious. Anko burst out laughing, followed by Naruto and finally Kurenai. Now that she thought about it, it seemed impossible that the old warrior hawk could be happy about anything. The 3 soon arrived at their destination and were greeted by Sarutobi, Kakashi, Ibiki, and the clan heads. Well, everyone except Hayashi, who shot them a withering look. Ah, you're here, Naruto. Well, let's begin. I'm looking forward to seeing what your bloodlines are up to, Sarutobi said with a smile. Wait a minute. Do you mean that even you haven't seen them before, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked in surprise. No, Naruto-kun has been very reserved about his abilities. As a future clan leader should be, after all, Sarutobi replied. Okay, let's start with the fun part, shall we? Said Naruto as he took off his cloak, gloves, bracelets, and shirt and handed them to a blushing Anko. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Kakashi asked hesitantly. These clothes have numerous seals. I don't want to argue with any of you later about the origin of my abilities. I suggest you use your Sharingan to check if I still have any on my skin. You should do the same, Hyuga-san, Naruto said. While the 2 Dijitsu users were doing this, they found 3 gravity seals on their lower backs which were quickly removed, in addition to the one on their stomach, which they didn't even bother to mention. Well, what now? Kakashi asked. All right, we can begin the demonstration. Hyuga-san, feel free to use any soft fist attacks you like against me. Just don't touch my eyes, Naruto said. Are you crazy, Uzumaki? Ibiki asked. Oh, I'm sure he has his reasons, Sarutobi said with a restrained smile. Go ahead, Hayashi, try closing your tenketsu. Very well, Hayashi said with a malicious smile, lunging at the blonde man that it would be foolish of me to pass up such an opportunity to destroy the demon. Hack Ro Kujian Sho, exclaimed the Hyuga clan leader, and proceeded to close 64 of Naruto's tenketsu. Upon finishing, he took a step back and, spinning around, launched his left hand toward the blonde boy, releasing a wave of chakra aimed at his heart as he said, "Pick up Kusho." Having said that, he turned around and began walking back towards the group with a self-satisfied look on his face. I don't recall telling you to stop, Hyuga-san, Naruto said, and Hayashi stopped dead in his tracks. He turned and saw Naruto standing there, as if nothing had happened. Observing him with his Byakugan, he saw that all his tenketsu were still open. I must have failed somehow. Never mind. This time I'll do it openly, he thought, and lunged at Naruto. Hak Hyaku Nijuhachi Sho, Hayashi shouted, attacking with his 128 tenketsu. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand, releasing a powerful wave of chakra. Hak Hazangeki, he exclaimed. This time, he waited for the dust created by the chakra wave to settle. When it did, he gasped. There was Naruto Uzumaki, completely unharmed and yawning. Without saying a word, Hayashi lunged at Naruto in fury. Hak Sambyakuro Kujuchi Shiki, he shouted, pointing at each of Naruto's 361 tenketsu. When he finished, he took a few steps back. He definitely hit him, Hyuga thought, but, observing Naruto closely with his Byakugan. How? How do you keep your tenketsu open? Are you using the demon? Hayashi roared. Lower your voice if you want to live to see tomorrow, Sarutobi said coldly, appearing with a kunai pointed at the Hyuga's neck. If you break that law, you know the consequences. If he used it, you'd be the first to notice, with those eyes of yours. Kakashi can confirm that, since he's revealed his Sharingan since we started. And without a doubt, everyone nearby would have felt the Yuki, Naruto said in a bored voice, pointing at Kakashi's red eye with 3 tomo. So how did you do it? Hayashi asked. Come on, Naruto-kun. Explain yourself, Sarutobi said with a wide smile. Just a demonstration. Hyuga-san, perform a shadow clone jutsu and have the group watch. Then use the kaiten. Come on, Hayashi, do it, said Sarutobi as he returned to the others, followed shortly after by Hayashi's clone. The Hyuga leader gave the blonde another murderous look before he began to spin while expelling chakra. Hakusho Kaiten, he screamed, and was surrounded by a large blue dome of chakra. Naruto simply approached the dome and placed the palm of his right hand upon it. The dome immediately began to vanish from the point where Naruto touched it. Hayashi then stopped and dissolved his clone, receiving his memories. I see. You have the ability to destroy chakra, Hayashi muttered, annoyed. Yes, it's a very rare and powerful ability. It's called Magia Tekai. There hasn't been a user for several thousand years, maybe longer. Naruto explained. And how exactly do you know that? Shikaku asked, raising an eyebrow. There are few historical records from a few hundred years ago, but from thousands of years ago, his voice trailed off before his eyes widened in understanding. Unless. Exactly, I know because of Kyubi, Naruto confirmed, that I'm sorry, Asuna-chan. I still can't tell her that he mentally apologized. No, there's no problem. I'm sure you can compensate me, he replied, Asuna mischievously. Can you communicate with the demon? Ibiki asked, sounding tense. How? I think I can explain, Inoichi said, taking a step forward. You see, Naruto has incredible control over his mind, to the point where he can enter it like a building and even remodel it. And I must say, the degree of control he exerts surpasses anything I've ever seen, even among my clanmates, who pride themselves on the power of their minds. In his mental landscape, the Nine Tails must be represented in some kind of prison, and Naruto-kun can communicate with it without getting too close. It must be. You mean you haven't seen it? Shikaku asked. No, I had the cage hidden under a mountain because I also let Ino see it, and I didn't want to show her too much, Naruto said. Yes, Naruto-kun discreetly showed me the mountain, Inoichi confirmed. But he's communicating with the demon. He must be losing control, Hayashi rushed to say, receiving incomprehensible looks from everyone. A Jinchuriki who can communicate with their host is the most stable of all. Without that, the bijou could drive the host insane and take control, Shikaku said. I see, Hayashi said. In any case, I believe you have proven your lineage and therefore deserve it. Inoichi began. No, I have tasted one of my bloodlines. Naruto corrected, and silence followed. A human being cannot have more than one bloodline. You are a... Hayashi began, but stopped when he felt the Hokage's kunai at his throat. Be careful with your words, Sarutobi warned. But countless breeding experiments have been conducted to mix the Byakugan with the Sharingan, and Hayashi began. And they failed because it's almost impossible to mix bloodlines naturally, especially of the same type. Dijitsu in your case, Naruto said. By naturally you mean, Shikaka began. We'll talk about that later. For now, let me show you my second lineage, Naruto said, and everyone stepped back. Kakashi, watch carefully, because you'll be the one explaining, Naruto said as he raised his right hand above his head and closed his eyes in concentration. When he suddenly opened them, a small flash of golden light illuminated the area, and a huge, deadly-looking silver spear appeared in his right hand. Where did that come from? Did he take it from a containment seal? Choza asked. No, he only has one seal left, and that's the one that contains the Kyuubi, Aburame Shibi said. That's right, it didn't come from a seal. Could you explain it to us, Kakashi-san? Naruto asked. You made it with chakra. That flash of light was that chakra taking the form of the spear, Kakashi said, surprised. It happened so fast I barely saw it, even with my Sharingan. But that spear is clearly solid, with almost no trace of chakra, Hayashi said with his Byakugan activated. Yes, I converted energy, in this chakra of care, into matter, Naruto explained. First I visualize it in my mind, and then I bring it outward. This lineage is called Jisho Zasuka, just like the Tekai Magus. It's been a very long time since the last user. So the objects you make are permanent? Sarutobi asked, without knowing any details himself. Well, normally yes. However, it could leave a trace of chakra on her, like here, making her vulnerable to me. Magic Tekai, said Naruto, activating his magic cancel and completely destroying the spear. A very useful ability, not to mention its power. You could create a formidable barrier when retreating, and if you had to return, you could easily make it disappear. Not to mention you'd never run out of weapons, Shikaka mused. Or food, said Naruto, as he ate an apple that had appeared in his hand. Can you create organic materials? Inoichi asked, surprised. And animals? It might be possible, but I haven't reached that level of mastery yet. I wouldn't want to summon a corpse, Naruto said hesitantly. Yeah, a conscious being would need a soul. This is how the creator of life created the inhabitants of Mundus Magicus. He gradually gathered souls from Mundus Vetus and then gave them bodies in their new world. He confirmed Negi. No, I have no intention of stealing any souls in the near future, or ever if I can help it, Naruto said. I'm glad to hear that. I only did it once, but with that soul's permission, Negi said. So, is there anything else you'd like to show us, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked. Yes, there is. First, I'll show you what that stone block over there is for, Naruto said as he walked toward him. I think you made it a few days ago, so all the remaining chakra should be gone by now. Hyuga-san, would you like to check? It contains no chakra, Hayashi confirmed. Good. Now it would be best if you and Kakashi stopped using your Dijitsu, or you could go blind, the blonde warned, and immediately Kakashi covered his eye as the veins around Hayashi's eyes disappeared. At that moment, Naruto raised his arms to his sides and began channeling mana into his left hand and ki into his right. When both amounts were equal, he brought his hands together, combining the two energies. Instantly, he was enveloped in an immense golden aura. That power! With that kind of energy, I really could have gone blind, exclaimed Kakashi. Yes, a very beautiful light show. But what's it for? Hayashi asked, annoyed. Hokage-sama, do you remember the details of Lady Tsunade's superhuman strength? Naruto asked sweetly. Yes, he uses his perfect chakra control to channel it to the point of impact. But why? He began. before his eyes widened as he realized what was happening and cautiously observed the golden aura. Yes, why waste my concentration channeling each blow when I can maintain optimal chakra levels throughout my body while this technique is active? Naruto said before turning toward the stone block and leaping to his mid-level with a speed comparable to the flying thunder god technique. Reaching that height, he slammed his fist into the stone with all his might. The result was devastating. The 15-meter-high stone cube was completely pulverized by the powerful punch. Naruto landed somewhat breathless and deactivated the technique. It's called Kankaho. The details of activating this technique will remain a clan secret, but that knowledge wouldn't be of much use to you at an advanced age, Naruto said. I see. A secret clan technique, like mine, Inoichi observed, trying to recover from his astonishment. I suspect this technique is also ancient. Yes, back then it was called the ultimate art, since it greatly increases the user's physical capabilities. Strength, speed, stamina, everything improves. Although, like most high-level techniques, it requires a lot of energy, Naruto explained. Truly impressive. Is there anything else? Saratobi asked, somewhat shaken as he recalled who had received Tsunade's blows and their effects. Yes, my third lineage, Naruto confirmed. You have 3 lineages, Hayashi shouted. 3 bloodlines unlocked, Naruto corrected. Explain yourself, said Ibiki. He's Shiki Fujin. The device used by the 4th Hokage was designed to transfer souls through the user's body and into the Shinigami, Naruto began. However, the Kyuubi's soul was too large for the process to succeed, so only half went to the Shinigami, while the other half remained sealed within me. Once again, the hack no Fuin Shiki, the seal that kept the fox sealed, didn't work properly when applied, because the sealed soul, although enormous, wasn't complete. So the seal extracted what it could from me, my lineage, and my abilities. Since then, the Kyuubi's soul has recovered, and it's safe to extract what was taken from me, Naruto said, adding mentally. Good friends, that's what took me away. So, besides this third bloodline, could there be others sealed away? Shikaku asked. I don't know for sure. All I can do is release that which I know doesn't want to devour me, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, you're a very naughty boy, Kyuubi and Eve said in unison. Does that mean you admit it? Naruto joked, feeling waves of embarrassment through the connection. Very well. Then, how about you prove your third lineage? We'll talk about that another time, Saratobi suggested. Well, I can only tell you what this bloodline does. Unless a volunteer comes forward, Naruto said. Shall I do it? Shikaku asked. Yes, but you wouldn't be willing after I told you what he does, Naruto said with a mocking chuckle. Well, don't leave us hanging, Choza said. Very simple. I drink your blood after doing something to him, and I obtain your lineage, Naruto said matter-of-factly. After that statement, a long silence reigned. All the lineage users looked at him with fear and disbelief. Are you serious? Kakashi managed to say. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard legends about vampires, right? This is something similar, but not because of the need to feed, but because of the results obtained. And no, I'm not a vampire. I just have some similar abilities, Naruto explained. Can you turn into a bat? I mean change shape, not use hang, some asked curiously. Yes, I can transform into many things, but not because of my lineage Esimivarismo Shinsabit by a technique I created a while ago. Do you remember Myoiroke no Jutsu, Grandpa? Naruto smiled smugly. But that was just a henge, right? Saratobi blushed. No, a transformation is just an illusion. This isn't one, Naruto said with a smile, making the ram hand seal. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and when it dissipated, a beautiful blonde teenager with perfect curves appeared, this time fully clothed. With she approached Anko and said, "Touch her," in a seductive and completely feminine voice, causing some men to bleed from their noses. Anko, blushing and smiling, did so, touching the blonde's breasts. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she squeezed again before beginning to examine the rest of her body. She was about to try to pull down her pants when the person she was harassing cleared his throat. "I think that's enough," said embarrassed. "So, you can only change your gender and age?" Kurenai asked. "No, I can transform into almost anyone, even some animals. And the best part is that once I transform into something, I stay that way until I want to return to normal or something else." Naruto smiled as he transformed into Sarutobi and then back to normal. "Anyway, getting back to the subject of bloodlines, I think it would be very useful when you start having missions outside the village and encounter enemy ninjas. Even within the village, if one of our bloodlines becomes extinct, with a little effort we can revive it," Sarutobi said. "Like the Sharingan," Shibi observed. "Yes. However, I will only allow Naruto to obtain a bloodline from an enemy ninja if someone grants it to him willingly, or if he maintains one of the Konoha bloodlines," Sarutobi said firmly, and everyone nodded, even Hayashi. "I would like you to take the Sharingan right now, but with Sasuke's attitude and the civilian councils." Sarutobi trailed off and sighed. "What if the blood came from another Uchiha, not Sasuke?" Naruto asked with a slight smile. "Well, I think we'd all agree," Sarutobi said, turning to the Ninja Council and receiving confirmation before turning back to Naruto. "But aside from Sasuke, the only other person you could obtain blood from is Uchiha Itachi, and defeating him is no easy task if you ever manage to find him at all." "What if she gave me her blood voluntarily?" Naruto asked, barely able to maintain his composure. "I'd pay to see that," Hayashi laughed. "What nonsense. An Uchiha offering his blood willingly." "Well, I'm afraid you can't see it because it already happened a long time ago. In fact," Naruto said as he pulled a small containment scroll from an inside pocket of his coat and opened it, revealing a small vial half filled with a frozen red substance. After that statement, an awkward and prolonged silence ensued. Most of the council members eyed him suspiciously, while Hayashi stood speechless. Sarutobi's eyes, however, suddenly lit up with understanding. "So that's why he was injured that day," the old Kage said loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Itachi had been Naruto's bodyguard until the day after the massacre. That last night, he had a small cut on the palm of his left hand. "He only said he'd trained a little with you." "Yes, it was the first, and for obvious reasons, the only time I even managed to touch him. But I wasn't the one who made that cut. You see, when he congratulated me on my first hit, I complained that I might never get any blood out of him. After saying that, he cut his hand and gave me this blood sample to remind me and motivate me. The next day, let's just say more Uchiha blood was spilled than anyone would have liked," Naruto concluded with a grimace. "I see. Remember it for, in other words, I had probably already decided," Sarutobi said, lost in his memories. "Even so, I'm surprised you remember something so insignificant from so long ago. Perhaps you're not completely senile after all," Naruto said with a smile. "Yes, maybe. Hey." Sarutobi finally realized what they had said, and a vein popped out on his forehead. Some of the other ninjas were also suppressing laughter. "So, what do you think of the sample?" Naruto asked. "Bah, go ahead. Screw the civilians. Even if they disagree, with a lineage like yours, they'd have to be fools to try to exile you or harm you. In any case, I allow it. So their complaints will have to go through me," Sarutobi declared. "Very well, then I'll proceed," Naruto said, channeling fire chakra into the hand holding the vial, melting the ice and turning it into blood. He then removed the vial's cap and brought his other hand to his now open mouth. The whites of his eyes turned black, and his fangs began to lengthen until they reached almost 4 centimeters. He made a small cut on his thumb with one of his long fangs and let several drops of blood fall into the vial, staining the liquid black. His appearance returned to normal, and the wound on his thumb healed. "Are you sure that's safe? It looks poisonous," Anko observed, looking at the vial with concern. "Well, it has Uchiha blood. What did you expect?" Naruto commented dryly before drinking the liquid. Then he dropped the bottle and put his hands to his eyes with a cry of pain. "What's going on?" Saratobi asked, joining Anko beside the blonde man. "It's okay, but any physical transformation involves at least a little pain. Imagine what it must be like at a genetic level," Naruto exclaimed, making the others pale. "Don't worry, I have a high pain tolerance. Now, everyone back off so I can finish," he ordered, and they all moved away. When they were far enough away, a black aura spread from beneath Naruto's palms, enveloping his entire body. Then, it swiftly retreated toward his eyes. "Okay, that's it," said Naruto, removing his hands and revealing his usual blue eyes. "Nothing has happened. I don't see any difference," Hayashi commented. "That's because it's not active. I don't see your bulging eyes all the time either," Naruto replied. "Let's see." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his Sharingan was activated in its mature form. However, the Scara was black. "I believe part of his eyes are black due to vampirism." "Well, how is that?" Saratobi asked. "It looks like everyone is moving in slow motion," Naruto said. "Can you reach the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Hayashi asked. "Don't even bother trying, Naruto. It requires." Saratobi began, while glaring at Hayashi. "I know, but Itachi was the one who did it before giving me this blood." "Shinsui, right?" Naruto asked, receiving a surprised nod. "Let's see." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the colors of his irises had changed. Now 3 red tomo against a black background. Naruto threw the empty vial to the ground and stared at it as he uttered a single word, Amaterasu. The vial was immediately engulfed in flames as black as a wolf's mouth, which devoured it in seconds. Nothing remained. "Okay, that was great," Anko said, impressed. "And the best part is that I won't suffer any eye damage thanks to my vampiric healing ability and the Kyuubi," Naruto commented as he deactivated the Sharingan. "Naruto," Saratobi said, pulling 2 scrolls from his Kage robes as he approached. "Sign here for your new clan." He waited for Naruto to sign. "And here for your new property." He waited for him to sign, both of them beaming as they saw the location written on it. The former home of the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, the Namake's clan's property and lands. "I'll call him the Clan Fuhin," Naruto said with a smile. The Bet and the Fuhin clan. When Naruto finished naming his new clan, Hayashi decided to speak. "Fuhin, like an eternal? That's a bit grandiose for you, if you ask me," he began. "Well, nobody asked you," Naruto interrupted, causing some giggles among the other clan leaders. "I see you've become even more arrogant. You should remember your place," Hayashi said coldly. "And that would be 2 rows ahead of you in the council chamber, right?" Naruto replied with a wide smile directed at an equally pleased Saratobi. "Hokage-sama, this is a joke." Hayashi turned to the old man. "We can't allow a child to be part of the council," he said, quickly suppressing the word demon. "Of course I'm serious. It's one of the laws the first Hokage himself established. All clans, old or new, that possess a lineage or a special ability must have a representative on the council. And Naruto-kun possesses both," Saratobi said. "But we cannot allow." Hayashi tried to say something, but was suddenly overwhelmed by the murderous glares of all the other ninjas surrounding him. "It can't be done. If I didn't know you, I'd say you were trying to oppose the Hokage and defy one of Konoha's fundamental laws," Saratobi said coldly. "Of course not, Hokage-sama. I was only expressing my concern about Uzumaki-san's knowledge and ability in what a council member should be capable of doing," Hayashi said, his voice slightly trembling. "Oh, that should be the least of your worries. I know all the laws of Konoha, including those of each clan. As for ability as a council member, I'm pretty sure you mean patience during meetings, since no new laws have been enacted since the Kyuubi's attack. And considering I used to spend hours a day listening to absurd accusations of crimes I didn't commit, I think I've got more than enough," Naruto concluded, glaring at the Hyuga clan leader. "I see," Hayashi murmured, a vein throbbing at his temple. giving him the appearance of someone using the Byakugan. Then he focused on something Naruto had said. Wait, what do you mean by the least of my worries? Oh, you forgot. Naruto asked, somewhat surprised. With something so important at stake, he joked. What? Hayashi asked, with a sudden feeling of dread. I believe Naruto-kun is referring to the bet you made with him a week ago about his status in the clan. After all, you made me a witness, Sarutobi said with a broad smile that signaled to the council member that someone was about to suffer the consequences, and that someone would most likely be Hayashi. Ah, I see. Yes, I remember, said Hayashi, his face pale. Yes, and since I won the bet, I'm taking my prize. Do you remember your offer? Naruto asked in a cloying voice that sent shivers down the spines of the others. Everything I can give you, Hayashi said with horror. He realized he might have signed his own death warrant. Do you want my life? He asked with a shudder. No, I had something else in mind, Naruto said with a smile. Very well, choose your prize, Hayashi said, relieved, and then an idea occurred to him. Remember, you can only choose one thing, and it must be within my power. Otherwise, you'll lose your chance, he said, prompting protests from Anko and Kurenai. Of course, I accept those conditions, Naruto said, causing a silence. After all, as I just told you, I know all the clan's laws, including yours. I know very well what you can and can't do, Naruto added, wiping the smile off Hayashi's face. Well, what do you want? He asked. There's a law you enacted several years ago within your clan. If I remember correctly, even some of your elders opposed it. Furthermore, you worded it in such a way that only the clan chief could modify or repeal it, with or without the elders' consent. Do you remember which law I'm referring to? Naruto asked. As Naruto spoke, Hayashi recalled the night his wife Hizana died. She was one of the few who didn't hate Naruto and even allowed Hinata to get close to him. That night, after his conversation with the elders about Naruto's possible involvement in Hizana's death, he remembered how close Hinata had become to him. He hastily decided that, from that moment on, all marriages would be within the clan under the pretext of preserving the bloodline. Are you referring to the law I enacted to preserve the Byakugan? Hayashi asked. You mean destroying the Byakugan? Naruto replied, drawing everyone's attention. While it's true that any child born from that inbreeding will have the Byakugan, their bodies will generally be weaker than their parents due to the lack of new genetic material. In a few generations, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the stress caused by the Byakugan, and it would become a limited ability like the Sharingan, requiring special circumstances to activate. Or it could be permanently blocked. And yes, I know this for a fact. I also had to research my lineage, he added, seeing Hayashi's expression. I see. So, do you want me to eliminate that law or change it to allow extramarital marriages? Hayashi asked. That's part of the issue. In addition to allowing marriages outside of marriage, I want to prohibit forced marriages and any kind of control, whether from you or the elders, in those matters. If someone wishes to be with another person, they will be allowed to, unless there are legitimate reasons not to, such as the other person being wanted by the village. If someone refuses to marry, that's their decision, Naruto explained. I'll give you the full version later. Do you think you can impose whatever laws you want on my clan? Hayashi raised his voice angrily. No, I'm forcing it on you, Naruto said bluntly. It's within your power. By the way, one of the clauses of the law is that it's unalterable unless the Hokage himself says otherwise, Naruto added, nullifying Hayashi's last attempt at escape. Very well, I don't have much of a choice anyway, Hayashi reluctantly agreed. Indeed, we will make the announcement at tomorrow's council meeting, where we will reveal the details of Naruto's new clan and compound, Sarutobi said with a smile. Compound? What compound? Hayashi asked, becoming alert. The new Fuin complex, of course, Sarutobi said. Are they making the village build a new complex for a clan with only one member? Hayashi almost shouted. No, Naruto just signed the deed to a now extinct Konoha clan. It wouldn't make sense for him to reside anywhere else, Saratobi explained, his eyes gleaming. Extinct clan. Hayashi wondered, more to himself, as he considered the possibilities. The Uchiha clan possessed a compound, but it hadn't been wiped out. That meant it had happened long before. This led to the Kyuubi's attack, when several clans were annihilated. Fortunately, none had bloodlines, only clan techniques. Among them, only a few possessed compounds, and these were destroyed during the attack. Only one survived intact, thanks to the seals that protected it. But that was... Are you giving him the Yondaime compound? That place is almost twice the size of the Hyuga compound. It's way too much for one person, Hayashi shouted, almost yelling. Not for long, Saratobi replied with a smile. Do you mean you're rebuilding the compound to make it smaller? Hayashi asked more calmly. No, it means I'm invoking the clan restoration law. All male members of a clan with fewer than 10 male lineage users must have at least 3 wives. So you won't be alone in that compound for long. Besides, the same applies to the Uchiha, and I don't hear any of you complaining, Saratobi said before noticing the other clan leaders' glares and adding, at least not today. But what about the 4th Hokage's secret techniques and other things that were left behind at the compound? Hayashi insisted. Everything within those walls now belongs to Naruto. Furthermore, Minato made sure that only someone worthy could enter the compound. I'm certain that what's inside is even more heavily guarded, Saratobi replied. But he's an orphan, and a mere genin at that. How will he be able to keep him in good condition? Hayashi asked. Who cares about the state of things? The Uchiha compound is half covered in dust, or worse. It's their property, their business. They can even burn it down and build something else if they want. Saratobi shrugged. The same goes for you regarding your houses. As long as it doesn't cause real problems for the village, it's your business what you do on your property. Good, Hayashi snapped, earning a withering glare from Saratobi before continuing in a more civilized tone. Are we finished for today? I think so, unless one of you has something to add, said Saratobi, looking at the others with a questioning expression. If you'll allow me, Hokage-sama, Kakashi stepped forward, I suggest we keep Naruto's Sharingan, and especially the Mangekyo Sharingan, hidden from the rest of the population. At least Sasuke shouldn't know about it. Why? Wouldn't it be better for morale to have 2 users from a famous bloodline, instead of 1? Not to mention that Sasuke hadn't even reached the first stage of the Sharingan. Some Inuzuka asked. That's precisely the point. Not only do I suddenly possess such immense power, but it's also in a very advanced stage. Imagine Sasuke's reaction. Most people will say I stole his Sharingan or attribute it to the influence of my tenet. Neither option looks good, Naruto explained. Yes, you're right, Kakashi, Saratobi said, rubbing his chin. Here's what we'll do. The next time you unlock a bloodline or ability you've sealed, say that the Sharingan was one of them. And if someone discovers the Mangekyo Sharingan, we can say it's because of their sudden contact with your vast chakra reserves. He decided, and everyone nodded before starting to leave. They all knew the scandal would affect them too. Soon, only Anko, Kurenai, Kakashi, Ibiki, and Saratobi were left with Naruto. Child, the way you touched Hayashi team was beautiful, Anko said, wiping away an imaginary tear. Have you ever considered joining the interrogation division? You seem to have a talent for psychological torture, Ibiki added with a smile. Yes, I thought about it, but I think I'll still aspire to be Hokage. Thanks for the offer. Naruto smiled back. Even so, you surprised me with Itachi's blood. You hadn't mentioned it before, Saratobi said. Yes, I wanted to keep it a secret until I could tell Kakashi too. I wanted to know if you considered it an insult to your teammate's memory, Naruto said, looking at the silver-haired Jonin. I don't mind, Naruto, Kakashi said with a grin. In fact, Obito would have found it hilarious. Think about it. The bloodline that can steal jutsu is stolen by a bloodline that steals from other bloodlines, he added, making the others laugh at the irony. Thanks for pointing that out. I know I would have believed the Hokage's story otherwise. No problem. Now, I have to go somewhere with the Hokage-sama. Please excuse us, said Naruto, and Saratobi gave the others a disdainful look. After they were alone, Saratobi turned to the blonde man. Are you ready to see your home, Naruto-kun? He asked kindly. Of course, old man. Naruto smiled. Very well, but first we'll have to go through my office. We'll need instructions on how to enter the estate, Saratobi said as they began to move. You mean it was in the box? The one that was in the safe? Naruto asked. Yes, among other things. The box is sealed with blood, but Minato told me about its contents, Saratobi said as they reached the edge of the training field. There, they stopped long enough for Naruto to perform some shadow clones and instruct them to destroy the privacy seals he had previously placed. I think Danzo is furious right now, Naruto said. Not only did he lose several of his men today, but those who remained couldn't even get inside, let alone see the demonstration. Did you lose several men? Saratobi asked, concerned. Did they try to attack you? Yes, the key word is try. What they managed to do was create an explosive clone. Even so, I'll be on the lookout, just in case they try anything again, Naruto assured him. A few shunshin later, they arrived at the Hokage's office, where the old man quickly removed the portrait of the fourth Hokage that hung on the wall and took out the small box that Naruto already knew before handing it to the blonde boy. Inside were some documents, a couple of scrolls, 2 small books, and a bunch of keys. One of the books was labeled Minato Namikaze, and the other, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Opening one of them, her eyes welled up with tears. In her hands, she held her father's diary. Reading the first few pages of both diaries, she noticed they began on the day they had started dating. Furthermore, at the end of Minato's diary, it was written that only a blood relative, either hers or Kushina's, could open the compound. It possessed a highly advanced blood containment seal, which enveloped the entire property in a spherical barrier. To open it, a large amount of chakra, in addition to blood, was required, quantities that only a Namikaze possessed naturally. Armed with that information, they headed to the wealthiest part of the village, where the Uchiha and Hyuga clan compounds were located. Luckily, nestled among them were a few rows of houses belonging to wealthy merchants. Like the other two, it was surrounded by a high stone wall. However, unlike the others, it had only one gate. It was made of black steel that reflected only moonlight, absorbing virtually all other light. In the center was a golden plaque bearing the Namikaze clan emblem. It was on this plaque that Naruto was to deposit blood and channel chakra. As he stuck a kunai into his thumb, he thought of a paragraph about the golden plaque. According to his father, the plaque was made to adapt to any situation. Well, there's only one way to find out. He shrugged and touched the emblem, channeling chakra into it. At first, he thought it would be easy, but then he understood why only someone with enormous chakra reserves could open it. It was like a damn black hole. He had used up almost half of his reserves, the same amount he had before graduating from the academy, when the absorption process stopped, making him realize that he had tried to withdraw his hand earlier, but hadn't been able to. As he withdrew his hand from the plate, he noticed that the Namikaze emblem had disappeared. In its place was a new one. It was very similar to a Paccio circle, except that the star inside had 7 points instead of 6. Furthermore, the eye symbol in the center was made entirely of sapphire. I think I've found my new clan emblem, old man, Naruto said after a few minutes of contemplation. Yes, I think so, Saratobi agreed, equally impressed. Just one question, Naruto said, looking at the door. How do I open it? There was no indication of whether to push or pull the door. Oh, you're going to love this, Saratobi said with a smile. Tell me, have you noticed that the door is perfectly round? The lower part is underground, but it's shaped like a perfect circle with a round shield plaque in the center, Saratobi explained enthusiastically. To open it, you just have to strike the plaque twice. Only you can do that, since you're the owner. Others can open it if you apply a specific blood seal to them. Naruto nodded and struck the plate. He watched in amazement as the plate fused with the black steel of the door, leaving a small, round hole where it had been. The hole expanded rapidly and, within seconds, reached the size of the door. "Awesome!" exclaimed Naruto in amazement. "Absolutely, Naruto-kun. Anyway, I think you'll take care of this. I have to get back to the office. Perhaps you can show me around after you've cleaned it up," Sarutobi said and left. Naruto turned his gaze back to the entrance, took a deep breath, and entered the compound. The door closed behind him. His first thought was, damn, what kind of jungle is this? And indeed, he was right. The entire area was overgrown with vegetation, some plants reaching his height. In fact, the only places not covered were the buildings and the stone pavement leading to them. There was a stone causeway that ran directly from the gate to the largest building, which he assumed was the main house. Along the way, it branched off to several other buildings, some residential and others not. Upon reaching the main house, he glanced at the desert that stretched out behind him. No wonder the old man was in such a hurry to leave, he thought. "Yeah, old people don't really like doing gardening work," he said, funny Asuna. "Yeah, I figured as much. And while I'd love to create hundreds of clones to wipe them all out, I'd feel bad if they ruined some of the rose bushes I've seen," Naruto replied with a sigh. "Yeah, that would be a shame," Eva admitted. "Why don't you order the clones to clean the buildings first? Perhaps there are some photos out there that will give you an idea of what the gardens should look like, he suggested. "Good period. And while they're at it, they'll also explore the entire area so I can get a sense of the size of the place." Hayashi said it's almost twice the size of the Hyuga compound, but I don't remember that clearly, he admitted Naruto shyly. "Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with you falling headfirst off Hayashi's roof. Remember when you painted all the roofs in the compound pink? You be serious." "Oh yes. What good times, what good times." Naruto smiled at the memory. He could never be accused of that. Probably because they only realized it a week later, since the ANBU were rarely allowed near the Hyuga compound. With that happy thought, Naruto covered almost every inch of the pavement with Kage Bunshin. "All right, search and clean all the buildings. I'm particularly interested in the photos of the gardens. I want them to look like they did before, if possible," Naruto ordered, and sent the clones out. While the clones got to work, Naruto headed out to the backyard. It was, to say the least, immense. It was roughly half the size of a typical Genin team training ground. And, luckily for Naruto, it was partially paved with wood or stone. There were plenty of trees in the area, as well as a large swimming pool, but the central clearing took up most of the space. Even after so many years, marks from various techniques were still visible on both the ground and the trees. What caught Naruto's attention was a large hexagonal stone structure in the center of the clearing. It was riddled with holes from various techniques, but the one that intrigued him was quite organized for simple holes. They were aligned along one side of the structure, varying in size, but almost identical in shape, perfectly round. Naruto quickly realized this was a sign of mastery of that technique, but he couldn't help noticing that while the holes started at one corner of the structure, they didn't extend to the other. Maybe she mastered it faster than I thought, she thought. Naruto shrugged. More than an hour later, Naruto returned to the front garden to see how things were going. Several houses were sealed off, having fallen into disuse as the clan dwindled to fewer members, so there was only a little dust inside. In contrast, some storehouses in the dojo had a few windows open and were quite clean. Ironically, the only building the clones hadn't been able to enter was the main house, the one used by the clan leader. It had a seal on the entrance identical to the one on the door, but apparently both were connected in some way, since the coat of arms had changed. What do you think? Should I just tap it or clean the blood off? Naruto asked. Try securing it with tape first. There's no point in wasting blood or chakra, Eve said. As he did so, his hand suddenly became stuck to the ridge, and chakra began to surge from it. It was far less than the gate had required, and it was all over quickly. The house was enveloped in a green glow for a few seconds as he withdrew his hand, followed by a radiance that shattered like shards of glass that scattered before hitting the ground. Had a kind of advanced seal, he said, Naruto was intrigued. This feeling, Negi murmured. Naruto, I don't think you have to clean this house. By that, Eva asked. The feeling I had when the seal broke was similar to the feeling I had when I used the Cassiopeia many years ago. Negi explained. So it must have a space-time component. I suppose the house is just as it was the day it was sealed. Well, there's only one way to find out, he said. Naruto opened the door. The interior was spotless, which brought to mind the image of his father grimacing when his mother scolded him for making a mess. This brought a smile to his face and, at the same time, a few tears to his eyes. He then proceeded to inspect the 3-story house, from the top floor down to the 4 basement levels. Each basement had a different staircase with a bloodstain on both ends. The first level was a vast library of jutsu, roughly half the size of the Hokage's library. The largest section was dedicated to Fuinjutsu, which made sense given that all the Namikes were highly skilled in that area. The second level was a warehouse and weapons forge, judging by the various anvils, tools, and other parts. Most of the visible weapons were swords, some chained to the walls with seals that intrigued Naruto, but he decided to examine them later. The third floor was a dungeon area with a dozen cells. They were in surprisingly good condition, almost new, so they were either recently built or rarely used, which improved his mood. The fourth and final basement level was by far the best guarded. It had a seal similar to the one on the door and absorbed a large amount of chakra. When the circular door opened, Naruto had to shield his eyes from the sudden light. He had been using a basic spell dot of Lighto light his way, so he was surprised that an underground chamber was so well lit. The chamber was a perfect sphere with a suspended walkway leading from the entrance to the center. Upon arriving there, their eyes gradually adjusted to the light, enough to discern its source. The entire surface of the chamber walls was covered with gleaming seals. In the center of the spherical room was another sphere, made of crystal, containing a perfect model of the complex. At first, Naruto thought of the Eve complex, which he had heard so much about, but he immediately dismissed the idea, as the landscape was different from the real thing due to the absence of lush plants. Even so, the image showed what the garden was supposed to look like, and Naruto took the opportunity to memorize it with his Sharingan. He then created a shadow clone and transmitted a message to the other clones who had already finished cleaning, instructing them to begin working on the garden, using the mental image of the model and the information they already possessed. Finally, he dispelled the shadow clone, thus transferring the memories to both himself and the other clones. But that wasn't all he noticed with the Sharingan. Fine, invisible seals covered the surface of the crystal sphere with a pattern identical to that of the surrounding walls. He also observed 7 crystal marbles located below ground level in the complex, which glowed. Considering that it had been impossible to enter the complex until that day, he realized there must be some kind of barrier around the property, and that it was apparently some kind of control room. But such a large structure must require enormous amounts of energy to maintain. Then he understood. If the 7 spherical crystals also existed at full size underground, then they could only serve to channel or absorb energy. In other words, those crystals drew energy from the earth itself to power the barrier. Ingenious. When she told her tenants her theory, they explained that the same theory had been used in Mahora, but employing the magic of the world tree as a power source. Eva, in particular, knew all the details, having researched it for years because of the curse that kept her trapped there. After inspecting the seals a bit, he decided to look at the upper floors as well. There were more than 20 bedrooms there, the largest being the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. She had a large balcony overlooking the gate of the estate. There were several photos of her parents there. The last one seemed to be from when Kushina was pregnant. She enjoyed looking at them, laughing at the ones that showed Kushina teasing Minato or the 2 of them eating ramen. At least she knew where she had inherited those traits from. He then decided to take an aerial look at the garden's progress and was impressed to see that most of the weeds and excess grass were gone. The only places where the clones had avoided working too hard were the rose bushes, as they could have been damaged by the thorns. Deciding that a few clones were expendable, since the worst was over, Naruto gave them some orders, and before long, the rose bushes were looking good. It was almost nightfall when the gardening was finished, and this was only possible because Naruto had created another 300 clones to speed up the process. He had also sent some shadow clones to his apartment to pack his things, or rather, to collect the already filled containment scrolls. He decided to stay in the master bedroom and had some clones gather his parents' personal belongings and seal them. He made sure they were shadow clones, as he sensed that some things hidden in the drawers shouldn't be seen by children. This prompted some teasing from the girls, but they had to admit they would have done the same if it were their parents' room. Then, he packed his things and prepared for bed. It had been a long day, and he was very pleased with the future of the Fuhin clan. Emergency backup. When Naruto woke up that morning, he felt more relaxed than ever. Recalling the events of the previous day, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. He was at his parents' house, far away from all the pesky villagers, safe from any assassination attempts. Yes, no one would be foolish enough to attack the residence of a former Hokage. As she stood up and stepped onto the balcony for some fresh air, her eyes widened in shock at what she saw near the perimeter wall of the compound. A dozen unconscious figures lay scattered across the lawn in positions that indicated they had lost consciousness before hitting the ground. "Well, someone went ahead," he said, Kyubi laughing. "That what are you going to do to them?" Asuna asked. "Athens take away their weapons and valuables and throw them over the wall. That's one way they can wake up. The others would enter the cells, or I would wake them up with a certain seal," he explained Naruto. "That Sharingan must be amazing if you can tell so much about the barrier with just a glance," he observed Eva. "Yeah, while I'm using it, I have a photographic memory and enhanced analytical skills. That's why I see things moving in slow motion. Naruto admitted. Then he dressed in his usual attire and headed to the front door. He created 30 shadow clones and ordered them to inspect the intruders and eliminate them. He didn't know any of them. While having breakfast and planning the day with Negi and the girls, she received a message from one of the clones, who informed her that one of the intruders was an ANBU sent by the Hokage with a written message about the council meeting that was to begin at 10. Looking at the clock, she saw that it was 9:30, so she got up, performed 3 shadow clone techniques to clean the kitchen, and left. As he approached the intruders, he saw that they were all tied up and unarmed. All except the messenger, whom Naruto hoisted onto his shoulder. 10 minutes after their departure, he ordered the clones to throw the remaining intruders over the wall. He then headed for the gate and returned to the street, quickly abandoning the ANBU as he began to move. What happened?" he asked, confused. "You got caught in the security system. I guess the old man forgot about it after all these years," Naruto explained to the now alert ninja. "Uzumaki, I have a..." he began. "Yes, I know. I saw the letter. The council meeting is at 10. I have to go, but remember not to jump over the wall next time," Naruto said to the ninja and ran off. He arrived at the council chamber 5 minutes early, and the ANBU guards instructed him to wait outside until the Hokage arrived. When the old man finally arrived, they exchanged a sly smile before entering the chamber. Chaos. That's how one could describe the scene they both witnessed from the doorway. Most of the council members, from the civilian side, were shouting at the ninjas, who seemed intent on strangling the civilians, particularly a certain Haruno Isako, the main culprit behind the commotion. Naruto would never understand how such a weak, flat-chested civilian could have such powerful lungs. The pink-haired old hag, like her daughter, was a fanatic of the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the 26-year age difference, she would undoubtedly be harassing him at that very moment. But under these circumstances, all she could do was support him by shouting in his favor at council meetings. "I demand that all the monsters' belongings be handed over to Uchiha-sama." Yes, like that. Having reached the limit of his patience, Sarutobi decided to make his presence known. "Silence," he roared, causing everyone except the blond man next to him to freeze in place by the amount of murderous intent unleashed. Then, They both walked towards the center of the room, where the Hokage had his seat, while glaring at the civilians. Now then, I think everyone knows why they are here, Sarutobi began as he sat down, and Naruto chose to remain standing beside him. Yes, we were informed that he is now the owner of the Namikaze complex, Isako said, glaring at Naruto. Do you know why? Sarutobi asked, a slight smile appearing on his face. No, the clan chiefs refused to tell us until you arrived, replied Denbi, a merchant and owner of several warehouses. Then I have the honor of announcing that, as of yesterday afternoon, Naruto Uzumaki is the new head of the Fuhin clan, Sarutobi said with a broad smile. After a few seconds of shock, the civilians erupted in complaints and accusations, ranging from favoritism to corruption. Silence. I haven't even begun to explain why he has a new clan, Sarutobi demanded. He waited for them to calm down before continuing. As I was saying, there's a very good reason for this decision. It was discovered that Naruto-kun possesses 3 bloodlines, in addition to several powerful jutsu known only to him, making him more than suitable to lead a new clan, according to the law enacted by the first Hokage himself. Furthermore, he is now a member of the CRA, he explained. This caused a general murmur, either of enthusiasm from the blood-worshipping greedy ones or of disapproval from those who hated Naruto too much to care. Finally, a man dressed similarly to a doctor stood up to address the council. Hokage-sama, however impressive they may be, we cannot accept your healing abilities as a bloodline. They are simply a corrupted power that has no guarantee of being passed down, Shiro Suzuki said with an air of superiority. He owned a private clinic for civilian use only, since the hospital was sometimes too crowded. Ah, but who mentioned healing abilities? Sarutobi smiled. In fact, that topic didn't even come up in our demonstration. A demonstration? Denbi asked. Yes, it was held yesterday afternoon, and all the clan chiefs were present, Sarutobi explained. All of them? Haruno asked, raising an eyebrow at Hayashi. Yes, I was there too, Hayashi confirmed. Oh, yes, Hugeson volunteered to be humiliated. I mean, he was the first to taste one of my bloodlines, Naruto said for the first time, receiving a withering glare from Hyuga. What kind of test are you talking about? Suzuki asked. He tried, and I emphasize tried, to close my tenketsu. Suffice it to say, it didn't work, Naruto said. I want more details about their abilities, demanded Isako. No, like all clans, he will divulge that information to whomever he wishes, Sarutobi said disdainfully. But what if he attacks my little girl? I need her to be able to defend herself against him, she stammered, overcome by the murderous intent that gripped her as she was about to utter the last word. If I remember correctly, your little girl is now a genin in Konoha. Therefore, if she wants to become stronger, she has to do it like everyone else. Train. I'm not going to reveal some of my weaknesses just so that weakling shows up and tries to attack me, Naruto said coldly. How dare you insult my baby? Just because you have a new trick you think you're tough? I should send my bodyguards to put you in your place, she screamed. If they're as strong as your daughter, I'll crush them like insects, without even using my bloodline, Naruto said in an icy voice, glaring at the woman for a few moments. Then he remembered something and turned to the entire council. Oh, and about your bodyguards. I know some of you can't control the urge to harass me, but remember, I don't like waking up to find several of them in my garden. I let them go today. I only took their weapons, but if I find any more, the next time you see them will be in the hospital or the morgue, Naruto threatened. Did you hear that, Hokage-sama? He threatened to kill our bodyguards, Denbi said angrily. Good, Sarutobi said, surprising the civilians. That means I don't have to remind you that you can do whatever you want with anyone who trespasses on your property. But killing, Suzuki began. Considering the number of secrets Naruto-san keeps, in addition to the secrets that Complex holds, it would be foolish to do otherwise, Shikaku said listlessly. But what happens if someone accidentally lands on your property? Suzuki insisted. I guess it depends on my mood. After all, they won't be able to do anything. Since the moment someone unauthorized crosses the border, they'll automatically enter a state of torpor or simply be repelled back outside if I've programmed it that way. Naruto grinned, causing the others to swallow hard. In any case, I'll give you a brief description of Naruto-kun's bloodlines, Sarutobi began. Naruto-kun currently possesses 3 active bloodlines: the ability to destroy chakra, to create solid objects from chakra, and to absorb bloodlines from others. Can he steal bloodlines? Koharu finally asked, panicking. What if he attacks the villagers and leaves them without bloodlines? It doesn't work like that, Naruto replied. What my lineage does is copy the new lineage into my genetic code, like the Sharingan copies jutsus. Is there a limit to the number of bloodlines that can be obtained this way? Hamura asked. It depends on how the lineage affects the body. For example, if you acquired more than a dozen dojutsu, it would be more difficult to activate the appropriate one than if you only had 1 or 2, Naruto reasoned. Hokage-sama, you mentioned earlier some secret techniques your clan possesses. Could you give us more details about them? Suzuki asked. As many of you know, the secret to Tsunade's super strength lies in concentrating her chakra at the point of impact. Sarutobi paused for dramatic effect. Imagine someone capable of constantly focusing that power throughout their entire body. That's Naruto-kun, he said, smiling with satisfaction at the shivers that followed. Is that even possible? Suzuki murmured. Oh yeah? You want a live demonstration? Naruto asked. No. I'll pass, said the doctor, waving his hands in panic. Well, the next matter we must announce is Naruto-kun's new residence, Sarutobi continued. He is the new owner of the former Namikaze compound, now the Fuhin compound, he said before Isako erupted again. No, we can't allow someone like him to own that property. Only Uchiha-sama is worthy of such an honor, she shrieked, causing everyone except Naruto to cover their ears. When they looked at him suspiciously, he simply removed the cotton from his ears, much to the Banshee's annoyance. And why exactly is the Uchiha boy so valuable? Shikaku asked with boredom. Well, I think it's obvious, Suzuki began with a smile. The power of the Sharingan. It could easily be added to Naruto-san's power, Aburame Shibi said. How dare you suggest contaminating the Sharingan? Isako shouted. You speak without knowing anything, Sarutobi said listlessly. Most of the bloodlines that exist in this world, especially the most advanced ones like the Sharingan, were born from corrupt power. In fact, it's quite ironic that you speak of corruption when referring to Naruto-kun's bloodline. After all, his Tekai magic and his Shohu, they are 2 of the few uncorrupted bloodlines that exist. The old man chuckled at the astonished expressions of his village council. In any case, given that he possesses 3 active bloodlines, several secret jutsu, the ability to obtain other bloodlines and awaken some that still remain dormant, I believe that Uzumaki-san is the only person worthy of claiming that complex as his own, Shibi announced, and even the civilians had to admit that they had gone too far. Our last business for today is activating the CRA for Naruto-kun. With so many bloodlines, it would be foolish not to, Sarutobi said. He will have a minimum of 3 wives, as stipulated by law, but there will be no maximum limit, since the law refers to those who possess only 1 bloodline. He can have 3 wives for each bloodline he possesses, but as he will acquire more in the future, his voice trailed off. Hokage-sama, regarding the bloodlines you will obtain, I suggest that we forbid you from taking any bloodline that currently belongs to the ninja clans of Konoha, Suzuki said, followed by some murmurs of approval from other civilians. No, he won't be prohibited from doing so, but he must meet several requirements. First, he may obtain any bloodline that is not currently under Konoha's control. Second, if he obtains a Konoha bloodline, he will need the means to do so from the person from whom he obtains it, if that person is a ninja, in addition to the clan head's permission if that person is a civilian. Furthermore, he may obtain the bloodline by defeating that person in an official battle or in one overseen by a jonin. If that person is a ninja, Sarutobi explained. I believe the clan leaders should vote on this matter, as it directly affects them, Sarutobi said after a few minutes of discussion. Is everyone in favor? All the clan chiefs, except Hayashi, raised their hands, causing the Hyuga to glare at them furiously. Would you so easily allow him to obtain your lineage? He asked, annoyed. Uzumaki-san's loyalty to the village is almost unparalleled. It would be counterproductive to deny him these rights. If he so desires, I will personally bestow upon him my lineage, Shibi announced. Thank you for your vote of confidence and your offer, Aburame-san. Unfortunately, I cannot accept it at this time, as my tenant's Yuki would conflict with the insect colony. If the opportunity arises, I will let you know, Naruto concluded with a polite bow. In any case, the majority voted in favor. The council meeting is adjourned for today, Sarutobi said as he stood up and left, gesturing for her to follow him to his office. After they both sat down on the sofa, they let out a sigh of relief. It's a miracle. At first I thought I was going to lose my hearing at this meeting, Sarutobi said. Oh, there's a good chance it'll happen next time. You didn't tell them that. As the head of a clan, I'll be on the council, Naruto said with a chuckle. Well, it's their own fault for not knowing the laws, said the old Kage, shrugging his shoulders. Yes, it seems they forget that this is a ninja village ruled by the Hokage, not by a civilian council, Naruto replied. Yes, you should remind the Hokage too. They say he's a bit senile, Sarutobi joked. Pervert too, Naruto added with a wide grin, causing them both to burst into laughter. A few minutes later there was a knock at the door. Sarutobi took a seat at the desk and shouted, "Get into." As the door opened, Naruto groaned inwardly upon seeing Team 7 there. "Good morning, Hokage-san," Sasuke greeted, walking as if he owned the place. "Hokage-sama, my team is here to make a request," said Kakashi, after nodding to Naruto in recognition. "What kind of request?" Sarutobi asked. "We want a higher-ranking mission. D-rank missions aren't worth our time," Sasuke said arrogantly. "Yes, Sasuke-kun could perform an A-rank attack with one hand behind his back," Sakura exclaimed enthusiastically. "Yes, I can beat anyone," Kiba barked. "Do any of you three have any idea how missions are assigned to Genin teams?" Naruto asked in a bored voice. "Yes, unlike a loser like you, we do," Sasuke replied. "The better we are, the harder the missions will be," he added, eliciting a mocking chuckle from the blonde. "Yes, now get out of here before I throw you out the window like the trash you are," Sakura threatened as she raised her fist. "Enough. I will not allow you to speak to another Konoha ninja like that in my presence," Sarutobi said angrily. "Oh, come on, Hokage-sama. It's just that Uzumaki brat," Kiba said listlessly. "To you, Genin, I am Uzumaki Fuin-sama," Sarutobi growled, casting a murderous glare at the three. "Fufuin, I've never heard of him," Kiba managed to say. "That's because it was created yesterday, with Naruto-kun as the clan head, since it has 3 active bloodlines," Sarutobi said, smiling at their reactions. "Does he have lineage?" "And 3, no less," Sakura asked, surprised. "Who cares about that idiot? What about our mission?" Sasuke asked, annoyed. "Fine, I'll give you a C rank," Sarutobi replied, equally annoyed, and called the secretary to bring Tazuna over. A few minutes later, a drunk old man entered the office. "This is Tazuna, a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. Your mission is to protect him until he finishes his current project. It will take approximately 1 month, so be prepared," Sarutobi ordered. "Are you sure these brats can handle the thugs?" Tazuna looked at Team 7 in disbelief. "Don't worry, sir. If they can't handle it, I'll do it myself. After all, I'm a Jonin," Kakashi assured him. "If you say so," Tazuna shrugged. "Yes, and besides, if the Uchiha's ego and the Inuzuka's running away don't scare everyone off, You could always use Haruno's forehead as a shield, Naruto added, provoking laughter from the three older men and fury from the three genin. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind, Tazuna said and left, followed by Team 7. So, old man, are you busy this morning? Naruto asked. Let me think for a second, Sarutobi said before creating 3 shadow clones that began doing the paperwork. No, my morning's just been sorted. What do you have in mind? He smiled. I remember I owed you a tour of my property, and we could have lunch afterward, Naruto suggested. As long as you pay, Sarutobi said with a smile. Even better, I'm cooking. Naruto smiled back and let the old man into his new home. Several hours later, they had just finished lunch and were discussing the possibility of creating a barrier around the entire village when Sarutobi sensed one of his clones vanishing. From his expression, it was either dangerous or annoying, or both. Team 7 needs reinforcements. They were attacked by 2 rogue ninja from Kiri, the Demon Brothers, both of Chunin rank, Sarutobi said as he headed for the door. Why do I get the feeling you're not just telling me this to satisfy my curiosity? Naruto asked resignedly as he did the same. Because you're the substitute. The other Genin teams are either busy or not ready for combat. I just need to give you the new bingo book and you'll be ready. I know you can create all the supplies you need if you don't have them with you, Sarutobi replied. Excellent. A few minutes later, Naruto showed his mission scroll to the village gate guards with one hand, while with the other, he held open the bingo book. He was investigating the Demon Brothers' former associates, and he didn't like what he discovered. Momochi Zabuza, alias Demon of the Bloody Mist. One of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist. Arma Principal, Kubikiri Hocho. Lineage, none. Last known affiliation, Kiri. Last known rank, Jonin. A missing A-rank agent. Kafu Oba, also known as the Blood Armor Demon. Main weapon, katana. Lineage, iron blood. The user possesses a higher than normal amount of iron ions in their blood, which they can use for both attack and defense. Last known affiliation, Kiri. Last known rank, Jonin. A missing A-rank agent. Tamatsu Hiroshi, also known as the Herald of the Storm. Main weapon, katana. Lineage, none. Last known affiliation, Kiri. Last known rank, Chunin. 9 missing from rank B. Gakko Kakaido, also known as Shadow Thief of the Mist. Main weapon, none. Lineage, pocket dimension creation. The user can create pocket dimensions in which a certain number of objects can be stored. Last known affiliation, Kiri. Last known rank, Chunin. 9 missing from rank B. These guys aren't bad. 2 of them even have pedigree, Naruto observed. Yeah, but you should think carefully before absorbing any bloodline from now on. Some may conflict with each other, while others may have serious drawbacks, QB warned. How that? Naruto asked. Consider, for example, this iron blood bloodline. To be useful, it requires a fairly high amount of iron in the bloodstream. Not only is it unhealthy, but it also slows the user down, as it's heavy, Eva explained. Not to mention the damage a thunderstorm would cause, he said, Negi laughing. Well, I have company, so I could find out firsthand how things work, he said, Naruto, while hitting the trunk of the tree he was on and jumping to the next one, blocked the kunai that was directed at him with one of his own. Hey, Kafa-san, I was reading about your exploits, Naruto said, smiling and pointing at the bingo book. You're quite famous. Not bad. Kid, I'm impressed, but this route is off limits. Go back the way you came and I'll pretend I didn't see you today, Kafa said. But I was ordered to see what was left of the 3 monkeys and their silver list. You didn't happen to see them, did you? Said Naruto. You're a funny kid. I can tell you they came through here a while ago, and they're probably being wiped out right now. Behave yourself and go home, Kafa said again, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. No, good kids are boring. Being bad is much more fun. Naruto put Kafu on alert with a predatory smile as he snapped his fingers. Kafu was about to jump back when the branch beneath him glowed and his legs were suddenly frozen. Before he could try to break the ice, the part of the trunk that Naruto had touched earlier also glowed, and several spheres of lightning shot toward Kafu, striking him in the chest and causing him to drop his sword. While trying to shake off the numbness, he heard Naruto's voice and looked at him. That terrified Lord of Dreams. A single flash of light, cutting through the night, eats the enemy being in my hand. A white flash of light, sang the blond man with the mustache, and released the white lightning bolt from his hand. Feeling the impact of the attack, Kafu saw his hopes of regaining movement vanish. Forget the numbness. He could barely feel anything. He didn't even notice Naruto was beside him until he spoke. You forgot the most important rule, Kafu-san. Never underestimate an opponent. Goodbye, Naruto said before Kafu felt a searing blow to his neck and saw only darkness. Naruto quickly placed the head on a containment scroll and took a blood sample, which he immediately froze, along with all the weapons and valuables he could find, before using a swift katana. Gokaku no Jutsudo, get rid of the body. Without looking back, he sped towards his destination. If Kafa meant leaving the way he thinks he did, even Kakashi will have trouble. That guy has an advantage near water, and it just so happens we're in the wave of waves, Naruto thought. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha, was having a bad day. It all started when his 3 brilliant students drove the Hokage crazy, yelling at him to give them a mission. Things were about to end in disaster, or rather, with another pleasant outcome, watching Momochi Zabuza tear them to pieces. Well, not quite. Zabuza was giving them a beating with his water clone technique, which, incidentally, couldn't get very far from the water. And considering they were on the shore and were yelling at him to run, yes, the 3 inept students deserved their fate. While he was having those thoughts, Kakashi watched as Sasuke arrogantly ordered Zabuza to release his sensei, while Sakura did a good imitation of a leaf during a hurricane, and Kiba changed the color of the water he was standing on. Yes, it definitely wasn't his day. As she debated whether to bite her tongue or simply open her mouth to choke and avoid such stupidity, she noticed Zabuza abruptly turn towards something to her right. Luckily, her head was already partially turned in that direction, so it was fairly easy to make out the slowly approaching figure. Upon recognizing the blonde, mustachioed ninja, Zabuza created several Mizu Bunshin that surrounded Naruto when he was 30 feet away. "Who are you, and what are you doing here, brats?" demanded Zabuza as the clones pointed their enormous swords at Naruto's neck. "Oh, hello, sir. I was on my way here and ran into a kind gentleman who called himself Kafu. He mentioned that 3 mentally challenged monkeys and a one-eyed werewolf, whom I happen to know, were going to be turned into mincemeat in this area, so I decided to intervene. Would you mind letting them go?" Naruto asked in the gentle, respectful voice one would expect from a small child in front of the daimyo or someone of his stature. Zabuza stared at him in astonishment for 30 seconds before blinking and shaking his head, trying to recover from the shock. "I hate to disappoint you, kid, but they're not going anywhere as long as they're trying to protect the bridge builder. So either you leave or you become cannon fodder yourself," Zabuza said, quoting the blonde man. "Sorry, I don't taste very good," Naruto declared in his usual voice, and the Mizu Bunshin around him vanished. "Even better, let's see what your blood tastes like," he said as he threw 2 kunai at Zabuza. The swordsman had reached out to draw his sword and was about to block the kunai with it when he heard a single word behind him and saw a flash of light. "Come." Considering that the threat coming from behind was greater, he turned as far as he could. Without freeing Kakashi from Thiswiro no Jutsuan, just in time, he managed to block a sword of equal size with his Kubikiri Hocho. "Not bad, Zabuza-san, not bad at all," Naruto said as he thrust his sword forward even further, taking advantage of Zabuza's awkward position. But his voice trailed off. In any case, it wasn't necessary, as Zabuza felt the 2 kunai impact the arm he was using to restrain Kakashi, forcing him to release him and jumped back to avoid being hit by the two opponents. Good job, Naruto. Even I didn't feel you, Kakashi said as he stared at Zabuza, who was bleeding. What? The clones' weapons dissipate when they get far enough away. Even the shadow clones' weapons only reach 6 meters, Zabuza growled. Well, then I guess we can agree that the weapons were real kunai rather than cloned ones, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. You're dead, kid, do you hear me? Dead, Zabuza shouted, and he was about to lunge at the two ninjas when two thin needles pierced his neck and he fell motionless. Luckily for him, he was on the shore. Unfortunately, he's finally dead, declared a masked figure as he appeared beside Zabuza's body. The figure wore a mask bearing the Kiri mark, proof that he was a ninja hunter. Kakashi sighed in relief and lowered his guard as he walked calmly across the water toward the shore, with Naruto right behind him. Thank you for your help, the figure said, giving a slight bow to the two Konoha ninjas. I've been searching for him for a long time. Well, he certainly looks dead, Naruto said as he looked at Zabuza, causing the ninja hunter to approach the body. To the normal eye, he finished the sentence and looked directly at the ninja hunter, allowing him to see his slanted blue eyes with a black background, as well as the two elongated fangs. Without hesitation, the hunter ninja grabbed the body and disappeared with a shunshin, leaving a bored-looking Naruto to catch a wobbly Kakashi. Damn, I overused the Sharingan, said the copy ninja as Naruto covered his transplanted eye with the headband. Thanks, he muttered. While several shadow clone jutsu appeared and picked up Kakashi, Team 7 arrived at the scene, with Tazuna following closely behind. What are you doing here, idiot? Sasuke asked. Yes, we were doing just fine without you. Didn't you see how Sasuke-kun defeated all those guys? Sakura squealed. Fed up, Kakashi beckoned Sasuke closer. When he was close enough, he grabbed him by the neck and said clearly, I'm fed up with your attitude. Now shut up and listen carefully, Kakashi said, unleashing all the fury he could muster. For the time being, I'm not in a position to lead the group, so I'm appointing Naruto to do so until further notice. If you disobey my orders, you'll deeply regret it. Understood? Why yes, Sasuke managed to articulate before Kakashi let him go. Good. Naruto, they're all yours, Kakashi said before collapsing. Great, I'm so lucky, Naruto muttered before turning to Tazuna. Where is your house and how far away is it? It's less than a mile west of here, Tazuna replied quickly. All right, here's what we'll do. I'll go down the center on the right. Sakura on the left with Kakashi and Tazuna between us, Sasuke at the rear, and Kiba will scout the front after taking a dip to get rid of that urine smell before everyone in the village hidden in the waves notices and kills him for ruining the mission, he ordered coldly, daring them to contradict him. Luckily, they still remembered Kakashi's warning and obeyed his orders. 20 minutes later, they were knocking on the door of Tazuna's two-story house. They were greeted by Tsunami, Tazuna's 22-year-old daughter. Her eyes widened in concern at the sight of Kakashi unconscious, but Naruto's brief explanation, he was just exhausted, managed to reassure her somewhat. They left Kakashi in one of the rooms reserved for them and then gathered in the living room. What happened? I don't know much about ninjas, but I'm sure they don't get that tired just from walking, Tsunami asked. The group was attacked by two rogue ninjas halfway there. Both were Chunin, so they called for backup. I was available and was sent to help. When I reached them, they were being attacked by a very dangerous rogue ninja named Zabuza. Kakashi had been immobilized while using his Sharingan and couldn't hide it. It's worth mentioning that he was given that eye, and therefore it doesn't function properly. While using it, he consumes a lot of Kakashi's chakra, which is why he's in that state, Naruto said, giving a brief description of the events. And Zabuza? Tsunami asked, somewhat stunned by the explanation. He escaped with the help of an accomplice, but he won't bother us for a while, Naruto said as he stood up. I'm going to try to heal Kakashi, he added. Why you? Sasuke asked, annoyed that the story didn't give him any leading role. Oh, really? Do any of you have healing abilities? Naruto asked, and the three avoided his gaze. Yes, I think so too. Upon entering Kakashi's room, he saw the silver-haired Jonin awake and alert. You know he's alive, Kakashi stated as the door closed. Yes, but with the poison I put on those kunai, he won't move much for at least the next 2 weeks. And if we add to that the sleeping potion in those Sanban, he said, trailing off. I see, Kakashi said, looking at the ceiling. I'll be unwell myself for a week, so I'll only be able to give you training advice during that time. I have a better option. I'll heal you and you train the three idiots while I train myself, Naruto suggested matter-of-factly. Do you know medical jutsu? Kakashi asked, surprised. Only one, but it can heal almost anything, from superficial wounds and broken bones to the chakra depletion you're suffering from right now, Naruto explained briefly. You're joking, right? If a single jutsu could do all that, medical ninjas wouldn't have to train for years, exclaimed Kakashi. I'm not joking. The reason you've never heard of it is because I created it. And no, I'm not going to teach it to you, since you don't have the necessary chakra, the blonde man said, seeing Kakashi's hopeful expression. You mean that chakra, right? Kakashi frowned. No way. Who knows what that filthy thing will do to me? Besides, how could I accept anything from the thing that killed my sensei? Ah, I see. Instead of accepting their deaths and moving on, you prefer to watch your team get killed, Naruto said coldly, observing the shame on the Jonin's face before adding, again? At which Kakashi grimaced. Okay, what do I have to do? Kakashi sighed. You don't have to do anything. And for the record, I'm only using the healing part of that chakra along with some of my own, Naruto said as he placed his now glowing hands on the Jonin's chest, whose body was soon covered in a white radiance. This is incredible, Kakashi exclaimed in amazement. I feel such a profound peace that… He suddenly stopped and glared at Naruto, who was about to speak. If I hear a single comment about resting in peace, he threatened. Tisk. Naruto looked away, disappointed. Half an hour later, Kakashi was almost at 100%. That'll be enough. I'll get a good night's rest, and I'll be back in top form, Kakashi said as he tried to get up. I'm not finished yet. You're not leaving until I've thoroughly examined that Sharingan, Naruto said, pushing the silver-haired ninja down. I know how you got it and why you can't use it to its full potential, but it's still consuming more chakra than it should. Do you think you can make it work better? Kakashi asked curiously. Well, let me inspect it first and see what I can do, Naruto offered. Lift the headband, but keep your eye closed until I tell you otherwise. When his scarred eyelid was revealed, Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they were torn and the white had been replaced by black. Is that the Shinso semi-vampiric bloodline? Kakashi asked in surprise. Yes, in part. Like most dojutsu, it allows me to see chakra, but these eyes also differentiate the type and state of the chakra, Naruto explained. After a few minutes he frowned. I think I see the problem. Open your eyes now so I can make sure, he said. It took Naruto just 10 seconds to inspect the transplanted eye and know what it wanted. After it was covered again, he asked the expected question. Who performed the transplant? It was my former teammate, Rin Inuzuka. What? Kakashi asked. How old was she at that time? Naruto ignored the Jonin's question. 12 was the answer. And did he do it on the battlefield? Yes. Now tell me why you're asking me these questions. Or do you get some perverse pleasure from making me remember that day? Kakashi said angrily. Naruto looked at him for a few seconds before sighing. The operation he performed was perfect. No, more than perfect. The way he did it, you should have more access to your Sharingan than with a transplant. But, he said, trailing off. But what? Kakashi asked. Tell me, Kakashi, how long did you use it continuously that first day? Naruto asked, looking at the copy ninja. That day? Well, he thought about how he defeated the IWA ninja who had cornered them, how his sensei saved him, and how they attacked and recaptured the bridge. All day long. From the morning he received the eye injury until well into the night when they went to sleep, he hadn't covered it. Damn, I overdid it, didn't I? He sighed. Of course. You used it for a whole day, and then you had trouble keeping it open for even half an hour, said Naruto. But, wait, how on earth did I do that? I was just a kid. Not even an adult Uchiha could use it for that long, and he's already at less than half his chakra reserves. Kakashi realized. Naruto. He looked at the blonde boy, who was now avoiding his gaze. Can you tell me something about it? Yes, if you answer a question. While they were fighting, what was Rin doing? Naruto asked. We left her in the care of the medical ninja. She was exhausted. In fact, she didn't get out of bed for 2 weeks, Kakashi replied. And didn't you find it strange? Naruto insisted. Where are you going with this? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, looking at the blonde genin. All right, I'll be direct. All that chakra you miraculously had that day came from her. It's an ability the Inuzuka used to transfer chakra to their ninja dogs, Naruto stated. But even so, that amount. Kakashi protested. She was a medical ninja, wasn't she? She always carried pills for soldiers with her, Naruto interrupted. No wonder she was so exhausted, Kakashi said, surprised. You have no idea how lucky you were that day. If she hadn't done this, you wouldn't have lasted an hour, Naruto sighed. Besides, this was a huge sacrifice on her part, apart from the chakra. What kind of sacrifice? Kakashi asked. That kind of bond for transferring chakra can only be created once in an Inuzuka's lifetime. Even if it's created with more than one dog, it must be done at the same time, Naruto explained. And after that, I stopped obtaining chakra because I had overused it. Kakashi asked. No, you see, that bond can't last very long with a human. She maintained it as long as she could so you could avenge your fallen comrade, Naruto said. I see. Kakashi sighed and stared into space for a few minutes. In any case, when you overdid it, one of the chakra spirals broke, and since then the pressure it exerts has begun to damage the others, Naruto said, resuming his course. Can you fix it? Kakashi asked. I can do even better. You see, the normal Sharingan receives chakra through more branches than a normal eye. Since you don't have them, the pressure on the spirals is understandable. What I'm going to do is repair the severed spiral, divide it into 2 or 3 branches, and connect them to your eye, Naruto explained. Well, I don't want to keep you any longer, said Kakashi. Okay, lie down on your futon and close your eyes, Naruto said, and began to sing mentally as the Jonin did the same. That terrified Lord of Dreams. Air and water, made mist for those short sleep. Hypnotic mist, and unleashed the dream upon Kakashi. You know I told you this spell was useful, Negi said. Yeah, Negi. You kept repeating it to me over and over for more than an hour. Naruto rolled his eyes and felt Negi's embarrassment. Well, you didn't bother to learn the other common spells I taught you. Like that mind-reading spell, for example. Negi pointed out. Yeah, I'd rather use that spell than a classic interrogation, no doubt. Which reminds me, do you really think it's okay that I killed that guy earlier today? He said Naruto. No, don't worry, Naruto-kun. We've seen our share of death over the years, both before and after the Ten Tails, Negi assured. With that, Naruto refocused his attention on Kakashi's closed, frightened eye. He placed his hands on either side of Kakashi's head and allowed the white energy to flow between them through the Jonin's head, his vampiric gaze never leaving the treated area. It took him almost half an hour, but he managed to reconnect the rather large, damaged chakra coil to the Sharingan using 3 new branches. He had also noticed that another coil was about to collapse due to the recent strain, so he split it in 2 and reinforced it. When she finally finished, she covered her eye again with the headband and left the room after removing the privacy seal she had placed on the door. When she entered the living room, she saw that everyone was preparing for dinner, so she washed her hands and sat down at the table. Is Kakashi all right? Tazuna asked. Tomorrow will be better than ever, Naruto replied before turning to Team 7. I'll be on night watch. And yes, I'm still in charge until Kakashi decides otherwise. Fine, Sasuke said with a frown, and left the table, followed by his two teammates. This is going to be a long mission, Naruto sighed to himself. Naruto had spent the night in his mind's eye, replaying the previous day. For once, time passed the same way as outside. To fulfill his guard duty, he had created a dozen shadow clones and then disguised himself as animals through transformation. He had spent almost the entire night listening to a heated argument between Eva and Kyubi about whether it was more convenient for him. The Shundathil Shunshin in the end, he agreed to learn both, since each had its advantages. Upon waking the next day, he found himself on a tree branch near Tezuna's house. Looking down, he saw Sakura and Sasuke tied to the tree with several glowing roots. They hadn't been there long, as they were still struggling. Intrigued that his clones hadn't warned him, he undid the two closest ones. Upon learning this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Apparently, the great Uchiha had been hiding from the pink banshee when he fell into Naruto's trap. So the shining Haruno had rushed to his rescue, only to end up tied up and gagged right next to him. And because their arms were spread apart, they couldn't use their escape jutsu. The blonde with the whiskers had to admit the clones were right. The expression on Sasuke's face was well worth having them so close. With a final giggle, he jumped up and headed for the house. Reaching the threshold, he waved his hand and released the two of them, only to step inside and find an amused and intrigued Kakashi sitting at the table. "Was that a wood-release jutsu?" the Jonin asked. "Something like that," Naruto admitted, since he had indeed manipulated wood, even if it wasn't a jutsu. "But that means you have the same lineage as the Shodaime Hokage," he said in amazement. "No, I don't know," he said, and seeing Kakashi's confusion, added, "Anyone who possesses water and earth chakra can use wood release if they train enough to mix them in the proper proportions." The first Hokage had two bloodlines, one that granted him perfect chakra control, which he used for wood release, and another that gave his chakra a calming and soothing influence over the tailed beasts. "I see. That explains why her granddaughter, Lady Tsunade of the Sannin, can't use wood release. She uses that control in medical jutsu," Kakashi realized. "Most likely," Naruto agreed, giving Kakashi a questioning look. "And speaking of bloodlines, I feel better than ever. In fact, I wanted to ask you when it's safe to try it," Kakashi explained. "Well, you should be able to use it without any problems now. Just don't keep it on for too long," Naruto replied. "Please define too long for me," Kakashi asked, amused. "Considering your previous limit was about 20 minutes, you should be able to use it for up to an hour right now. That broken coil was one of the largest. And with all the pressure it endured over the years, it got even bigger," Naruto explained. "An hour, huh?" Kakashi smiled. "With your current chakra levels, if you increase your total chakra amount, you'll be able to use it for longer," Naruto explained. "So," Kakashi leaned in to whisper in the blonde's ear, "how long could you keep yours activated?" "With my chakra levels, I could keep it activated and sleep with my eyes open. I recover my energy pretty quickly, you know?" Naruto chuckled. "Remind me to avoid your jutsu," Kakashi said, sweating profusely. At that moment, the Genin of Team 7 entered the room followed by Tazuna and Inari, Tsunami's son. As Sasuke and Inari sat facing each other and frowned, Naruto and Kakashi looked from a taciturn Genin to a taciturn boy before looking at each other and rolling their eyes. "Great, now there are two of them." After breakfast, the ninjas followed Kakashi into the forest. "It's time to train to prepare ourselves for the enemies we will see again during this mission," Kakashi began. "It's about time I trained," Sasuke said. "But what do you mean by again? Did the demon brothers escape?" "No, Zabuza is alive. That so-called hunter ninja helped him escape," Naruto said listlessly. "What do you mean he's alive?" "Sasuke-kun pulverized that guy," Sakura said, earning strange looks even from Sasuke. "When we get back, you'll have to give him an eye and head exam," Naruto whispered to Kakashi as the other two nodded. "I already tried, but her mother said she would take care of it," Kakashi whispered. You left one psychopath in the care of an even worse one? Naruto asked incredulously. Well, he glanced at Sakura, his eyes shining, as she murmured about her Sasuke-kun. He definitely took care of Sakura, one way or another. The four boys shuddered a little before Kakashi cleared his throat and returned to the matter at hand. Yes, Zabuza is alive. The one Sasuke fought was a water bunshin, Kakashi said. The one we should be worried about is the one pretending to be a ninja hunter, Naruto said. While Kakashi deals with Zabuza, we'll have to protect Tazuna from him. Or rather, from her, if my eyes don't deceive me, he added mentally. Why should we listen to you, idiot? Sasuke mocked. Because he's right, Kakashi interjected. And at your level, the three of you are no help at all. Did you hear that, idiot? Kakashi admits I'm better than the three of you, Sasuke said smugly. No, I think he meant his team, since he has no idea of my true level, Naruto replied calmly. I wouldn't go that far, Naruto. I was there when you proved your lineage, Kakashi reminded him. And you really think I would show everything my lineage can do in front of Hayashi? Naruto rolled his eyes. Good point. Even so, aside from that brief fight with Sasuke and your Genin exam, that's all I have to evaluate you on, Kakashi said, shrugging. Kakashi, what level am I at? Sasuke asked. Genin middle, replied the Jonin without hesitation.